Having lost his father at a young age, and with his bold little sister and him maturing, his mother would often tell him, "Son, you should become a shaman," she'd insist, believing he possessed the qualities of a shaman and that the spirits were protecting him. A young Ludger Cherish stands bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, as his mother's words echo, "If you don't walk the path of a shaman," she warned, implying dire consequences. "Dire wrath will one day befall you." Following that ominous pronouncement, his mother continued to force her religious beliefs upon him. She would give him strange poems, paintings, and rituals, all in an effort to steer him towards her chosen path. However, having already meticulously planned out his own life, he found himself unable to accept any of her spiritual guidance. In rebellion against her wishes, he focused even more intensely on his studies, determined to forge his own destiny. That, and around the time he was becoming his own man out in society, a decade passed in what felt like an instant. Then, amidst the towering cityscapes, a shocking truth emerged: he died. His body lay on the asphalt, a briefcase nearby, the stark white arrow on the road pointing towards his fate, from a traffic accident, no less. 10 years had passed since his mother's warnings, and now, faced with his own demise, he couldn't believe it. His hand, now seemingly alive again, flexes as he wonders if this new existence is the wrath his mother had so often mentioned. A blinding light engulfs him, making it even harder to believe that he had truly been reborn. The radiant energy confirms his impossible rebirth, a reality he struggles to fully grasp. In that moment, he understands that everything his mother had told him was true, a profound realization that people are often unable to truly understand things they haven't experienced personally. His body, now whole, serves as a stark reminder that he was only able to realize the full extent of her warnings after his own death. A quiet so escapes his thoughts as he ponders his current purpose. What am I doing now? His hand rests on an ancient, inscribed tome, the intricate symbols hinting at a new path. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his contemplation, announcing, "We're starting class." Standing before a class, he prepares to continue his lesson on the activation of magic circles. His true identity remains hidden, as he operates undercover as a professor at a magic academy. He gazes out, a silent question hanging in the air. How did things come to this? A powerful steam engine cuts through the crisp, snowy air, its whistle echoing across the desolate, winter-kissed landscape. Soon, the train approaches a grand city, its rooftops blanketed in white, a majestic clock tower rising above the snow-dusted buildings of the empire's capital. Inside the bustling station, the murmur of countless voices fills the vast, arched hall, as travelers prepare for their journeys. Among them, Ludger stands on the platform, his new attire a stark contrast to his usual academic wear, observing the massive steam locomotive that awaits its passengers. As he approaches the entrance, a conductor greets him, wishing him a pleasant journey. The conductor then politely requests, "Hello, may I please check your ticket?" Ludger hands over his ticket, receiving a polite, "Thank you. Have a nice trip." Stepping onto the train, he offers a quiet, "Hello." His footsteps echo softly as he walks down the narrow corridor, searching for his assigned cabin. He recalls the details of his ticket, cabin 403, so that'd be the third room in the fourth compartment. Finally, his gaze settles on the door, marked clearly with the number 403. Having located his assigned compartment, Ludger reaches for the door, confirming to himself that this must be the place. Inside, a distinguished older gentleman is already seated by the window, engrossed in a book, the compartment bathed in the soft light filtering through the glass. He glances up, a slight expression of surprise crossing his features, offering a brief, polite acknowledgement. Ludger, dressed in his travel attire, offers a courteous bow, his gaze steady and composed. The older man's expression remains unreadable, his attention seemingly returning to his reading. With a loud whistle and a hiss of steam, the train begins its journey, pulling away from the station. The massive wheels begin to turn, a rhythmic clanking sound accompanying their rotation, gaining speed with each revolution. Soon, the train is a long, dark serpent winding through a pristine, snow-covered landscape, leaving a trail of smoke against the pale sky. The journey continues, the train cars rattling steadily as they traverse the snowy plains, the distant mountains looming under a cloudy sky. Inside the compartment, both Ludger and the older gentleman are now settled, each absorbed in their own reading material as the train rumbles onward. Ludger turns a page, his expression thoughtful as he delves deeper into his book. Ludger Cherish quietly reads a newspaper, the rustling of pages filling the silence of the train compartment. The headlines declare the civil war in the Kingdom of Utah finally over, with victory secured by the princess's faction. A small image depicts the victorious soldiers, a moment of triumph that brings a sense of finality, as if a long-held breath has at last been released. He continues to read, absorbing the news that the civil war in Utah is indeed over, his expression thoughtful. His eyes narrow slightly, a subtle shift in his gaze as he processes the information. From across the compartment, Gerard speaks, his voice calm, remarking that he had been wondering when the conflict would finally conclude. Ludger turns to him, a faint smile gracing his lips, and observes that it felt like only yesterday the prince's faction was desperately trying to gather its forces. A sense of relief washes over him. glad that the long struggle has finally ended. With a slight chuckle, Ludger apologizes for the late introductions, revealing his name as Ludger Kellecy, to which Gerard responds by stating his own name, adding that he has no last name. Ludger then deduces that Gerard must be a noble, who confirms it, but clarifies that he is from a fallen noble family. Gerard gestures dismissively, assuring Ludger that he comes from a family, so there's no need for him to feel nervous around him. Ludger then inquires about Gerard's destination, who reveals he is bound for Line de Bruno, the capital of the Empire, a place he's heard is a famous tourist spot. As their journey continues, the Exilian Empire is known for its advanced magic engineering, making it an easy place to travel. Ludger confirms his destination, stating he is on his way to Let Helk. His companion, Gerard, then reveals his own news, having been newly appointed at the Soren Academy of the Exilian Empire. Hearing this, Ludger remarks on his skill, acknowledging that despite his youth, Gerard must be quite capable. A slight smile playing on his lips, Ludger humbly dismisses the praise, claiming he merely barely passed. Gerard, however, seems to see through the modesty, repeating Ludger's words with a knowing look. He then offers a genuine compliment, suggesting Ludger should be proud of himself. A bright smile spreads across Ludger's face, as he expresses his gratitude for the kind words. Changing the subject, Gerard asks if Ludger has heard the rumors about the Utah Civil War. He continues, referring to the key figure who led the princess's faction to victory. This figure, cloaked and armed with a rifle, stands amidst the ruins of a battlefield, a stark contrast to the image of a skilled wizard or high knight. Instead, the victor was a wandering mercenary known only as Machiavelli. Gerard listens intently, his expression thoughtful as Ludger speaks. He then interjects, a hint of skepticism in his tone, wondering if Ludger's response to the rumors about Machiavelli wasn't a little too casual. Ludger, however, simply chuckles, dismissing the idea of a fabricated rumor with a wry smile. Gerard quickly corrects him, insisting that the information is far from fabricated. He emphasizes the truth of the matter, revealing the name that ties it all together, Machiavelli. A deeper truth is then unveiled, as it's revealed that Machiavelli is merely one of many identities Ludger has adopted, a name he used while traversing the world in search of a particular object. The cloaked figure, known to the world as Machiavelli, is unequivocally identified as Mr. Ludger himself. Shifting the conversation, Gerard then inquires about Ludger's immediate plans, asking if he will begin teaching at Soren Academy right away. A warm smile spreads across Gerard's face, anticipating Ludger's answer. Ludger confirms his assignment, stating that he has been placed with the second-year students. This information prompts a surprised reaction from Ludger, who questions Gerard about starting with the second years. A sudden realization dawns on Gerard, causing him to flinch slightly, as he acknowledges that Ludger's true capabilities might far exceed what he has let on. As Ludger looks on, Gerard asks what troubles him, to which he simply replies, no. His attention then shifting away, perhaps sensing something amiss. A sudden jolt rattles the train, causing Gerard's expression to tighten with concern. As outside, a violent, fiery explosion erupts against the train's exterior, sending streaks of red energy and debris flying through the air. The assault continues, punctuated by another sharp impact and a distant cry of pain. Inside the carriage, both Ludger and Gerard are thrown from their seats, exclaiming in shock. As Gerard, regaining his balance, wonders aloud if the engine has exploded. He quickly dismisses the idea, reasoning that such a magically engineered train should be impeccably protected. Yet, the relentless assault continues, causing Gerard's face to contort in a mixture of fear and disbelief. Ludger, however, remains composed, stating with certainty that it is an ambush, a realization Gerard echoes in stunned disbelief. He then calmly speculates on the motive, suggesting the attackers are likely robbers targeting a wealthy merchant or noble. Ludger considers the implications of the attack, his mind racing through possibilities. If the train's defenses were breached so easily, he deduces there must be a wizard among the attackers. Meanwhile, Gerard, visibly shaken, suggests they should hide or find a way to escape the train entirely. But Ludger, ever the pragmatist, instructs him to wait, insisting he take the lead in this dangerous situation, as Gerard anxiously wonders about the fate of the other passengers. His gaze sharp and focused, Ludger's expression hardens with resolve. As the train continues to rattle violently, he moves cautiously down the corridor, the rhythmic creaking of the damaged vehicle echoing around him. He observes the empty passage, realizing they are likely the only ones left in their compartment. Gerard, still looking around nervously, inquires if the other passengers might be holding out in their cabins, protected by the train's inherent spells. The thought of compromised safety brings a grim realization, as Gerard's face reflects the growing dread. He understands that the magic protecting the train's exterior was the same as that safeguarding the cabins, meaning if the outside was breached, the cabins are no longer safe. Ludger confirms the explosion originated in the third compartment, just one section away from their current position. Considering their proximity to the blast, he questions why the attackers haven't yet reached their compartment. Gerard considers the situation, remarking that if he were among the robbers, he would target the first compartment. Ludger nods in understanding, realizing the rich passengers would indeed be in first class, a fortunate detail for them. As a figure is violently thrown through the air in the distance, Gerard suggests they use this time to escape to the back, hoping to hold out until the frontier guard arrives. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the carriage, signaling an immediate threat. Before they can react, an unseen assailant lunges, delivering a brutal kick that sends Gerard reeling, a pained gasp escaping his lips. But Ludger is faster, his voice cutting through the chaos as he shoves the attacker back, preventing further harm. The force of his push sends the assailant's leg flying backward, a clear sign of Ludger's unexpected strength. Gerard observes the slumped figure, noting with concern that the attacker doesn't appear to be in a good state, Ludger's counter having taken a heavy toll. A spray of blood confirms the severity of the blow, splattering across the floor. Ludger follows up with another decisive strike, driving the attacker further back. With the immediate threat neutralized, Ludger's eyes glow with intense blue energy as he begins to channel his magic, a powerful aura crackling around him. The concentrated magical energy erupts forward, striking its target with devastating force. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, striking the assailant with devastating force, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. As the dust settles, he lies motionless on the floor. Ludger and Gerard stand over the incapacitated figure, the silence of the train car now heavy with the aftermath of the sudden attack. Gerard, his expression etched with concern, asks if Ludger had gone too far, wondering if he had killed the man. Ludger, however, calmly assures him that the assailant was merely paralyzed, a temporary measure. As Ludger begins to walk away from the scene, Gerard voices his apprehension, warning that his methods could be dangerous, but Ludger dismisses his concerns, intending only a light interrogation. He then turns his attention back to the fallen figure, a single, sharp command echoing through the quiet car. Standing over the incapacitated attacker, his cane planted firmly on the ground, Ludger's presence is commanding. He demands to know the purpose behind the attack, his voice unwavering. Despite his predicament, the masked assailant lets out a low, mocking chuckle, a sound of defiance. Ludger's eyes narrow, his patience wearing thin as he reprimands the man for his insolence. With renewed intensity, he demands an answer, his disdain for filthy bastards like the attacker palpable. The attacker's eyes, wide with unbridled rage, glare back, as he snarls a chilling declaration. All deserve to die. Still grappling with the assailant, he finds himself face to face with a horrifying realization. The man is strapped with explosives, blood spattering as the device begins to glow ominously. A digital timer on the bomb ticks down relentlessly, its red numbers a stark warning against the green circuitry. The display flashes to 001, leaving no doubt about the impending detonation. From a distance, a frantic voice cuts through the tension, crying out his name in desperation. Veronica's face contorts in a desperate plea, her urgent command echoing. Get out of there. A sickening sound of rupture fills the air, followed by a violent, blood-red splash. The bomb detonates with a blinding flash, engulfing the immediate area in a furious inferno of orange and red flames. The force of the blast sends debris flying, the air thick with smoke and a lingering, ominous red glow. A second, even larger explosion rips through the space, a devastating wave of fire and shrapnel consuming everything in its path. The aftermath is a desolate landscape of smoke and ruin, the air filled with the chilling sound of crumbling debris. The visual distortion of the blast slowly fades, leaving behind only faint, vertical streaks of light against the darkness. As the dust settles, the scene is consumed by shadow, the silence deafening after the deafening roar. The devastating explosion ripped through the structure, leaving behind a chaotic maelstrom of debris and fiery red energy. Amidst the wreckage, a figure lay prone, coughing weakly, struggling to breathe through the dust and smoke. Wilford, his face grimed and bruised, pushed himself up, his voice hoarse with concern as he called out, "Mr. Ludger, are you okay?" His eye, wide with shock and fear, scanned the devastation for any sign of him. More debris rained down from above, the sounds of crumbling structures echoing through the air. Wilford knelt amidst the rubble, his gaze fixed on the destruction, the snow beginning to fall, dusting the blood-stained ground. He slowly rose to his feet, surveying the remains of the train car, now a twisted wreck under the heavy snowfall. His voice, filled with a desperate plea, echoed through the desolate landscape. "Mr. Ludger." A tremor ran through him as the grim reality of the situation and the potential fate of his young master settled in. He pressed a gloved hand to his cheek, his expression a mix of shock and profound sorrow, the weight of the moment heavy upon him. His eyes, still wide with disbelief, reflected the dark, uncertain future. Turning away from the scene, a heavy sigh escaped him, a sound of utter despair. A frustrated thought echoes, lamenting the significant investment made, as a sharp, tearing sound cuts through the air. With a deliberate motion, he peels away a mask, revealing a sharp, knowing gaze beneath the disguise, his long, dark hair flowing as the false face comes away. His teal eyes, now fully visible, hold a complex mix of weariness and resolve, reflecting the weight of his hidden identity. The intricate details of his formal attire, a dark jacket with gold accents and a yellow tie, hint at a sophisticated new persona, far removed from his previous life. A deep sigh escapes him as he ponders the relentless chaos that seems to follow him, wondering, why do incidents always have to happen around me? He had no grand reason for using the alias Machiavelli, simply wanting to adopt the name of someone famous from his past life's memories, an identity he had once embraced. Having wandered the world and been involved in countless incidents, he had been forced to change his identity many times, each one bringing unwanted attention from those who couldn't afford to have his true self discovered. Fortunately, the princess faction, drunk on the news of their victory, had overlooked him, allowing him to seize the opportunity from their lack of interest to disguise his identity once more. He was heading to Line de Bruno on a magic engineering train, a journey that would mark a new chapter. The days had been eventful, and now, a distinguished gentleman with white hair and glasses stood on a bustling platform, awaiting his departure. But as he walked, a sudden realization struck him. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple, the thought of another incident happening on his watch filling him with dread. He would not allow an incident to happen again, not while he was around. Debris and dust exploded across the train car, scattering violently, as if a powerful force had just ripped through the interior. A chilling gust of wind swept through the wreckage, carrying more fragments and dust in its wake. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stood firm, his dark coat billowing as debris continued to rain down around him. He looked out at the destruction, a quiet thought forming in his mind. Rest in peace, Mr. Ludger. The unexpected nature of the attack weighed on him, as he considered, I didn't expect an accident like this to occur, especially not on a day like this. Who would have thought that he would detonate a bomb while being electrocuted? His gaze swept over the scene, a grim realization settling in. Ordinary robbers don't do that. Ludger's expression hardened, understanding the deeper implications of the attack. What a fanatic mindset. To choose to die together. Maybe their real purpose is not money, but the train itself. He then turned, asking, Passenger, are you all right? Further down the damaged car, Gerard stood, his back to the viewer, looking towards Ludger amidst the chaos. Gerard, still reeling from the shock, could only utter, what on earth is happening, as Ludger turned to face him. Ludger, his back still to the viewer, calmly explained the situation. An armed robber attacked us. Ludger Cherish, his back to the viewer, calmly observes the scene, noting that the attackers seem to be targeting compartment number 1, a detail that immediately raises his suspicions. Meanwhile, Gerard, the train's conductor, attempts to maintain an air of authority, explaining that he was just about to evacuate the other passengers, urging Ludger to quickly follow suit. Before he can finish his sentence, a sudden, violent force erupts, shattering the pretense of calm. Gerard is sent flying backward with a pained cry, his body recoiling from an unseen impact. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and fear, he gasps out a confused question, barely able to form the word passenger. Ludger, his expression unreadable, stares down at the conductor, his voice cutting through the chaos as he asks if Gerard truly believes such petty acting would work on him. It wasn't just that the raiders appeared as if they had been waiting for a train that was running fast on this rugged mountain range. But the protection magic on this train was also inexplicably compromised, a fact Ludger silently acknowledges as he presses his foot onto Gerard's chest, pinning him to the floor. To accomplish such a coordinated and precise attack would be incredibly difficult and time-consuming, unless someone inside the train had facilitated it. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with an intense, light blue energy. Ludger's suspicion solidifies into certainty. Gerard struggles, sweat beading on his brow, as Ludger's hand clamps around his throat, cutting off his breath. With a chilling finality, Ludger produces a gleaming dagger, its sharp point aimed menacingly downwards. Still holding Gerard captive, a sharp stop escapes Ludger's lips as the conductor groans in discomfort. Gerard, struggling against his grip, demands to know who Ludger is and what he's truly after, his voice strained. Ludger simply tightens his hold, a cold retort about silencing him being perfectly acceptable. Suddenly, a distinct metallic click echoes through the carriage. The unexpected sound causes him to pause, a question mark hanging in the air as he processes the noise. His eyes widen, a brilliant blue glow igniting within them as he recognizes the ominous sound. A wave of realization washes over him, a silent plea of disbelief escaping his mind. Before he can react, Gerard lets out a sharp cry, his body jolting from an unseen impact. The force sends the conductor reeling backward, a heavy thud following his trajectory. As Gerard collapses, multiple glowing golden projectiles pierce his form, while Ludger swiftly ducks out of their path. Another metallic click confirms the grim reality of the situation. Ludger's face contorts in frustration and anger, realizing they had been too quick, preventing Gerard from ever sending a signal. Still reeling from the sudden assault, he lay amidst the shattered remnants of the corridor, Gerard unconscious beside him. From down the hall, a group of masked assailants approached, their leader expressing disbelief, wondering how anyone could still be alive after the barrage they unleashed. Rising slowly, Ludger Cherish met their gaze with an icy stare, challenging their presumption of power. With a calm, deliberate motion, he adjusted the cuff of his jacket, a silent declaration of his intent. Ignoring his defiance, the attackers raised their firearms once more, their intent to kill echoing through the corridor. As bullets flew, his eyes flared with an ethereal blue light, and with a mere flick of his wrist, he deflected a projectile, the metallic click barely audible. Suddenly, the attackers' weapons jammed, their mechanisms failing, leaving them bewildered and vulnerable. One of the masked figures recoiled in shock, a dawning realization crossing his face as he recognized the man before them. Golden light erupted around his hand, manifesting intricate, glowing gear-like constructs that whirred with arcane power. Standing tall amidst the swirling golden energy, he was unmistakably a wizard, a fact the attackers now understood with chilling clarity. The realization hit them. He had used magic to disable their weapons, his piercing gaze confirming their worst fears. Then, with a whoosh of air, a powerful surge of blue and teal energy swirled around him, signaling his next move. As golden magical energy flared from his hand, Ludger Cherish continued to disable the assailants' firearms, the metallic clatter echoing through the train car. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, he registered the shock on their faces, a silent question hanging in the air. Cancelled? The masked figures, their weapons now useless, could only stare in disbelief, one of them muttering, "I didn't know there was a wizard on this train." As Ludger began to move through the corridor, the assailants quickly recovered, pursuing him with renewed determination, one of them shouting, "Just give up." From above, another masked figure warned, "If you give up, I will give you a less painful death." A hooded figure, seemingly their leader, observed the situation, assessing Ludger's capabilities. "He looks quite strong, but he's probably a fourth-rank wizard," he mused. He continued, confident in his assessment, "He has to be. If he's not, I would have heard rumors about him." Meanwhile, Ludger's eyes glowed once more, his mind racing as the train rattled onward. He knew the train's route well, realizing it'll still take quite a lot of time until the train passes the Arret Mountains. Looking out at the snowy landscape blurring past, he concluded, "The supporting troops will take a while to arrive, so I can't exactly rely on them." With a decisive shift in his demeanor, Ludger resolved, if that's the case, his next move would be his own. Having resolved to take matters into his own hands, Ludger Cherish makes a daring escape, leaping from the moving train into the snowy landscape below. Inside the carriage, a masked assailant reacts with stunned disbelief, uttering a bewildered, "Down?" The leader, Machiavelli, quickly barks an order, telling another assailant, "Hansen, go check." As the train speeds through the snowy terrain, the assailants peer out, but one reports with frustration, I can't see him." Another assailant echoes the sentiment, disbelieving, like he really jumped out. The initial assailant from before is visibly shaken, his face contorted in a mix of shock and fear. Suddenly, a hand points upwards, a voice exclaiming, "You up there?" Machiavelli looks up, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the truth. He's on the roof. The other assailants are still reeling from the shock, questioning, "Who but how? Did he use flying magic?" One of them wonders aloud, "Is it even possible to follow a moving train using flying magic?" But Machiavelli cuts them off, ordering, "Shut up and chase him. Go." He then clarifies his strategy, stating, "Our opponent is a wizard. Bringing too many non-wizards will only hinder us." With that, Machiavelli and another assailant begin their pursuit, their footsteps echoing on the train's roof as they chase their elusive target. Within the train car, Machiavelli issues a command, directing some of his masked subordinates to remain behind while the rest press forward to secure compartment number 1. As one of the assailants takes aim with a rifle, his gaze fixed on the corridor ahead. Another assailant, equally prepared, raises a pistol, their movements swift and precise. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish dashes through the train with incredible speed, a soft TSK, escaping him as he navigates the narrow passage. One of the pursuers shouts, realizing he is heading towards the rear compartment. With renewed urgency, the masked figures surge forward, a chorus of voices demanding they hurry and catch him. As they close in, Ludger's gloved hand reaches for a door handle, his movements a blur of efficiency. Before they can react, a sudden, violent explosion erupts, a burst of fiery energy filling the corridor. The inferno rages, a brilliant display of destructive power, effectively cutting off the pursuers. Machiavelli, witnessing the unexpected blast, questions if it was a trap, stunned by the speed with which it was executed. He muses on Ludger's abilities, realizing they are unlike any wizard he has encountered before, finding them terrifyingly unique. The leader acknowledges that Ludger's moves are not only practical, but also remarkably effective. Machiavelli, cloaked and shadowed, reflects on his quarry, realizing he is more akin to a hunter than a traditional wizard. Perhaps even a mercenary, given his unconventional tactics. Suddenly, a violent screech of metal rips through the air, as the train compartment they occupy is forcefully separated from the rest of the cars. One of Machiavelli's masked subordinates stares in wide-eyed shock, the sheer audacity of the move leaving him stunned. Another curses under his breath, realizing the full extent of Ludger's cunning. He had detached their section of the train and made his escape. Machiavelli's expression tightens with self-reproach, wishing he had realized Ludger's true nature sooner. The realization dawns on him. Ludger never intended to fight them directly. The now empty corridor stretches ahead, a blur of speed indicating the path Ludger took to freedom. A blinding flash of light erupts, accompanied by a powerful magical discharge, further obscuring his trail. Outside, a fierce blizzard rages, snow swirling violently around the train. The detached train car now sits isolated on the tracks, already accumulating a thick blanket of snow. From above, the tracks disappear into the snowy wilderness, leaving no clear path for pursuit. Machiavelli stood firm amidst the falling snow, his masked face betraying no emotion as his subordinates expressed their frustration. One of them lamented, "We can't even give up on this train because of that guy." Machiavelli, however, remained focused, confident that he had memorized the target's appearance. Another subordinate declared with grim determination, "We will find him, and we will kill him." Suddenly, a hand recoiled, and a voice gasped, "Double it." An unseen force rippled through the air, a powerful mana wave that made them question its origin. Machiavelli, his composure momentarily broken, demanded, "Where the hell's it coming from?" His eyes widened in a rare display of shock, the implications of such a powerful surge dawning on him. Meanwhile, a brilliant golden light erupted, tearing through the fabric of space with a resonant hum. From within the swirling energy, the form of Ludger Cherish began to coalesce, his school uniform and dark hair becoming visible as he materialized. Fully formed and surrounded by a vibrant golden aura, he questioned his sudden appearance, wondering, how come he's here? Kneeling, a wave of suspicion washed over him, as he wondered if this new situation was yet another trap. As he materialized into a new space, a blinding sphere of golden energy erupted, sending a powerful beam of light tearing through the environment. The radiant column of power continued its destructive path, its intense glow illuminating the chaotic scene. With a violent impact, the golden energy detonated, sending shards of debris flying in every direction. The shockwave rippled outwards, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Caught directly in the blast, a hooded figure recoiled, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming golden light, a panicked cry escaping their lips. Their face contorted in agony and fear. The hooded individual was consumed by the radiant energy. The force of the impact sent them flying backward, a mere puppet to the unleashed power. From the swirling chaos, a hand emerged, wreathed in dark, shadowy energy, a stark contrast to the golden light that had just faded. Standing tall amidst the debris and lingering shadows, Ludger Cherish surveyed the scene, his presence commanding the ruined space. His gaze was calm and assessing, his light blue eyes glowing faintly as he processed the outcome of his sudden arrival. A slight frown touched his lips as he wondered, is it over? Below him, a bloodied, hooded figure lay defeated, prompting Ludger to acknowledge, so you were able to survive. A disfigured man, his face half destroyed and bloodied, stares up in disbelief, barely able to utter a single word, his voice raspy with accusation, demanding to know why he and his comrades were killed. He continues, questioning if Ludger Cherish feels any remorse for them, for the colleagues who dedicated their strength to this world, his gaze fixed on the young man who stands before him. But the response he receives is chillingly detached, a declaration that his actions went beyond my expectations. Ludger Cherish's eyes, now glowing with an unnatural light, narrow slightly as he adds, you crazy brats went beyond my expectations. The disfigured man can only gasp, a single word escaping his lips. What? Ludger Cherish's expression remains impassive as he counters, asking if he should feel sympathy for people the ones who wanted to kill me first. His voice is laced with disdain as he continues. How can you even say that? The audacity to ask for sympathy only after things turned out like this. The ruined, blood-splattered environment around them serves as a grim testament to the recent violence, as Ludger Cherish points out the hypocrisy. In front of the people that you killed? He gestures to the desolate landscape, a ruined train car visible in the distance, and challenges the man. And for someone who wanted to find and kill me, who are you to condemn me now? Ludger Cherish looks away, a hand rising to his chin in thought, admitting, of course. Initially, I was going to run away. His eyes, still glowing with an eerie light, return to the disfigured man as he concludes, but you guys saw my real face. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a silent threat from the young man whose true nature has been irrevocably revealed, his posture unwavering amidst the destruction. The disfigured man, his face a mask of terror and confusion, could only stammer a question about his attacker's identity, having just realized the futility of escape, and that his demise would bring a chilling peace of mind to his assailant. Before he could utter another word, a torrent of jagged ice shards erupted from his head, impaling him instantly. The icy spikes continued their gruesome work, piercing deeper into his body, leaving no doubt of his fate. Suddenly, a new presence emerged, a figure with long, dark hair and piercing blue eyes, their expression stern and resolute. Armored boots landed with a soft thud, signaling their arrival. The newcomer, now clad in gleaming white and gold armor, looked down at the scene of destruction with an unreadable gaze. Moving with incredible speed, the armored figure dashed across the ground, leaving a shimmering trail of ice shards in their wake. They came to an abrupt halt, standing amidst a fresh scattering of ice, their presence radiating cold power. Turning to face someone unseen, the leader of the Cold Steel Knights spoke, their voice calm and reassuring, acknowledging the anxiety of those they had come to protect. Below them, Both Ludger Cherish and the disfigured man lay impaled, their bodies pierced by the same deadly ice shards, a swift and decisive counterattack. The declaration echoed with the image of soaring eagles, proclaiming the arrival of the cold steel knights. With their mission seemingly accomplished, the leaders stood tall, their gaze fixed upwards, a silent testament to their power. A flurry of unseen projectiles impacts the ground with a rapid succession of sharp, metallic sounds, causing a group of masked figures to recoil in surprise, one of them exclaiming, "They're already here?" More impacts pepper the floor around them, scattering debris, as another laments the audacity of their foes. To think they'd use flying magic in such weather. But before the situation can escalate further, Ludger Cherish steps forward, his hand outstretched as a shimmering, light blue magical barrier erupts around him, deflecting the incoming assault. With a focused gaze, he channels more energy, a vibrant light blue aura swirling around his hand, preparing a counterattack. A concentrated magical projectile launches from his palm, striking the ground with a sharp thwack and sending a shockwave through the air. From above, the masked figures watch the display of power, their expressions hidden but their collective posture conveying a growing unease. One of them lets out a startled gasp, the sound barely audible above the magical reverberations. Without hesitation, Ludger charges forward, a brilliant light blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance with incredible speed. His leg becomes wreathed in the same glowing energy, delivering a powerful, magically enhanced kick that connects with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sends one of the masked figures reeling, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stammer, "Ah!" A piercing scream echoes through the train compartment, followed by a heavy thud, signaling the immediate aftermath of a chaotic event. Amidst the tension, the cold steel knight leader, his sharp blue eyes scanning the surroundings, confirms that compartment 2 is now clear. Meanwhile, a subordinate knight reports from another section that compartment 1 is also clear, and the safety of the passengers has been secured. The vice captain, his expression thoughtful, then reports in, stating that all compartments have been secured. With the immediate threat neutralized, he commends his team, declaring, "Excellent work, men." His voice firm, the leader issues further instructions. Escort the passengers safely to the next station. As the immediate crisis subsides, a new chapter begins, titled Suspicion. The scene shifts to the grand, bustling interior of Let Helvolk station, where the sounds of a busy crowd fill the air. Passengers mill about, their conversations a low murmur against the backdrop of the station's ornate architecture, creating a vibrant tapestry of everyday life. Away from the throng, the cold steel knight leader sits alone by a window, his gaze distant, lost in thought as the sunlight streams in. He turns to the woman beside him, a hint of concern in his voice. She responds, her expression calm, assuring him that she is unharmed by the recent terrorist incident. He acknowledges her words, explaining that he was merely lost in thought. Later, seated alone, he finds solace in her well-being, a quiet relief washing over him. The woman, Veronica Deville, then offers a polite apology, introducing herself with a confident smile. Her name, she states clearly, is Veronica Deville. He reacts with a subtle intake of breath, her name seemingly sparking a recognition. As Veronica walks away, her footsteps echo with purpose, leaving him to his thoughts. A new figure, Officer Remless, approaches her from behind, his voice cutting through the station's hum. He questions her authority, asking if she commands the Order of Knights, to which she confirms her identity as Vice Captain Veronica Deville. Officer Remless then introduces himself, identifying as a member of the Let Helvolk Metropolitan Police Department. Holding up his badge, he states his reason for being there, having heard about a train attack at Arret Mountains. He confirms that all the attackers have been eliminated, adding his appreciation for the hard work the Knights have done. However, a detail in the report doesn't quite add up, he muses, a slight frown creasing his brow. Veronica prompts him to elaborate, and he explains that the train was taken over by the terrorists far too quickly, an unusual speed for such an operation. Even with a wizard among their ranks, he points out, they managed to infiltrate the magically engineered train with alarming ease. Veronica listens intently, her crimson eyes reflecting the gravity of his words, a thoughtful expression settling on her features. He leans in slightly, his voice dropping as he voices his suspicion. Someone within the train itself might have assisted in the attack. The implication hangs heavy in the air, a chilling thought that resonates with the vice captain. She acknowledges his insight, finding it an excellent point. Though purely speculative for now, she assures him that they will send people to discern the suspect's identity as soon as possible. Officer Remless nods, indicating his understanding and acceptance of her plan, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, Veronica relays the information to the Cold Steel Knight leader, asking if he heard that, who simply offers a silent nod in response. Back with Remless, Veronica concludes their discussion, assuring him that as long as he remains honest, there will be no problem. Ludger Cherish, disguised as Gerard, maintains a calm facade, but his thoughts betray a growing unease. A cold realization washes over him. This situation is far from ideal. His expression tightens, a flicker of red in his eyes betraying his internal struggle as he considers the implications of his current identity. He knows there's nothing inherently wrong with Gerard's identity itself, The problem lies elsewhere. After all, the tickets were purchased through normal means, and he boarded the train legally. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he realizes the true obstacle. The problem right now is his face. Adjusting his tie, he acknowledges the undeniable truth. No matter how he looks at it, he doesn't look like a man in his 40s. The weight of his predicament presses down on him, a stark reminder of the danger he's in. He imagines the grim consequences of exposure, knowing he'll probably be hanged, or face extreme torture if he's lucky. The reality of his situation is inescapable. There are tons of officers and knights outside, so escaping will be impossible. He observes the train staff, their presence a constant reminder of his entrapment and the formidable forces he's up against. On top of that, he considers the vice captain's personality, which is probably that of one ruthless against criminals. He knew the woman might be smiling and acting kindly towards him now. But the moment he was found to be suspicious, the consequences would be swift and brutal, like a shard of ice piercing his very being. A voice cut through his thoughts, asking, "Are you okay?" He swallowed hard, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, his composure barely holding. The officer, a man in a fedora and trench coat, apologized for the delay in retrieving the passenger list, reassuring him that he was just checking his identity and there was no need to be nervous. Then, with a polite but firm tone, he asked, "If you still have your ticket, do you mind showing it to me?" Ludger simply replied, "Here." Officer Remlis then turned to a subordinate, confirming, "There seems to be nothing wrong with cabin 403. As he reviewed the passenger list, his eyes scanned the names for cabin 403, noting a man in his 20s named Ludger Kelsey and a man in his 40s named Gerard. A flicker of confusion crossed the officer's face as he looked up, asking, "Where's the other man?" Ludger, maintaining his calm facade, explained that Gerard had been caught in an explosion during the attack, a tragic incident that occurred while the train was passing Arret Mountains. He concluded his fabricated story by stating, "So he unfortunately fell down a cliff." His gaze, sharp and piercing, held a deep, electric blue intensity. A subtle gulp betrayed the tension beneath his composed exterior. "Please wait," a voice interjected. "That man shouldn't be a suspect." Officer Remlis, holding papers, looked up at Veronica, questioning, "What?" Veronica explained that he had been fighting the terrorists before their arrival, wondering why he would have done that if he was colluding with them. The officer, considering her words, asked, "Fighting them?" A realization dawned on him, a soft, escaping his lips. "I see," he murmured, nodding slightly. "So that's what happened." "Mr. Ludger," Veronica stated, her tone firm. The man in question, now appearing with long, dark hair and dressed in a sophisticated suit, sat with his arms crossed, a calm, yet powerful presence. "Huh," he responded, a hint of surprise in his voice. Meanwhile, chibi versions of Veronica and Officer Remlis reacted with shock, exclaiming, "What's this? You've been newly appointed at Soren Academy." A wave of admiration washes over the onlookers, their eyes sparkling as they behold the newly revealed figure, who, despite the attention, appears visibly flustered. With a subtle, knowing smirk, he acknowledges the effect he has on those around him. His hand firmly grips a briefcase, a symbol of his new responsibilities. As he addresses the crowd, he confirms his new position, stating, "As you've just said, I'm the newly appointed professor." With a flourish, he tips his hat, formally introducing himself. The names, Ludger Kelsey. High above the clouds, a sleek airship glides gracefully, carrying its passengers towards their destination. Upon arrival at the Grand Soren Academy, Officer Remlis apologizes for any trouble, saying, "Once again, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Ludger." Ludger, however, assures him, "No, I managed to get here comfortably, thanks." Remlis then offers an escort, asking, "Why don't I escort you to Soren Academy?" But Ludger politely declines, "No, there's no need for that." Placing a hand on Ludger's shoulder, Remlis insists, "You're a man that'll be teaching the future generations of the Empire. How could I just simply send you on your way?" Ludger's expression tightens with discomfort as he thinks, "I'm more uncomfortable being accompanied by you guys." He reiterates his need for privacy, explaining, "I have somewhere I need to visit for personal matters. There's no need to inconvenience yourself just for my sake." Remlis, finally relenting, sighs, "If you insist." With a final, decisive statement, he announces his departure. Turning his back to the academy, he offers a polite, if somewhat dismissive, farewell to Veronica, acknowledging their brief encounter. Veronica watches him go, a faint smile playing on her lips, her thoughts unreadable. As he walks away, her gaze follows him, a silent hope lingering in the air. He continues his journey through the bustling streets, leaving the academy and its officers behind. Each step echoes with a quiet determination, his path now his own. The rhythmic sound of his footsteps marks his progress, a steady beat against the city's hum. Looking back one last time, a triumphant grin spreads across his face, a silent declaration of success. His expression softens as he recalls the original Ludger, a pang of regret mixed with gratitude for the life he now inhabits. He muses on the world's primitive photography technology, grateful that it makes distinguishing him from the real Ludger cherish a challenge, even in a photograph. Confident in his escape from immediate crisis, he believes he is now safe. Yet, a new challenge looms. The need to conceal his true identity while establishing a new persona, perhaps even that of the very man he impersonates, Ludger Kelsey. He stands, his back to the viewer, a moment of quiet contemplation before his next move. When a voice cuts through the silence, addressing him directly. So it is you. I saw you talking with the knights earlier. The speaker, an older gentleman with a monocle, introduces himself. I am an employee of Soren Academy. The name's Wilford. He explains his presence. I've come to pick you up after hearing news of the attack. A look of genuine relief crosses Wilford's face as he continues. I'm relieved that you're safe. He then gestures towards a waiting carriage. Please get on. I shall give you a ride to Soren. Ludger glances back at the departing Wilford, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, before turning to follow the man's instructions. The city's grand architecture looms under a clear sky, a stark contrast to the recent turmoil. Soon, the rhythmic clopping of hooves echoes through the bustling streets, as carriages make their way through the city. Wilford stands beside a sophisticated mechanical horse, its gears and brass gleaming, ready to depart. The intricate clockwork leg of the steed moves with precision, a marvel of engineering. Inside the carriage, Ludger sits, his expression thoughtful, as the journey to Soren Academy begins. He finds himself in a precarious situation, realizing the full weight of his deception. It's unsettling to think they would personally dispatch someone to collect him, and the man accompanying him is clearly no ordinary employee. Putting aside his imposing physique, Ludger couldn't even sense his presence as he approached, a clear sign that this individual is at least a former knight. If he were to attempt an escape with some flimsy excuse, the man would undoubtedly grow suspicious and pursue him relentlessly. For now, it's best to play it safe, a strategy that might actually prove more advantageous in the long run. Since the original Gerard has been officially declared deceased, his current identity as Ludger Kelsey is surprisingly secure. Even if he were to be taken somewhere against his will, there's truly no one who would notice his absence. He reflects on the chilling reality that his disappearance would go entirely unnoticed. It's honestly more beneficial for him to possess an ironclad identity, even if it's not his own. He resolves to continue acting as Ludger Kelsey for the time being, patiently awaiting a suitable opportunity to make his next move. Suddenly, the journey concludes as a voice announces, "We've arrived, Mr. Ludger." Before him stands the imposing Soren Academy, his new temporary home. Ludger cherished gazes upon the vast expanse before him, a sudden realization dawning that this immense territory belongs entirely to Soren Academy. The sheer magnitude of the institution, he muses, is far greater than anything he had anticipated. Wilford, ever the diligent escort, turns to him, stating that he will take him to the principal immediately, his expression calm and professional. He then offers to handle Ludger's luggage, allowing him to proceed unburdened. The academy itself is a breathtaking sight, a sprawling complex of ornate spires and grand architecture, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Inside, the main hall echoes with the same majestic scale, its towering ceilings and intricate designs speaking of immense power and history. Ludger walks alone through the cavernous space, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Reaching a grand door, he pauses, then introduces himself with the assumed identity, declaring, "I'm Ludger Kelsey." He continues, explaining his presence. "I came here because you called for me." Before him, a figure sits regally on a throne-like chair, a powerful presence in the sun-drenched chamber. Her long, silver hair cascades around a face that holds a subtle, knowing smile, her eyes shadowed, hinting at hidden depths. She leans forward slightly, her voice calm and assured. "I've been waiting for you, Mr. Ludger." As the mysterious figure regarded him, she finally broke the silence, introducing herself as Elisa Willow, the principal of Soren Academy. Sunlight streams through a grand arched window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air of a lavish room. Within this opulent space, the principal, her white hair cascading around her, addresses Ludger, inquiring about his well-being after a recent terrorist attack, who dismisses the incident as minor, explaining that the knights arrived just as things were about to become dangerous. The principal, relieved, declares this excellent news, as it would reflect poorly on the academy if their newest professor were to be harmed. Ludger, however, finds her concern for the academy's reputation rather blunt, his expression betraying a hint of unease. He internally notes her peculiar demeanor, and a strange sensation he's been feeling since earlier begins to trouble him. The principal smiles, her gaze sharp, as Ludger wonders if his unease is merely imagination, and whether the real Ludger had ever actually met this professor before his impersonation began. His thoughts turn to his precarious situation, questioning if she has somehow discerned his true identity. The principal then compliments his appearance, noting it's her first time seeing him in person, but Ludger's internal assessment suggests her words are not entirely genuine. He offers a polite thank you for the compliment, even if he suspects it's merely a formality. The principal continues, explaining that when the semester begins, the students will be in an uproar, before abruptly changing the subject and instructing him to take a document. She extends a formal document towards him, stating that while she notified him previously, it doesn't hurt to be thorough. He examines the document in his hand, recognizing it as the contract for his new position, his internal thoughts dismissing its importance, believing he will soon depart anyway. However, the contract details a staggering monthly salary of 30 imperial gold coins. Ludger quickly calculates the sum, realizing it translates to 30 million deniers in common currency, or a shocking 300,000 US dollars. Meanwhile, the principal, observing his reaction, calmly inquires about his thoughts on the terms. He tries to maintain his composure, internally admitting that the offer is far from bad. His mind, however, screams in disbelief. This isn't just good, it's an unimaginable windfall. He forces himself to calm down, recognizing that such a generous salary implies equally high expectations for a professor at the Soren Academy. A wave of anxiety washes over him, wondering if he can truly manage in an academy renowned for its brilliant students. The principal's knowing smile reminds him that his employment is already a done deal, and backing out now would only raise suspicion after coming all this way. With no other viable option, he resigns himself to accepting the terms. He confirms he has thoroughly reviewed the contract, deciding to proceed with the agreement as it stands. The principal, confident in her own abilities, believes her real-world experience and theoretical knowledge will allow her to convincingly portray a competent professor. Principal Willow, with a knowing smile, concludes their agreement, stating her anticipation of working with Professor Ludger, who reciprocates the sentiment as their hands meet in a firm handshake. For him, it was a matter of enduring just 2 years, after which he would finally be a free man. As the night deepened, casting a serene glow over the world, Ludger found himself in a new, opulent residence, a stark contrast to his previous life, with only 3 weeks remaining until classes were set to begin. He had plenty of time to prepare. It was almost unbelievable that they would rent out an entire house just for him. So, it was an academy professor this time. He mused, realizing it had already been 27 years since he first arrived in this world. Reborn with no inherent abilities and only the memories of his previous life, he knew he had to survive on his own, a consequence of how terrible his parents had been. He had survived countless close calls, a testament to his cunning, and now, he found himself a professor at Soren. This new role felt like an undercover assignment, though he admitted it was more like he had been forcibly placed into it. Still, he mused, a new identity was precisely what he needed. And this Ludger character, whose identity he was now assuming, offered the perfect conditions for his deception. The original Ludger was a fallen noble from the small kingdom of Theoden, an only child with deceased parents. The letters he received were mere formalities, indicating no close ties. This meant virtually no one would recognize him, making it the ideal fake identity. With his new persona established, the only remaining tasks were to prepare his lectures and gather more information about Soren. All right, he declared, rising from the sofa. Let's start by assessing the terrain. A sudden thought struck him as he settled back onto the sofa. He hadn't eaten since the incident on the train. Under the starry night sky, he decided to handle things starting tomorrow, wondering where the restaurants might be. The crescent moon hung high above, casting a gentle glow over the quiet academy grounds. As night gave way to dawn, the sky transformed into a canvas of soft blues and whites, dotted with fluffy clouds. The morning light streamed down, bright and clear, signaling the start of a new day. Settling into his new identity, Professor Ludger Cherish found himself at an outdoor cafe, reviewing the necessary documents for his upcoming classes. He took a sip of his drink, reflecting that he had more or less finished checking all the required materials, and his preparations for the classes were progressing smoothly. With only 1 week remaining until classes officially began, all that was left was to put his plans into practice. Suddenly, a soft click of footsteps announced the arrival of a hooded figure, who approached his table with a quiet demeanor. The figure spoke, noting that it was about time for customers to rush in, and expressed relief, saying, "I'm glad you're safe. I was worried that something bad might have happened to you." The figure finished as Ludger looked away, a hint of concern on his face. The city street bustled around them, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of their conversation. Nearby, an empty table stood ready for new patrons, awaiting the day's inevitable rush. The hooded figure continued, revealing that the other members are also curious about the whereabouts of Mr. First Order. Ludger remained silent, his expression unreadable, as he processed the implications of the hooded figure's words. He then admitted, "There was something I had to check," before clarifying. "They didn't come to me by mistake. They came here looking for me. To be exact, they were looking for the man named Ludger Kelsey." The hooded figure, Machiavelli, calmly asserted that the recent terrorist incident was nothing more than an accident. He continued, explaining that they hadn't anticipated the rebels' attack, and that he also needed information regarding Soren, prompting Ludger to question why he hadn't received any prior intelligence, wondering what exactly was going on. Machiavelli clarified that he was merely verifying the information Ludger had sent him, then asked if everything had been handled properly on his end, his tone unwavering. A flicker of unease crossed Ludger's face as he began to respond, a slight hesitation in his voice. Internally, he cursed the situation, his eyes narrowing with frustration. Machiavelli's question hung in the air, leaving Ludger to ponder what was truly unfolding, deciding that for now, he should simply go along with it to avoid suspicion, his mind racing for a solution. He confirmed that everything was taken care of, to which Machiavelli replied, "Of course," before detailing how, prior to his arrival, they had assassinated all the key figures at the academy, and also rooted out the traitors within the organization. He continued, describing the gruesome fate of those traitors, their limbs torn apart and shoved inside their own mouths, their bodies then tossed to wild dogs. A sinister smile spread across Machiavelli's face as he asked if that wasn't a fitting end for traitors. Ludger's expression tightened, his internal monologue confirming his growing dread. This was indeed bad. Machiavelli, pouring a cup of coffee, calmly advised him to settle down, suggesting they discuss things further. With a slight bow of his hooded head, Machiavelli offered a seemingly apologetic, "I'm sorry." He glances over the report, a flicker of regret crossing his features, wishing he had personally verified its contents before it was submitted. The hooded figure, sensing his displeasure, explains their presence, stating it had been nearly half a month since Mr. First Order had arrived. Ludger's gaze sharpens, questioning if they had acted independently during such critical times, prompting an immediate, apologetic response from the subordinate. A heavy silence descends upon the room, his gloved hands resting on the table, conveying an unspoken authority. He then comments on the subordinate's suspicious attire, his hand reaching out as if to dismiss the bothersome garment. Internally, Ludger muses that others tend to overreact to his every action, a certainty in his demeanor. Indeed, the narration confirms the hooded figure's palpable fear of Ludger, their hands clenching tightly in apprehension. With a sigh, Ludger decides it is time to personally verify the situation, inquiring about the number of individuals who have gathered so far. The hooded subordinate reports that 31 second orders and 7 third orders have successfully infiltrated, before adding another detail. They continue, explaining that the other first orders arrived earlier and have already settled in as planned, a fact Ludger acknowledges with a quiet "adequate" and I see to himself. He confirms his understanding, then instructs the subordinate that for their next meeting, they simply need to go to the pre-designated location. Finally, he poses a question, his tone carrying a subtle weight, asking if the subordinate wants him to accompany them, leaving the figure visibly startled. A wave of distress washes over Machiavelli, his expression tight, with suppressed emotion. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish, his back turned, speaks with a dismissive tone, questioning how someone of such low standing could presume to order him around. Machiavelli flinches, a sound of discomfort escaping him as he tries to explain, his words catching in his throat. Ludger, however, cuts him off sharply, declaring he has no interest in hearing any excuses. As they stand outside, Ludger makes it clear that he alone will decide when a meeting is necessary, and that he only entertains requests from those of equal or higher standing. He continues to walk away, confirming his stance, and warns Machiavelli not to bother him with trivial details unless they come from a specific, unnamed individual. With a final, echoing stride, Ludger departs, leaving Machiavelli standing alone. Back inside, Machiavelli sits, his hood now down, revealing a face contorted in frustration, cursing under his breath at the situation. He reflects on the encounter, realizing these individuals are far more dangerous than he had initially perceived. His thoughts race, wondering about the fate of the traitors, and concluding that his adversaries are utterly insane. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm runs through him, as he realizes he needs to escape, if only for a moment. Just as he prepares to leave, Ludger reappears behind him, his voice a calm command to wait. Ludger Cherish, having just stopped Machiavelli from leaving, looks down, his expression unreadable as he poses a simple question, "What is it?" He then follows up, inquiring about the timing of their next encounter. When? Machiavelli, his face now fully visible beneath his sunglasses, bristles with barely contained annoyance, his jaw clenched as he considers the implications of Ludger's casual demands. He finally retorts, "You're going to call us. How will you be doing it?" Ludger stands tall, casting a long shadow over the seated Machiavelli, who remains hunched at the desk, a stark contrast in their postures. A moment of silence passes before Ludger admits, almost to himself, "I didn't think that far." A bead of sweat trickles down his temple as he looks away, a rare sign of his own oversight. Machiavelli, incredulous, thinks to himself, "Do I really have to tell you that myself?" before verbally exclaiming, "No." With a final, exasperated sigh, Machiavelli offers a sarcastic farewell, "Have a safe trip home." Scattered letters lie upon a rich, patterned surface, their contents hinting at a past life, one of a fallen aristocrat who possessed no family to speak of. As Machiavelli sits on an opulent bed, surrounded by the trappings of a life not his own, he recalls the details of this fabricated persona, someone recorded to have reached the 4th rank with unprecedented speed, and now, a Soren professor. A wave of frustration washes over him, his expression tightening as he curses the situation, wishing he had doubted the circumstances much earlier. The reason Ludger's circumstances seemed so ideal, he muses, is because this identity was meticulously crafted from the very beginning for a specific purpose. He couldn't use his original self to infiltrate the academy. Returning his gaze to the documents, he considers the letters he sent and received under Ludger's guise, concluding they were likely ciphers, hidden messages disguised as mundane correspondence. A deep sigh escapes him, his hand raking through his hair as the weight of his deception presses down. Above him, an ornate chandelier hangs, its golden light reflecting the grandeur of his temporary surroundings, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Lying back on the bed, he stares at the ceiling, a bitter thought forming. He can't believe the hasty path he chose has led him directly into what feels like a nuclear bomb. An open book lies on the desk, filled with intricate script, its pages holding secrets yet to be fully deciphered. Now seated at the desk, Machiavelli ponders if the ciphers were exchanged using Quiedin's language, admitting he had doubts due to the awkward sentence arrangements, but realizing the true problem lies deeper. The first order was clear: infiltrate Soren Academy as a professor and gain the school's favor, with further instructions to follow as the situation developed. Yet, as he sat at his desk, the weight of his deception pressed down, making him realize Soren wasn't the only thing he had to worry about. A bead of sweat traced its way down his temple, his mind racing with the unbelievable truth of his predicament. The more he considered it, the more unbelievable the entire situation became. Slumping forward, head in hands, he couldn't help but question, what kind of secret society executive gets involved in a train hijack and dies? He pictured the man, an executive of an organization that had planted dozens of spies in Soren, a person like that should have easily survived a mere train hijack. A sigh escaped him as he realized complaining to the dead was utterly useless. Still, he knew there was one more thing that should never be discovered about him, a secret tied to both Soren Academy and the enigmatic secret society, a memory of Veronica and Machiavelli standing over a coffin. His eyes narrowed in thought, a new idea forming in his mind. Perhaps it would be better for him to contact them today, especially after what that girl had told him earlier. According to her, the secret society consisted of 4 distinct orders: the Zero Order, First Order, Second Order, and Third Order. However, despite this new information, he still had no clue regarding the mysterious Zero Order. He acknowledges that merely confirming the secret society's existence is a significant step, but his immediate concern remains paramount. His thoughts drift to the other agent sent by the First Order, a potential acquaintance of the original Ludger, who could easily expose his deception. For now, his primary goal is to avoid detection, and the most ideal scenario he envisions involves Soren Academy itself eliminating the threat. The principal, a figure of immense power within Soren, stands poised over a chessboard, a silent testament to the Academy's might, ready to move against any who dare challenge it. He understands that no matter how formidable the secret society may be, they cannot stand against Soren's influence, so he must carefully provide information to ensure he isn't caught between the two warring factions. The sheer complexity of this balancing act, walking a tightrope between two powerful entities, already gives him a throbbing headache. A visible strain crosses his features, his jaw tightening with the weight of his predicament. His mind then drifts to a name, Ion, a silent concern echoing in his thoughts. He knows he cannot afford to relax, not with so much at stake. The grand architecture of Soren Academy stands majestically under a clear sky, its spires reaching towards the heavens. Back in his study, his thoughts continue to churn, a silent, complex internal dialogue playing out as he processes his precarious situation. As students navigate the bustling hallways of Soren Academy, whispers begin to circulate, a male student with neatly swept-back brown hair leaning inconspiratorially. The rumors spread through the grand lecture halls, where countless students gather for their lessons, their attention divided between their studies and the latest academy gossip. The brown-haired student, his expression a mix of excitement and intrigue, asks if anyone has heard the news, his voice barely above a murmur. A female student with long blue hair, her twin tails swaying slightly, relays the details. The theory of spell casting and understanding of elements class will be entrusted to the new professor. Her blue eyes narrow slightly as she continues, speculating that the appointment wasn't planned, given the previous professor's sudden resignation. Another student, a male with red hair, chimes in, reminding them that the professor was actually pushed back by a student, an incident that occurred in front of everyone. The blue-haired student turns to her blonde companion, Flora, who looks surprised, whispering that it seems they're talking about her. Flora, her blue eyes wide with a hint of indignation, clarifies her actions, stating that as a student, she merely wanted to point out that the professor's magic technique was incorrect. A small smirk plays on Flora's lips as she acknowledges the truth of the situation, confirming the incident. The red-haired student, still discussing the new professor, notes his impressive record, having written many papers as a military officer, suggesting he's far from ordinary. The brown-haired student, his smile widening, prepares to reveal the most intriguing detail, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. And then, the final piece of the puzzle is shared. He's a fallen aristocrat. A student wonders if things are truly going to be that easy, her expression shifting from hopeful to a hint of disappointment as she thinks about the new professor's class. Meanwhile, the new professor, Ludger Kelly, makes his entrance, his footsteps echoing through the quiet hall, a sense of anticipation building among the students. Each deliberate step carries him further into the academy's hallowed halls, his presence commanding attention even before he is fully seen. He ascends the steps with an air of quiet authority, his dark coat swaying gently with his movement. Upon reaching the front of the classroom, he places his gloved hand firmly on the podium, a subtle gesture that silences the room. With a calm and collected demeanor, he greets the assembled students, introducing himself as Ludger Kelly, their newly appointed professor. His piercing blue eyes scan the room, taking in every student with an intensity that promises no easy path. The students exchange uneasy glances, some gulping nervously, as the weight of his presence settles over them. He acknowledges their unspoken concerns, stating that since it's still the course correction period, he won't dive straight into the lesson, but offers a prior notice. Ludger then reveals his intention to teach spell casting, but clarifies that his approach will be distinctly different from traditional methods, focusing on practical applications rather than mere theory. The students react with a mix of surprise and apprehension as he further announces that his class won't be restricted to sophomores, but will also be open to freshmen, causing a stir among them. Raising a hand to quell their murmurs, he acknowledges their potential complaints, but firmly states his unwavering intention to maintain the class's high difficulty, urging them not to fret. A student's hand shot up, interrupting the lecture, as a voice questioned, "May we know the reason as to why you're letting the freshmen attend this class as well?" Flora, her hand still raised, pressed for clarity. "It's hard for me to understand it unless you explain it more thoroughly." The professor paused, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, wondering, "I feel like I've seen that face somewhere before." He then calmly addressed the class, stating, "As an educator, I feel it is my responsibility to teach everyone equally, regardless of grade," acknowledging, "Of course, I understand that my class is different from the existing standard." With a slight smirk, he dismissed her request for an immediate answer, suggesting, "It's no fun if I tell you in advance, and challenging. If you're curious, attend my next lesson." His demeanor shifted, however, as he issued a stern warning to all present. He cautioned against any student who might expect an easy path to good grades, simply because he was a new professor. His gaze sharpened, making it clear he would challenge any complacent mindset, declaring, "You regret that mindset, for it is my job as an educator to do so." He delivered a stark ultimatum, "So please don't come to my class." A chilling smile spread across his face, a bright aura emanating around him, as he added, "But the fewer students I have to teach, the better." He further elaborated on his strategy, musing that the presence of first-year students might hurt the pride of second years, and questioning, "Moreover, would anyone want to attend my class after I told them that it would be hard?" Turning to face the now silent and intimidated class, he calmly asked if there were any further questions. Whispers ripple through the student body, some wondering if his military background explains the professor's intense aura, while others question the rumor of him being the youngest fourth-rank individual. Despite their numerous curiosities, not a single student dares to voice a question. A young woman observes the tense atmosphere, a thoughtful hum escaping her lips as the silence persists. From the podium, Ludger Kellecy addresses the room, his voice cutting through the quiet as he declares the entry ceremony concluded, given the lack of inquiries. Footsteps echo through the vast hall, the sound amplifying the profound quiet that has settled over the students. As he walks away, the professor muses to himself, surprised that not a single student had dared to ask a question, even a trivial one. He lets out a small, self-deprecating chuckle, realizing that all the answers he had meticulously prepared are now utterly useless. Suddenly, he pauses, a new thought striking him. Could they be deliberately ignoring him? He considers the possibility, admitting it's not unlikely he should have acted more amicably, perhaps even having inadvertently bruised their pride by his earlier challenge. A flicker of concern crosses his face, his eyes reflecting a moment of self-doubt. As he continues his solitary walk down the aisle, Flora watches him go, her expression unreadable. The entire hall remains in a profound silence, the students watching the professor's retreating figure, a palpable tension filling the air. He stares ahead, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as a thought echoes in his mind. It was just some theory of mine, but is it actually real? A soft "you" escapes him as a new presence approaches, greeting him with a cheerful hello. The newcomer then addresses him directly, asking, "You are the newly appointed Professor Ludger, yes?" With a warm smile, she introduces herself, declaring, "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Selena." Her demeanor remains friendly as she adds, "I am also a newly appointed professor, just like you." Ludger acknowledges her, stating, "I see, it is a pleasure to meet you." But then, noticing something amiss, he inquires, "But what's the matter?" Selena hesitates, a soft "that, well," escaping her lips, before she continues, "Have you?" Her question hangs in the air. Already eaten? Under a clear, bright sky, the Grand Academy stood, its pristine white architecture gleaming in the sunlight. Its ornate entrance beckoned, as new faculty gathered, exchanging polite greetings, each offering a simple, "Nice to meet you." Among them, a distinguished older gentleman chuckled warmly, as Marilda, a woman with striking purple hair, introduced herself. She explained her role, teaching captivation and hallucination as part of the curses and dispelling curriculum. Then, Ludger Cherish, a man with long, dark hair, stepped forward, his demeanor composed as he offered his own introduction, announcing himself as the professor in charge of the spell-casting class. Marilda, standing nearby, wondered aloud if this gathering was specifically for new professors to become acquainted, before leaning in to whisper to Ludger Cherish that he was even more handsome up close. He simply offered a polite, "Thank you." A man with blue hair and glasses observed the exchange, his gaze sharp, while Ludger Cherish maintained his calm, collected expression. The blue-haired man, Chris Benamore, exuded an air of quiet authority, his profile revealing a thoughtful intensity. Marilda, still close to Ludger Cherish, whispered to him, identifying the blue-haired man as Professor Chris Benamor. She continued, noting that Chris Benamor was a noble, unlike us commoners, to which Ludger Cherish simply responded, I see. Chris Benamor, his eyes glowing faintly with a blue aura, mentally catalogued the new faculty, observing that among them were one noble, one fallen noble, and 3 commoners. He concluded that despite their differing statuses, including Selena with her pink hair, Marilda, and himself, they were all highly skilled in their respective fields. In other words, there's a good chance that another First Order might be among them. A chilling thought as shadowy figures with glowing eyes loom in the distance. The mere mention of it makes Ludger Cherish uneasy, his mind racing with distrust for his new co-workers, especially those who arrived earlier. Meanwhile, Chris Benamor, observing the new professors gathered outside the Grand Academy, lets out a dismissive humph, unable to stand being there any longer as he wonders who these new people might be. From above, the group appears small and insignificant to him, just a fallen noble and some commoners, certainly not worth his time or attention. His disdain is palpable, a silent command for them to have fun amongst themselves, especially Ludger. Ludger's expression remains stoic, though the weight of the unspoken words clearly settles upon him. Chris's internal monologue continues, a bitter thought about Ludger's status, warning him not to act so high and mighty when he's just a fallen noble. With a final, dismissive glance, Chris turns and walks away, his footsteps echoing with finality, leaving Selena to wonder aloud how he could look down on them so arrogantly, despite his noble status. Marilda, ever the supportive colleague, turns to Ludger, telling him not to pay too much attention to Chris's words, and suggesting they simply go eat without him. The blonde professor beside Marilda agrees, finding her suggestion to be a good one. As the 3 walk away from the grand building, Ludger reflects that for now, he should be satisfied that he doesn't have to eat alone. Under the serene glow of the crescent moon, the Academy's grand architecture stood silent against the starry night. Until a soft, ethereal hum filled the air as a luminous, hexagonal projection materialized on the polished floor, pulsing with faint blue light. The display quickly coalesced into a clear message, posing a question that echoed through the quiet halls. Have you heard about the new professor called Ludger Cherish? The projection continued, detailing an impressive resume, claiming him to be the youngest person to achieve 4th rank, with experience even as a military officer. A hand, glowing with faint magical energy, tapped the surface, revealing further accolades, contributions to the cryptid hunt, and a registration at the Magic Tower as a freelance wizard. Selena, observing the display with a skeptical gaze, could only wonder if any of these extraordinary claims were truly factual. Her concern deepened, knowing she couldn't allow anything to disrupt Mr. First Order's class. A red case lay on a nearby table, as Selena's thoughts raced, realizing the urgent need to ensure as many students as possible attended his class. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish himself gazed at the same projection, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he pondered if even a first-year student could take such a class, while Selena remained lost in thought beside him. Looking up, a thoughtful expression settled on his features, finding the prospect fascinating and deciding to give it a shot. Above, the vast, clear sky stretched endlessly, a silent witness to the unfolding intrigue. With a soft thud, a polished black boot steps onto the wooden floor, marking the arrival of Ludger Cherish. He walks down the long, empty hallway, reflecting that today marks the true beginning of classes, and wondering how many students would actually remain after the professor's ominous warning. Meanwhile, the professor, Ludger Cherish, had indeed issued a stark warning, declaring his class a hellhole to ensure no one would enroll willingly. The only reason anyone might attend, he mused, was if they had no other choice, perhaps because all the other classes were already full. He anticipated a small turnout, expecting perhaps 30 students at most. As students began to gather, a hushed whisper passed between 2 of them, one expressing surprise at the unexpected crowd. The lecture hall, contrary to the professor's expectations, was nearly full, bustling with an unexpected number of attendees. The professor's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of utter shock crossing his face. He stood at the back, observing the sea of students, uttering a bewildered question. Why are there so many here? Are all 80 seats full? Among the students, a group discussed the situation, one noting the surprising number of first years, while another remarked on the professor's immediate impact, attributing it to his rumored military background. The professor's frustration mounted, feeling as though someone had deliberately orchestrated this situation to complicate his plans, while a chibi Selena cheered him on from his thoughts. Despite the internal encouragement from a tiny figure, his resolve remained firm. He would not yield to this unexpected turn of events. Professor Ludger Cherish, standing before a surprisingly full lecture hall, finds himself in a predicament, realizing he might have underestimated the students. Instead of deterring them, he might have inadvertently provoked their competitive nature. A quiet sigh escapes him, his frustration evident as he considers his next move. With no other option, he decides to allow the unexpected attendance, acknowledging that since there are new students, he will reintroduce himself. Addressing the class, he formally introduces himself as Ludger Cherish, the professor who will be teaching the overall spell casting process. A student raises a hand, asking for clarification, inquiring if overall process refers to all 4 major specializations. The professor's sharp, blue eyes narrow slightly, a flicker of intensity crossing his face. He decides to let the interruption slide, given it's the first day, but warns that from now on, anyone disrupting the flow of the class or challenging his authority will have points deducted. Of course, there will also be chances for bonus points. Responding to the student's question, he confirms that he will indeed be teaching all 4 specializations. He then begins to list them, starting with release and elemental property. Continuing the list, he names telekinesis and reinforcement, concluding that those are their respective names. Professor Chris Benamor continues his lecture, explaining that normally, it is difficult to master even 2 specializations, yet he intends to teach all 4. From his seat, Ludger Cherish, disguised as a student, observes the professor, finding the claim to be an exaggeration, especially coming from a new professor. Unaware of the true Ludger's thoughts, the professor addresses the class, promising to pique their interest with a demonstration. He conjures a vibrant, swirling vortex of fire, a 3rd-tier flame elemental spell known as Fluttering Flame, explaining that it uses release as its foundation, combined with heating, combustion, compression, expansion, diffusion, and acceleration. As the professor demonstrates the spell, glowing particles shimmer around his hand, revealing that 7 components synergize to form this complex technique. He then promises to show them a method to achieve even greater speed. With a confident smirk, the professor declares his method will allow them to cast spells 3 times faster. The students murmur in disbelief, Veronica DeVille wondering if such a feat is even possible, while another student suggests he might be lying. Marilda then asks Flora if she believes the professor's claims. Flora, looking uncertain, admits she's not sure, believing it's impossible unless the basic structure of the spell itself is fundamentally altered. Ludger, listening intently, considers existing methods like scrolls, which store spells in a medium, as well as memory reverberation, but he knows each of these has clear limitations. He ponders if the professor brought up either of those methods in mind. With a subtle, knowing smirk, Ludger thinks to himself that he would be greatly disappointed if the professor's claims were merely based on such conventional methods. As the professor continued his lecture, the students in the class remained captivated, some leaning forward in anticipation. Chris Benamor, sensing their curiosity, acknowledged the room, stating that they all seemed to have many questions. He offered to answer a few, prompting a second-year student named Alex Saline to inquire about the meaning of shortening a spell's casting speed. The professor quickly assured them he would be quicker, exactly as he had promised, before a first-year named Dahlia followed up, asking if his method involved modifying the technique itself. Chris Benamor clarified that he would not be altering an already completed technique, as that would simply result in a different spell altogether. Instead, he explained, his demonstration would reveal a way to maintain the technique as is, only shortening the casting speed. A student's voice echoed through the room, calling out to the professor in disbelief. Another student, Veronica DeVille, raised her hand, her expression firm as she declared that such a feat was impossible. Ludger Cherish, observing the growing skepticism among his peers, maintained a thoughtful, analytical gaze, his expression unreadable. A young woman with striking blue hair and crimson eyes stands before a class, introducing herself as Flora Lumos, a sophomore, before directly addressing the professor. Her statement is met with an immediate, incredulous thought from the professor, who finds her assertion impossible. Ludger Cherish, the professor, maintains a composed expression, his electric blue eyes fixed on the student. Whispers ripple through the classroom as other students recognize her, noting that Flora has finally stepped forward. The professor, his gaze unwavering, informs her that he hadn't given permission to speak outside of answering a question, but he will listen for now, then challenges her to explain why she is so certain of the impossibility. Flora Lumos responds, citing existing formulas that dictate repeated proficiency as the only method for shortening casting time, and accuses him of attempting something no genius has ever achieved. Ludger Cherish listens intently, his hand rising to his chin in thought, still unable to believe her statement. He ponders the possibility that it's not that magic couldn't improve, but rather that it simply hasn't. He considers how magic has become stagnant, overly focused on customs and history, while science has steadily advanced. This scientific progress has reached a point where it now threatens the very position magic has held for so long, a thought that weighs heavily on him as he stands before his students. With a renewed conviction, he asserts that magic also possesses the possibility of improvement, and therefore, Flora Lumos' statement is incorrect. Professor Ludger Cherish, having asserted that magic could be improved, declared that since no one else had attempted to advance it, he would be the first. His words clearly struck a nerve with Flora Lumos, who, with a visible spark of indignation, questioned if he truly meant what he was saying, internally fuming at what she perceived as shameless pride. Unfazed, Ludger decided to move beyond mere words, conjuring a glowing, intricate magical circle before him, announcing that an explanation alone would be insufficient, and a demonstration was in order. He then addressed her directly, confirming her name was Flora. Flora, still processing his challenge, posed a question about the average casting time for a Fluttering Flame spell, adding that the duration would naturally depend on the caster's skill. From her seat, she elaborated. explaining that a newly ranked third-tier wizard would typically take 10 seconds to cast it, while a higher-ranked mage could reduce that to 5. Ludger, however, clarified his intent, stating that he was referring to methods that would elevate the magic to a level suitable for the students attending his lecture. Flora, with a confident smirk, acknowledged that 5 seconds was indeed the fastest possible time, but then added, with a hint of challenge, that she could perform it even quicker. Amused by her impressive self-assurance, Ludger invited her to step up to the lectern and demonstrate her claim in person. With a decisive gesture, Flora Lumos simply uttered, "Fine," accepting the professor's challenge. Moving with purpose, she walked towards the front of the classroom, her hand already extended, a vibrant orange magical aura swirling around her fingertips as she began to cast. As the spell coalesces, a vibrant orange and yellow energy swirls, radiating outward with a soft glow, culminating in a brilliant, golden magical shield that materializes before her, a testament to her swift casting. The students in the classroom murmur in awe, impressed by the speed, acknowledging that it was truly fast, just as one would expect from the daughter of the Lumos family. Standing by the blackboard, Ludger Cherish calmly announces the result, a casting time of 4.78 seconds, a speed that seems unbelievable for a sophomore. He then adds that the process itself was also perfect, though he dismisses her achievement with a casual, "It wasn't much." Flora's expression shifts, her internal monologue revealing her surprise at his continued criticism, as he insists, "But it's still too slow." He elaborates, explaining that a third-rank wizard's fastest time is 4.41 seconds, and even that is still too slow for his standards, prompting her to consider that with more practice, she could cast even faster. Holding up a pocket watch, he reiterates his point, declaring that even a 4.41-second casting time is simply way too slow. The students whisper amongst themselves, wondering if he truly means what he says, and how fast he could possibly cast a spell if he speaks with such conviction. With a commanding tone, he simply instructs them to observe. His gloved hand raises a slender wand, as he explains that the Fluttering Flame spell is used in this manner. Without further ado, he extends his arm, and a thin, orange beam of magical energy shoots forth from the wand's tip, demonstrating the spell with effortless precision. As Ludger Cherish began his demonstration, Flora Lumos watched intently, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as she questioned his method, realizing it wasn't the standard technique for fluttering flames. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, he unleashed the spell, a vibrant orange magic circle instantly materializing and flaring with power. The sheer speed of the casting left Flora stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as the other students around her reacted with similar shock. Even Alex Saline, typically composed, could only manage a single, incredulous gasp as the implications of what they had just witnessed began to sink in. A murmur rippled through the classroom, students exclaiming that the spell was completed instantly, with one voice correcting, "No, it took less than 1 second." Flora's mind raced, confirming her initial thought that the technique was entirely unfamiliar, and more astonishingly, there seemed to be no discernible process for the spell's completion at all. Observing their bewildered faces, Ludger Cherish smirked slightly, then announced, "I'll show you once more for those who missed it," his wand held casually. His gloved hand lowered, the slender wand pointing directly downwards, poised to repeat the impossible feat. And just as before, with no visible incantation or movement, the glowing orange magic circle erupted from the tip of his wand, a perfect, instantaneous manifestation of the spell. Flora's expression tightened, her crimson eyes reflecting the intense magical energy, the second demonstration only deepening her bewilderment and awe. The other students, including Alex and Dahlia, were equally speechless, their faces frozen in a mixture of astonishment and dawning comprehension. Finally, all of their expressions have changed. Continuing his explanation, Ludger reveals that the Fluttering Flame spell he had just cast took a mere 0.24 seconds to activate. He gestures with a hand holding a pocket watch, emphasizing that this was a drastic difference from any existing record. However, he cautions, this method might also seem unusual, because when he first cast it, the technique wasn't actually fluttering flames at all. Standing before the bewildered students, he clarifies that what was definite was his use of fluttering flames, but to be exact, he used one spell to cast another. Among the students, Alex Saline and Dahlia exchanged shocked glances, whispering in disbelief about a spell technique that casts another spell. Ludger's gaze sharpens as he continues, explaining that once he inputs the cost, the chosen results are immediately produced. He describes it as a unique type of blueprint, a system that operates through the biological hardware known as a wizard. This process involves consuming data called mana, following a program called technique, which then activates the software known as magic. Ludger concludes his explanation, declaring, "I call this source code." Flora Lumos, her eyes glowing with intense focus, reacts with utter bewilderment, having never heard of such a type of magic, wondering who this person truly is. Ludger then directly addresses her, asking if her question has been resolved, to which she can only respond with a simple, stunned, "Yes." He then turns to the entire class, his tone firm as he admonishes them for interfering in his lecture without permission, explaining that their inability to overcome their own prejudices was the true reason for their confusion. Flora Lumos, her expression tight with apprehension, stands before the professor, admitting her wrongdoing. His gaze sharp and unwavering, Ludger Cherish declares her actions an indefensible challenge against authority. And so, addressing her by name, he announces a penalty of 10 points. From her desk, another student, Flora, murmurs in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could happen. Flora Lumos flinches, her face shadowed by the weight of the judgment, a visible tremor running through her. As the professor walks past her, the other students watch intently, the tension in the grand hall palpable. However, he continues, his voice softening slightly. The technique for fluttering flames she demonstrated was perfect. Turning to face her again, he clarifies his true intent, announcing he will bestow upon her 10 award points, for he does not hate students with skill. Flora Lumos, still reeling from the whiplash of emotions, can only manage a quiet, grateful, thank you. Among the other students, a collective gasp ripples through the room, as they realize the penalty points were merely a dramatic setup for an unexpected reward. Flora, still at her desk, looks on with concern, asking if Flora Lumos is all right after the ordeal. After the unexpected turn of events, Flora Lumos reassures someone named Cheryl that she is indeed okay, a faint smile gracing her lips as she dismisses any lingering concern. Meanwhile, her friend Flora expresses a profound sense of relief, her eyes wide with surprise and admiration. She muses on how Flora Lumos can brush off such a significant moment so quickly, finding it entirely characteristic of her. With a resolute gaze, Flora Lumos looks onward, her expression unwavering amidst the subtle magical particles that shimmer around her. Back in the classroom, Ludger Cherish, now donning his jacket, announces the official commencement of the lesson, his voice carrying a calm authority. Flora, still processing the earlier events, reflects on Flora Lumos' remarkable ability to quickly recover from challenging situations. Ludger continues, explaining that he will select a few students who demonstrate exceptional aptitude to follow along with the lesson and learn the source code, urging everyone to work hard if they wish to be chosen. His words echo through the grand lecture hall, where numerous students are seated, their attention now fully captivated by the professor at the podium. Among them, Alex Saline reacts with a quiet, impressed exclamation, recalling the strange rumors he'd heard about the professor. He admits to having wondered if he'd chosen a poor class, but now, witnessing the professor's unique approach, he feels a surge of amazement and certainty that coming to Soren was the right decision. As the clock ticks on, Ludger Cherish calmly announces the conclusion of the lesson, his hand resting gently on the podium. As the lesson concludes, Ludger Cherish turns his back to the class, his footsteps echoing softly as he begins to walk away from the arched doorway. Behind him, the students are still buzzing with excitement, their voices rising in a chorus of awe, exclaiming how truly amazing the experience was. He glances back, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, thinking to himself how easily impressed they are by something he considers so minor. Meanwhile, a blonde student, adjusting his glasses, echoes a similar sentiment, his tone dripping with disdain as he declares that such simple-mindedness is precisely why commoners will never truly succeed. Unaware of the student's specific comment, Ludger continues to ponder the true depth of the lesson, his mind fixated on the concept of source code, marveling at the opportunity to finally delve into such profound knowledge. His internal monologue continues, a critical assessment of his peers, as he silently judges them for their perceived lack of intellect, a humorous visual gag of chibi characters reacting to his thoughts appearing below. Ludger Cherish sits patiently at a desk, while a blonde-haired man stands on the stairs above him, seemingly lost in thought. His gaze sweeping across the room as if searching for something, or perhaps someone. A blue-green-haired student also stands on a lower step, observing the scene. Suddenly, the blonde man snaps out of his reverie, his expression shifting to annoyance as he realizes Ludger is addressing him. He questions if he's being mocked, his face contorted in anger. Ludger, surprised by the sudden outburst, quickly apologizes, his eyes wide behind his glasses. The blonde man, Aiden, dismisses Ludger's apology, insisting it wasn't like that, before shifting the conversation to the Baronfelio household. The blue-green-haired student, now holding a book, interjects, pointing out that the household is located at the farthest frontiers of the empire. Aiden, now seated at a desk next to Ludger, lets out a sigh, then sarcastically asks if Soren Academy now accepts infants, his expression smug. The blue-green-haired student, standing nearby, retorts sharply, declaring that it's better than accepting the idiotic child of a childish Baron household. This direct insult causes Aiden's face to contort in fury, muttering curses under his breath. Still seething from the insult, Aiden brandishes a glowing wand, his voice laced with menace as he declares his intent to make them pay for daring to disrespect a noble. However, the blue-green-haired student remains unfazed, his expression calm and collected despite the threat. Aiden's face contorts further in frustration, his composure cracking under the student's unwavering gaze. As a foot steps forward with quiet determination, the blue-green-haired student warns Aiden that attacking them here would have severe consequences. He continues, reminding Aiden that even a noble would struggle to escape punishment at Soren Academy, and questions if he even bothered to read the Academy's rules before entering. The blue-green-haired student then gestures to the surrounding classroom, filled with other students like Ludger Cherish, Flora, Alex Saline, and Dahlia, pointing out that Aiden should have checked his surroundings before making a scene. Aiden, now visibly flustered, glances back at Ludger Cherish and another student, his anger momentarily overshadowed by embarrassment at being called out in front of his peers. With a final, frustrated glare at the blue-green-haired student, Aiden can only manage a sputtering threat before turning away. As Aiden retreats, the blue-green-haired student lets out a quiet sigh of relief, turning to Ludger Cherish, who had subtly helped de-escalate the situation. Ludger Cherish offers a small, knowing smile, as the blue-green-haired student expresses his gratitude for the assistance. The blue-green-haired student dismisses the thanks, explaining that he was simply annoyed by Aiden's arrogance as a noble. Ludger Cherish's inner thoughts playfully label the blue-green-haired student a nice guy, but the student, oblivious, reiterates his frustration and declares his departure. As the blue-green-haired student begins to walk away, Ludger Cherish calls out, declaring his intention to follow, though the other student pauses, questioning if he even knows their destination. Holding up a textbook, the blue-green-haired student confirms it's for alchemy, and reveals that it's also his next class. A slight turn of his head reveals a hint of annoyance, as if Ludger's presence is already testing his patience. Ludger, now walking beside him, receives a pointed remark that it would be best if he didn't give off those kinds of signals. Ludger's expression shifts to one of exaggerated confusion as the other student elaborates, listing boon as signals, commoner signals, and signs that you didn't learn magic properly, to which Ludger can only respond with a bewildered, "Oh, is that true? I don't know too much about that." The blue-green-haired student continues, emphasizing the importance of understanding the social landscape of Soren Academy, especially among the second-year students, where some hold overwhelming influence. He begins to list them, starting with Flora Lumos, the sophomore, prompting Ludger to recall her as the one who had gone up to the podium during class. The blue-green-haired student confirms, adding that her personality is reportedly garbage, making it wise to be wary of her, and even whispers rumors that she was the reason the previous spellcasting teacher quit. Next, he introduces a figure from the Exilian Empire's noble lineage, a regal blonde woman with an air of undeniable authority. This is the third princess, Elendil von Exilian. The blue-green-haired student warns that nothing good will come from commoners like them interacting with upper nobility such as her, and Ludger, surprised, realizes she was also attending their class, recalling seeing her in the middle of the room. Finally, he concludes his overview, pointing out the person who leads the largest noble faction among the second years, as a group of students walks away down the academy corridor. Continuing his explanation of the academy's power players, the blue-green-haired student names Fruden-Woolberg, one of the three ducal families, as a major faction. Ludger, seeking clarification, asks if he means one of the powerful noble houses, to which his informant confirms, adding that they view commoners as mere insects and are best avoided, though fortunately, they rarely attend classes. A blonde student, reflecting on his own past, remarks that the fool from before was part of that very faction, realizing he himself has already been marked by their influence. Ludger, walking alongside the blue-green-haired student, sighs with resignation, acknowledging there's nothing he can do about such entrenched social dynamics, before asking if there's anyone else he should be aware of. His informant assures him there are a few more, promising to share the details as they continue their walk, prompting Ludger to enthusiastically suggest they eat together later. Meanwhile, Flora Lumos, with her striking white hair and piercing blue eyes, reacts with a sharp, indignant cry, questioning why she would ever be associated with such a faction. Ludger's hand rests casually on his uniform, his expression unreadable as the conversation continues. Elsewhere, a figure with long, dark hair stands by a grand window, gazing out at a sunlit courtyard, a single word escaping his lips, "This." The master, his expression thoughtful, reflects on the unexpected success of his work, admitting the response was far better than he had anticipated. He considers the world's basic time frame, which aligns with 19th century Earth, noting that even with the power of magic, there are significant shortcomings compared to the advanced science of the 21st century. This disparity is precisely why he attempted to graft science and magic together when creating his source code, and truthfully, he never imagined the outcome would be so impactful. He recalls his own master's initial assessment of his creation, a simple, understated declaration, "This isn't bad." That lukewarm evaluation was all he received, so he hadn't expected much more. Even though his creation allowed for quick and accurate magic use, its limit was at the third rank, and the creation process itself was complex. He knew he couldn't rely solely on his source code, and if he wished to remain undiscovered, he would need to prepare even more. Approaching a door marked with a plaque, he wondered if this was truly his personal office. A soft click echoed as he turned the handle, the door swinging open to reveal the interior. Inside, a familiar figure stood by a sunlit window, prompting a quiet exclamation of surprise from him. It was Veronica DeVille. With a welcoming smile, she greeted him, asking his opinion on the office's pleasant interior. He looked at her, a slight hint of unease crossing his features, though he remained silent. She continued, explaining that Soren provided each professor with their own personal space, a place where he could comfortably do as he pleased. Now seated across from her, Ludger acknowledged her words, but then inquired about the reason for her visit, wondering if he had stumbled into a place he shouldn't have. He clarified that his curiosity was merely that, though he admitted the situation felt a bit burdensome. Veronica, the principal, leaned forward slightly, her expression softening as she explained that Professor Ludger was a valuable lecturer at Soren, and as such, she felt it her duty to pay him particular attention. Her crimson eyes glinted with a sharp, almost predatory intensity, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Ludger, meanwhile, felt a strange itchiness when their eyes met, a peculiar sensation he couldn't quite place, while Veronica remarked that his response was too cold, expecting a more surprised reaction from him. Ludger finds himself utterly bewildered by Veronica's sudden appearance, a sentiment he voices internally, stating that he has had his fill of surprises, and that even a ghost in the middle of the night wouldn't shock him as much as her presence. He continues to ponder the situation, recalling how the other newly appointed professors were all taken aback, but he, Professor Ludger, was the last to encounter her. A bead of sweat forming on his temple, he questions if she had also appeared at the other professors' offices, a hint of suspicion creeping into his voice. With a subtle, knowing smile, Veronica simply offers a cryptic perhaps, leaving him to wonder about her true intentions. As she observes him, a thought crosses Ludger's mind. She noticed something? He considers the implications of her position, thinking that even if his activities were part of a secret society, someone of her stature might still uncover them. If she could become a principal, he reasons, she would undoubtedly catch wind of any strange movements within Soren, leading him to the unsettling conclusion. Is she perhaps suspecting me? Veronica, however, dismisses his internal worries with a playful annoyance, declaring that it's unfair to her, as she doesn't belong to any secret society, but rather, she is the secret society executive. Changing the subject, she asks if he accepted newly admitted students to his lecture, to which he replies, yes. I had no plans of discriminating between class years. She clarifies her intent, assuring him she wasn't trying to find fault, but rather, she is in agreement with his methods. With a confident gesture and a knowing look, Veronica emphasizes her approval, her expression hinting at deeper implications. She then reveals that there are a couple of amazing first-year students this time, mentioning specifically one who uses uncommon magic, prompting Ludger to feign surprise and state that he just obtained the student attendance sheet. The conversation continued, with a clear directive that since the princess would also be attending, caution was paramount to avoid any potential complications. While no special treatment was necessary, any unusual issues would become thorny, prompting Ludger to internally question, Royal Princess? Veronica, meanwhile, expressed her great expectations for him. She was glad he had managed his first lecture well, and the positive student reviews had lessened her concern. Ludger offered her tea before she left, which she politely accepted. Veronica appreciated the gesture, but claimed a mountain of work awaited her. With a final, almost playful, request to be taken care of from now on, she departed. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving Ludger to his thoughts. Later, Veronica stood before a distinguished, older man, who inquired, how was it? The man, dressed in a formal vest and jacket, awaited her report, his posture composed. Veronica's crimson eyes narrowed slightly as she considered her answer, the question hanging in the air. Is Mr. Ludger trustworthy? He continues, explaining that he's been closely observing the most suspicious individuals, though he hasn't yet been able to reach a definitive conclusion. The older man's gaze is thoughtful as he speaks, prompting Veronica to inquire, her voice a quiet question in the echoing space. He then suggests that if the principal were to intervene, progress would surely follow, to which Veronica readily agrees, a knowing affirmation in her tone. A subtle smirk plays on Veronica's lips, a soft foo-foo escaping her as she considers something deeper, her thoughts turning inward. She muses on the unexpected resilience of a certain individual, even after facing her captivating Vascania not once, but twice. Her eyes glow with a faint, golden light as she continues to ponder this anomaly, the corners of her mouth still upturned in a knowing, yet surprised, expression. The depth of his resistance truly catches her off guard, as she hadn't anticipated such an unwavering will. With her golden eye still gleaming, she thinks that someone of his supposed rank should have easily succumbed, making his defiance all the more perplexing. The fact that he displayed no reaction whatsoever, even after being subjected to her Vascania, continues to occupy her thoughts. Meanwhile, in a separate, opulent chamber, the master creator sits in quiet contemplation, as Veronica's thoughts conclude that the individual must have resisted her Vascania's power through sheer force of will alone. Veronica Deville finds herself still pondering the enigma of Ludger, a truly interesting individual. Meanwhile, the incident of the train terror attack, attributed to a certain group now hidden within Soren, continues to be a point of deep concern. For some, the stakes are too high to let even trivial matters go unnoticed, as a pair of sharp, golden eyes reflect a steely resolve. A chilling thought emerges. What if the entire train terror attack was merely a diversion? Amidst the chaos and destruction, Ludger stands tall, a solitary figure in a desolate landscape, his presence commanding. The question lingers, was the person known as Ludger fundamentally altered during that attack? Veronica, her expression thoughtful, turns to her companion, asking for his opinion on the matter. Mr. Wilford, a distinguished older gentleman, admits he doesn't have all the answers, but senses something profoundly unusual about the young man. Even if it's just an old man's intuition, Veronica acknowledges, His judgment is undeniably trustworthy. Considering their shared assessment, Veronica realizes that if she's going to trust Professor Ludger, she must proceed with caution. Therefore, she concludes, she will have to observe him for a little while longer. Ludger Cherish lets out a long, exasperated sigh, his thoughts consumed by the recent encounter. Settling back into the plush cushions of his couch, he dismisses the notion of a private face-to-face talk as a thinly veiled excuse. His expression hardens, convinced that no matter how he analyzed it, she had been there to interrogate him. Despite his suspicions, he remains unconcerned, knowing he hadn't done anything that could be used against him, and resolves to simply continue with his plans. As he reviews a document detailing student profiles, a thoughtful hum escapes him, realizing the implications of certain connections. He considers the influential Lumos family, wondering if their power might be brought to bear against him due to the recent incident. A small, knowing smile plays on his lips as he recalls giving Flora Lumos an award point as a gesture of reconciliation. Continuing his review, he acknowledges the principal's words about the academy being filled with many talented students, ranging from newcomers backed by the magic tower to the princess of the empire herself. Suddenly, his eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He focuses on a particular profile, wondering if this is the boy rumored to possess uncommon magic. A thoughtful expression settles on his face as he touches his chin, musing that this particular boy, despite the lack of prior knowledge, somehow possesses a familiar face. Ludger Cherish, reviewing documents, muses that he will be able to recall the details later. But despite his confidence, he acknowledges that he cannot afford to lower his guard. Sitting on a plush couch, his thoughts drift to Veronica DeVille, recalling her intense gaze and the lingering sense that she still doesn't fully trust him. His hand rests on the stack of papers, the quiet moment allowing his mind to wander deeper into his past. He remembers the girl who once addressed him as Mr. First Order, a title from a life he no longer leads. A mental image of his cloaked figure appears as he recalls her words, "I'm glad you are safe, Mr. First Order," and the realization dawns on him that she must have known his true face was not the one he wore when they first met on the train. His sharp eyes narrow slightly, as he concludes that she had simply accepted his change of appearance without question. He ponders the implications, wondering if the original Ludger Cherish was, in fact, a master of disguise and infiltration. Standing amidst towering bookshelves, he shakes his head, dismissing the thought of getting caught and the uncertainty of whether any organization would truly protect him, even after his contributions. With a soft sigh, he resolves to focus on his current role, doing his best as a professor, when a gentle knock echoes from his door. He responds with a simple, "Yes?" A delivery man stands at his threshold, greeting him as Professor Ludger, and presenting him with a document, a patrol warrant. Ludger Cherish, holding a document, muses that today is his turn for something, realizing a related clause must have been in his contract. As a delivery person's arm quickly withdraws, he acknowledges the situation, accepting the document before the messenger makes a hasty exit. Unfolding the paper, he reads its contents, a patrol warrant, a new and unexpected development. Later that night, the Grand Academy stands under a crescent moon, and a voice wonders if nothing much will truly happen. Inside the vast training hall, students are scattered, some observing from the upper balcony, others engaged in practice below. On the main floor, several students are training with dummies, while a blonde-haired student, Flora, confronts another student with blue-green hair, who reacts with a sharp, disbelieving what? Flora, hands on her hips, her expression stern, demands that the other student repeat what she just said. The blue-green-haired student, her mouth open in protest, insists there's no reason for her to leave. She continues, asserting that the training hall is a place anyone can use, and if her presence makes them uncomfortable, perhaps they should be the ones to depart. Her blue eyes wide with indignation, the blue-green-haired student stands her ground, clearly surprised by the confrontation. Flora's anger flares, her voice sharp, accusing the other student of talking back and dismissing her as a mere commoner. Soren Academy, it seems, does not discriminate based on status or bloodline, a fact Lady Dyneema asserts with a hint of defiance. However, Flora, flanked by her companions, dismisses this notion with a sneer, accusing Lady Dyneema of blindly believing empty words and labeling commoners as foolish. Her male companions echo her sentiment, finding amusement in the idea of inferiors attempting to rise, while Flora herself cuts off her own thought, deciding it's not worth her breath. Lady Dyneema's face tightens with frustration, realizing her words are falling on deaf ears, her opponents having no intention of truly listening. Flora's voice then rings out, demanding that as a commoner, Lady Dyneema should kneel and beg for forgiveness. Lady Dyneema stands her ground, her gaze lowered but her posture unyielding, as Flora watches her with a condescending smirk. Flora's expression twists into a furious scowl, her patience wearing thin as she perceives Lady Dyneema's defiance as useless stubbornness, a mere commoner ignoring her words. Her hand clenches around a slender wand, a dangerous glint in her eyes as she mutters a threat against such a thing as Lady Dyneema. With a furious cry of "How dare you!" Flora unleashes her magic, a vibrant green aura flaring around her as she prepares to strike. A powerful blast of green energy erupts from her, streaking forward, aimed directly at Lady Dyneema. The magical force continues its relentless surge, spreading outwards with intense light and speed. Flora's two male companions recoil in shock, uttering a surprised cry of "El Lady Dyneema" as they witness the attack. Lady Dyneema is instantly engulfed in a blinding surge of teal magical energy, the force of Flora's attack radiating outwards. Her face contorts in shock and pain, as the magical impact sends her reeling. A sharp cry escapes her lips, the sound swallowed by the crackling energy. The explosion intensifies, a brilliant flash of light momentarily obscuring everything. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the teal magical residue begins to dissipate, leaving only faint trails in the air. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know who dares to interrupt, as Flora and her companions turn to face the unexpected arrival. The voice booms with authority, questioning the very nature of their actions. Veronica, standing beside Flora, expresses her frustration, unable to believe that someone would fight so carelessly in a training ground meant for skill development. Meanwhile, Lady Dyneema slowly pushes herself up, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. The new arrival, Ludger Cherish, stands firm between the two groups, his staff glowing with a soft blue light, as other students murmur about the unprecedented problem at the semester's start. With his back to the onlookers, Ludger dismisses the entire confrontation, implying that the previous display must have seemed utterly ridiculous to him. Lady Dyneema, now fully recovered, stares at the imposing figure, a gasp escaping her as she recognizes him as Professor Ludger. Ludger Cherish considers the situation, his legs still emanating a faint magical glow, thinking he had intended to end the confrontation with a mere warning if it were a simple fight. But realizing the attack was entirely one-sided, he turns to Lady Dyneema, who demands to know why he is interfering, believing her actions were merely to protect the authority of an aristocrat. He questions her understanding of authority. His voice carries a calm, unwavering conviction, stating that every student is equal in Soren. Ludger's gaze remains firm, his expression unyielding, as he dismisses her perceived status. Lady Dyneema, her face contorted in a furious scowl, hears his words, that the nobility of her blood is utterly unimportant. Her anger flares, and she defiantly states that she cannot simply let this slight slide. Unmoved by her outburst, Ludger turns his back, issuing a calm command to follow him immediately, leaving Lady Dyneema to let out a frustrated grunt as the other students watch on. He begins to walk away, his presence still commanding, leaving the students to process the sudden turn of events. Lady Dyneema's face is a mask of pure fury, her teeth gritted, unable to comprehend such a blatant disregard for her lineage. She seethes internally, dismissing him as a mere fallen aristocrat. Ludger continues to walk away, his back to the indignant student, his composure unbroken. Lady Dyneema's expression shifts from anger to a mix of shock and disbelief, her world seemingly shaken by his absolute authority. He stands tall, his presence commanding, as a green-haired male student recoils in surprise, caught off guard by his words. Nearby, a light blue-haired female student swallows hard, her expression a mix of apprehension and disbelief. The air around him seems to thicken, a palpable tension emanating from his unyielding resolve. His voice cuts through the silence, demanding clarification with an edge that brooks no argument. As he speaks, a faint, ethereal green glow ignites within his eyes, a subtle but powerful display of his awakened abilities. A surge of dark purple energy erupts, crackling with an ominous hum. As the true Professor Ludger Cherish descends from above, his form silhouetted against the swirling magic, while Elendil von Exilian recoils on the ground below him. The blonde princess looks up, a gasp catching in her throat, as a white-haired student beside her watches with wide, fearful eyes. With a deliberate step, the professor's foot lands firmly on the ground. His imposing figure now fully grounded before the cowering student. He looms over Elendil, a chilling question hanging in the air. "Did you call me a fallen aristocrat?" Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Alex Saline urgently calls out, "Professor Selena, this way." Selena's eyes widen in alarm, her composure visibly cracking. As Alex's gloved hand clenches, a desperate sound escaping him. The urgency in his voice is unmistakable, a desperate plea for. The unnamed master creator's grip tightens on Elendil's chin, his presence overwhelming as he stares down at her. Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance, she acknowledges his words. "It's just like what you said." Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Selena and the blue-green-haired student watch the unfolding drama with palpable concern, their gazes fixed on the distant figures of the master creator and Elendil. Elendil's expression remains strained, her green eyes reflecting the weight of the master creator's judgment. The master creator's voice is calm but firm, acknowledging her statement. "Just like what you said, I'm indeed a fallen aristocrat, but this place is Soren, and I'm a Soren professor." His gaze sharpens, emphasizing, "What you said was clearly challenging the authority of the professor." Elendil flinches slightly, her expression twisting as she questions, "Am I wrong?" The master creator continues his lecture, reminding her, "You are still a young student. It might be hard for you to accept a different environment." Elendil looks up at him, a soft escaping her lips, her defiance seemingly waning under his stern gaze. He then delivers his verdict. So I'll let it pass as a warning this time for your slip of the tongue. Of course, you will receive appropriate disciplinary action for what you did to your classmate. Turning his attention to the other students, the master creator asks the blue-green-haired student, Lynn, did you get hurt anywhere? She replies with a hesitant, pardon? Ah, no. As the tension from the previous confrontation lingered, Professor Selena turned to the master creator, entrusting him with the remaining responsibilities. A soft rustle of movement echoed through the hall as the students dispersed, leaving the master creator to reflect on the scene, while Lynn, the blue-green-haired student, watched him with a thoughtful expression. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she realized Professor Ludger had known her name, wondering if he truly remembered her from his class. After all, she was just one of many commoners in a large lecture hall, not someone he would typically pay attention to. Yet, in Soren, the academy where they stood, Professor Ludger had declared a principle that resonated deeply with her. He had proclaimed that everyone was equal, a simple truth that now held profound meaning for Lynn. Her initial impression of him had been that of a scary professor, but now her perception was shifting. A new feeling blossomed within her, a sense of trust and a desire to follow his lead. With renewed determination, Lynn resolved to do her best, her chibi-like form reflecting her earnest commitment. Later that night, under a sky dotted with stars, the academy grounds were quiet, save for the rustling leaves. Professor Ludger sat alone on a bench, a soft groan escaping his lips, the day's events clearly weighing heavily upon him. His expression was one of deep exhaustion and perhaps frustration, as dark, swirling energy seemed to emanate from his form. Dark, volatile energy swirls around him, a visible manifestation of his internal turmoil. The dark energy intensifies, manifesting as a violent, reddish-purple aura. It then dissipates, fading into a faint, white-gray mist. He manages to regain his composure, reflecting on his survival and knowing he would have been in grave danger without the pills. Clutching his head, he curses the timing of the commotion, wondering why it had to happen precisely when his symptoms flared. He recalls nearly losing control and revealing his true, monstrous appearance, remembering the initial symptoms began when he first entered the training center. Even amidst the bustling training center, he had managed to keep his condition under wraps, but the situation had worsened dramatically. He was on the verge of making a quick exit when a student's loud remark about his condition caught his attention, making it impossible to ignore. He tries to rationalize that his explanation must have been plausible enough, but he can't shake the feeling that his face was a mess, wondering if he looked strange. He looks at the empty vial in his hand, realizing the one he just consumed was his last, and though it might sustain him for 5 more days, the thought of an incident requiring mana use during that time weighs heavily on him. Sitting alone on a bench, he considers borrowing from the pharmacy, but dismisses the idea, knowing it would leave a record of his condition. He concludes that his current situation is dangerously precarious. Still reeling from his recent mana backlash, he realizes the urgency of his situation, knowing he must contact someone immediately. The serene sky above Lethelk offers a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. As his thoughts drift, the chilling word, werewolf, echoes in his mind. His eyes widen slightly, a question escaping his lips as he processes the information. Seated at a table with students, he hears the confirmation, the word, werewolf, now spoken aloud, causing a stir. Apparently, the students who had visited Lethelk the previous night had witnessed a black shadow moving across the rooftops, shrouded in the night fog. He hums thoughtfully, dismissing the account as merely another urban legend. But the pink-haired woman interjects, revealing that there were witnesses even within Soren itself, prompting his surprised query. Selena explains that while it might seem like something else, there's a real possibility, given the strange phenomena that occur within Soren, even mentioning the Academy's own 7 ghost stories. He looks at her, genuinely surprised by this revelation. She asks if he was unaware, and he responds, noting that Professor Selena seems to be quite knowledgeable about such tales. Selena quickly clarifies that she hadn't meticulously researched Soren's ghost stories, but merely looked them up to find a suitable topic for conversation with students, adding that she doesn't particularly enjoy them, while he quietly acknowledges her explanation as a compliment. A voice attempts to calm another, insisting on understanding, but the other quickly denies the implication. The conversation shifts to the dining hall, where Selena, with her light pink hair, leans in, asking Dahlia about a rumor she heard, that the new professor had showcased a very impressive subject in his first class. Dahlia, with her reddish-brown hair, turns to the professor, her eyes wide with curiosity, wondering aloud about the groundbreaking magic that shortened spellcasting duration, but she can't quite recall its name. The dining hall buzzes with the quiet murmur of students, as the professor sits calmly at a table, surrounded by the curious gazes of Selena and Dahlia, who are eager for answers. Selena, her expression a mix of excitement and disbelief, presses him, asking if the rumors are true, while he simply lets out a soft sigh, acknowledging their persistence. He confirms their suspicions, causing Selena to gasp in astonishment, unable to believe such a spell truly exists. As the conversation continues, other students at nearby tables cast curious glances their way, their attention drawn by the animated discussion. The professor's expression remains thoughtful, a silent question hanging in the air, as he processes the implications of their curiosity. Selena explains that everyone is interested in Professor Ludger's spell, the rumor having already spread far and wide. Unperturbed by the attention, he simply takes a bite of his meal, his focus seemingly on his food rather than the swirling rumors. Dahlia then questions if it's truly wise to display such a groundbreaking spell so openly, while Selena adds that if it's so great, he could even gain a patent from the magic tower, but he dismisses the idea. Instead, he explains his pragmatic reasoning. Without any backing, he's vulnerable to being robbed or beaten up, and he's unsure what would happen if the magic tower were to approach him first. Professor Ludger finds himself under intense scrutiny, the problem being that other professors are glaring at him with eyes burning with ambition. He considers the implications, wondering if the blue-haired man before him is Chris Benamor, a figure whose stare alone could be lethal. Later, under the cloak of night, his thoughts turn to a new observation, a werewolf. He muses, The full moon casts a serene glow over the city's rooftops, its light illuminating the ancient architecture below. From his elevated position, the professor surveys the sprawling urban landscape, the quiet streets stretching out beneath him. He stands patiently on a street corner, a sense of anticipation in his posture, muttering that his target is late. From a rooftop perch, he continues his vigil, wondering if the creature is simply wandering around the surroundings for a bit. Suddenly, a massive werewolf thumps into view, its powerful form dominating the street. Its heavy steps echo with a rhythmic thud as it moves with predatory intent. Before the beast can react, Ludger moves with blinding speed, a streak of light following his rapid advance. His momentum builds, generating powerful impact lines as he closes the distance in an instant. With a decisive strike, he sends the werewolf spinning violently, its massive body reeling from the force of his blow. A powerful kick slices through the air, connecting with its target, eliciting a pained cry. The blue-haired figure follows through with another devastating strike, the impact erupting in a burst of white energy. Standing calmly over the defeated werewolf, who lies sprawled on the cobblestones, he remarks on its tardiness, questioning its intentions. The werewolf snarls in frustration, its fangs bared as it struggles to respond, wondering if it could have at least feigned surprise. Looking down at the creature, the man simply states, "Long time no see, brother." Under the serene glow of the full moon, the sentiment is echoed. Yes, long time no see. The man, now revealed to be Hans, stands against the night sky, his expression calm and collected. Ludger Cherish observes the familiar chaos, noting that some things never change, whether in the distant past or the present moment, as he questions the current state of affairs. A sigh escapes him, as he laments the unfortunate circumstances, wondering who would ever wish to end up in such a predicament. He reflects on the past, recalling a puppy brat who is now transformed into something entirely different. The puppy brat stands revealed as a towering, anthropomorphic beast, a Pomeranian in a half-human, half-beast form, and Ludger wonders if he's about to be embraced by an old lady, or something far more dangerous. Ludger confronts the beast man, who is clearly agitated, his fur bristling with anger, and dismisses his concerns, stating that he shouldn't joke around about another person's business, even as the beast man thought he might have suffered from some kind of curse. The truth is revealed. Hans is a human being with a very special physical type, one that causes him to transform. This special type means he turns into a half-human, half-beast form without any control over it, as illustrated by the transformations of a tuxedo cat and a Pomeranian from their animal forms into their powerful, hybrid states. Ludger, holding a glowing green syringe, confirms his understanding, asking if Hans came prepared with a counteragent for his condition. With a swift motion, the counteragent is injected into Hans's arm, who sighs in relief, feeling the effects immediately and believing he can now return to normal. Hans's transformation begins to reverse, his face shifting back to a more human form, though faint traces of his beastly nature, like small fangs and fur around his neck, still linger. Ludger reflects on their initial encounter, knowing that without his intervention, Hans would have suffered in his beastly state for several more days. Hans recounts a past mission, explaining that he had been tasked to hunt a cryptid, only to be utterly bewildered by the discovery of what appeared to be a massive chihuahua. He muses, it was a profound relief that he could communicate properly at that moment, otherwise, he would have surely perished. A voice cuts in, revealing, "More than that, I am Ludger now, Ludger Kellecy." Hans, clutching his neck, realizes, now that I think about it, you wrote the letter in that way. He continues, "Moreover, a Soren professor, you said." Hans, now fully bare-chested and looking bewildered, demands, "When did you create that identity? You asked me to meet you in the capital city, but why are you in Ledhelk?" Ludger's voice echoes, "What the hell happened?" Laughter reverberates through the night, echoing between the towering buildings of the city. Hans, still processing, exclaims, "But you are hella awesome as well. If it were me, I would have stuttered and gotten caught without even being able to move." Ludger, a wry smile playing on his lips, laughs. "How did you make up such excuses there? I needed to do it in order to survive. Did I have any other choice?" He continues, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Moreover, that Ludger guy is actually affiliated with an unknown secret society? Ha ha." The persona of Hans, a fabricated identity, muses on the power structure of the underworld, acknowledging a high-ranking executive known as a First Order. He considers the implications of such a title, the words echoing in his mind. A memory surfaces, a serious-faced professor recalling how new groups in the underworld were emerging, each calling themselves members of an order. Ludger, in his true form, processes this information, a grim certainty settling over him that he knows exactly who they are. The Hans persona then directly asks for the organization's name, revealing it to be the Black Dawn Society. The ominous emblem of the Black Dawn Society glows with a fiery aura, its intricate design hinting at dark power. The name itself seems to resonate with a powerful, almost magical energy, confirming its significance. Ludger acknowledges his past luck in escaping danger, but understands that future mistakes could be fatal, necessitating constant preparation. The Hans persona then presents a suitcase, noting that it remains unopened, just as instructed. He then questions if Ludger believes him foolish enough to have tried opening it, even though the temptation was clearly present. A small dog, observing the exchange, offers a philosophical thought, suggesting that unforeseen events are simply part of life, and that both individuals share a similar precarious existence. Ludger's gloved hands open the suitcase, revealing an array of vials and bottles, a stark reminder of his reliance on various substances to maintain his existence. Kneeling on the ground, Ludger takes a bite of something, his gaze distant, as he reflects on the situation. He continues to eat, a quiet munching sound accompanying his thoughts, considering how much simpler things would have been if his companion had arrived 2 days earlier. His brother, standing nearby, looks utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Ludger is talking about. A gulp escapes his brother as he tries to process Ludger's words, protesting that he only just arrived and led help today, and questioning why Ludger made him wait in the letter, especially with his current disheveled appearance. Ludger remains seated, looking up at his brother, the night sky above them dotted with faint stars. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoes through the night, a chilling sound that cuts through the quiet conversation. Both men are startled, their attention drawn to the source of the sound, a tense silence falling between them as the air crackles with an unseen presence. Ludger's brother, his face contorted in fear, gasps out a warning, pleading with him not to confirm his terrifying suspicion. Ludger's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing, a grim determination settling over his features as he prepares for what's to come. The night sky above them seems to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as Ludger confirms the chilling truth. Perched atop a distant rooftop, silhouetted against the full moon, stands the undeniable form of a real werewolf. Its pointed ears twitch, catching every sound in the silent night, its presence a stark and terrifying reality. The monstrous werewolf remains on the rooftop, its guttural growl echoing through the night, a chilling confirmation that the threat is indeed real. From below, his brother whispers, suggesting they use the creature's distraction to escape unnoticed, but Ludger dismisses the idea, certain that any movement would immediately draw its attention as it scans for prey. A thoughtful expression crosses Ludger's face, his gaze fixed on the distant menace. His attention then shifts to a gleaming dog tag, its metallic surface reflecting the faint light. Deciding he must investigate further, Ludger declares his intention to check out the situation, much to Hans's disbelief, who questions how he plans to confront a werewolf. Hans, still reeling, notices a sparkling object around the creature's neck, leading him to wonder if someone deliberately released it. With a resolute click, Ludger affirms his decision, declaring he will uncover the truth starting now. As Ludger holds the dog tag firmly in his hand, Hans remarks that it has been a long time since he has seen him use that particular item. Hans then asks if this situation reminds him of the time when he used to hunt cryptids. Trying to recall more details, Hans muses about whether Ludger also wore a mask back then, struggling to remember the full extent of his past identity. The name, now fully recalled, is simply Van Helsing. As Ludger stands tall, his back to the viewer, the full weight of his identity is revealed: Abraham Van Helsing. A heavy thud echoes through the night, signaling a presence. High above, on a desolate rooftop, the werewolf shifts, its form a dark silhouette against the moonlit sky. Below, Ludger moves with a quiet determination, his footsteps barely disturbing the silence of the alley. The creature above lets out a guttural growl, its sharp fangs glistening in the faint light. Suddenly, a blinding burst of white energy erupts from the rooftop, shattering the stillness of the night. The force of the impact sends debris scattering, a powerful explosion shaking the very ground. The werewolf, a blur of motion, lunges downward, aiming its attack directly at him. Its eyes glow with an eerie light as it closes the distance, a menacing growl rumbling deep in its chest, saliva dripping from its jaws. Ludger, however, remains composed, observing the creature's neck, realizing there's a leash tied to it, which raises many questions about its presence. As red energy flares around his hand, he resolves to find his answers by any means necessary, even if it means a brutal interrogation. A powerful, unseen force slams into the werewolf, sending it recoiling violently with a deafening crash. Ludger turns away, his attack having found its mark, leaving the creature stunned and reeling. He brought his foot down with decisive force, sending a ripple of potent blue energy across the ground. The powerful wave struck the werewolf, throwing its massive form backward. It continued to reel from the impact, unable to regain its footing. Ludger stood firm, his posture unwavering as he observed the creature's retreat. The werewolf remained airborne, a helpless projectile against the unseen force. A subtle smirk played on his lips, a testament to his absolute control. His gaze remained sharp, betraying no hint of effort. Meanwhile, the blue energy continued to swirl, trapping the beast within its ethereal confines. With a final, devastating impact, the werewolf crashed to the ground, enveloped in the shimmering blue aura. The creature lay defeated, its massive form pinned by the lingering magical force as Ludger approached. He stood calmly over the incapacitated beast, its struggle now futile. As its eyes glowed with an eerie purple light, the werewolf let out a pained, guttural cry, revealing the true extent of its suffering. From a hidden vantage point, a man observes the scene, wondering why the creature suddenly reacted so violently, questioning if it had consumed something harmful. Meanwhile, Ludger, having already subdued the beast, explains that he has saturated the entire area with ultrasonic waves, frequencies imperceptible to ordinary individuals. The werewolf writhes in agony, its head throbbing from the assault, and Ludger coolly remarks that its head must be in considerable pain. He muses that there's no need to waste an expensive silver bullet on such a creature. With a syringe now in hand, Ludger stands poised, ready to administer whatever concoction he holds. Gazing at the syringe, he considers the implications of the werewolf's existence, wondering who could have possibly created such a being. Still standing over the subdued creature, Ludger maintains his calm, collected demeanor. Suddenly, the observing man calls out, alerting others to the source of the commotion, urging everyone to move quickly, while Ludger, hearing the approaching police, expresses his annoyance at their inconvenient timing. A sudden impact reverberates through the air, causing Ludger to flinch, a sharp ugh, escaping his lips as he reacts to the unexpected disturbance. The werewolf, sensing the commotion, begins to stir, its eyes still glowing with an eerie purple light, as it attempts to regain its footing, prompting a frustrated "damn it" from Ludger. Without hesitation, Ludger swiftly deploys a chain, its metallic links extending rapidly to bind the struggling beast. He casts the specialized chain forward, its links blurring with speed. The metallic links whipping through the air with a sharp, shushing sound. As he exerts himself, guiding its trajectory with intense focus. From behind, his form is a whirlwind of motion, the chain coiling and snapping around an unseen target. His face reflecting a fierce resolve under the moonlight as he declares, "I won't let you escape." With a final, powerful pull, the chain glows with vibrant blue energy, tightening its grip around the creature. Two guards on patrol suddenly halt, one pointing towards a distant rooftop, exclaiming that someone is there, while the other quickly orders his subordinates to seize every suspicious person in the vicinity. Meanwhile, a figure in a dark coat, moving with incredible speed, dashes across the rooftops, a blur against the night sky. He is not alone, however, as a hulking werewolf-like creature, its form a dark silhouette, gives chase across the moonlit structures. The chase takes a sudden turn as the man is sent plummeting downwards, his body twisting in the air amidst a shower of debris. A powerful impact reverberates, as if something massive has struck the ground. The werewolf, undeterred, launches itself forward with incredible force, its claws extended, eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. The man, having landed on a moving train, continues his desperate flight across its metallic surface, the werewolf still close behind. The powerful creature pauses for a moment, its muscular form tensed, its gaze fixed on its quarry. As the man stands his ground, a determined expression on his face, he declares his initial intention was simply to beat the creature down. A subtle shift in the air, a faint shimmer of energy, suggests a change in the atmosphere. Finally, the man stands tall atop the train, looking down at the werewolf below, a tense standoff unfolding under the starry night sky. As the pursuit intensifies, Ludger Cherish, his expression resolute, acknowledges the dire situation, stating that the creature has left him no other option. With a guttural roar, the werewolf launches itself forward, its powerful charge tearing through the rooftop with explosive force. The creature's momentum is immense, a blur of raw power streaking across the urban landscape. As the werewolf closes the distance, Ludger raises a hand, a shimmering blue barrier erupting to meet the creature's devastating impact. Unyielding, the werewolf continues its relentless assault, its glowing eyes fixed on its target as sharp claws extend for another strike. With another powerful lunge, the creature attempts to overwhelm him with sheer force. However, Ludger is quicker, unleashing a flurry of rapidly spinning, metallic projectiles, each one cutting through the air with deadly precision. One of the projectiles finds its mark, striking the werewolf's arm with a visible impact and forcing the creature to recoil. Ludger, now holding a glowing blade, observes the creature's reaction, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he remarks on its keen senses. He then clarifies his intent, revealing that his previous attack was meant to be decisive. Standing tall against the night sky, Ludger faces the crouched werewolf, the two adversaries locked in a tense standoff on the moving train. Ludger Cherish unleashes a concentrated burst of blue energy from his palm, the force of his exertion echoing through the air. The projectile slams into the werewolf with a resounding impact, sending a shockwave rippling through its monstrous form. Without a moment's pause, his gloved hand moves with practiced precision, a soft click indicating his next move. The werewolf, undeterred, lets out a guttural growl, its powerful form lunging forward with terrifying speed, claws extended. Its sharp claws connect with a jarring impact, the force of the blow echoing across the train car. Yet, he is already gone, a mere blur of motion as he deftly evades the attack, leaving only scattered debris in his wake. Maintaining a low, focused posture, he slides across the metallic surface, his eyes locked on his opponent. His rapid movements continue, a flurry of steps carrying him across the speeding train car. Then, with a sudden, powerful kick, he connects squarely with the werewolf's side, sending the creature reeling from the force. The werewolf lets out a furious roar, its body contorted in a mix of pain and rage from the unexpected counterattack. Before it can recover, Ludger follows up, drawing a blade and aiming a swift, decisive strike at the reeling beast. The sword connects with a powerful, shattering impact, sending debris flying and sealing the fate of the monstrous creature. As the battle raged on the speeding train, Ludger Cherish delivered a powerful kick, sending the werewolf reeling back with a guttural cry. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed through with a blindingly fast sword strike, a streak of light cutting through the night. The blade connected with brutal force, the impact echoing across the train's roof as the beast absorbed the blow. Pulling his weapon back with practiced ease, Ludger prepared for whatever came next. The werewolf's eye, once burning with feral rage, now reflected only pain and the fading light of its struggle. With a final, resounding crash, the creature was thrown, its massive form tumbling across the train's surface. As Ludger stood his ground, the werewolf's silhouette plummeted from the train, disappearing into the night below. The sounds of the struggle faded, leaving only the rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks. Meanwhile, on a quiet street below the moonlight, Ludger's brother walked with a worried expression, wondering when he would return from hunting the werewolf. Suddenly, a chilling sound made him flinch, his eyes widening in alarm. Lying broken on the cobblestones, the werewolf thrashed in agony, its body mangled and bleeding, letting out a pained scream. As his brother stared in shock at the fallen beast, Ludger appeared silently behind him, a calm voice asking, "Surprised?" A frustrated exclamation escapes Ludger's brother as he nearly drops his suitcase, startled by the sudden appearance of his sibling. He demands to know if the injured creature lying between them is the werewolf from earlier, but Ludger calmly states that he has finished gathering information and no longer needs it. Confused, his brother questions why he brought it along in the first place, to which Ludger simply replies that he did it because he wanted to surprise him, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he acknowledges his brother's lingering grudge from a past trick. Meanwhile, the true nature of the defeated beast is revealed. It is not a real cryptid, but an artificial one, a product of some unknown experiment. Turning serious, Ludger's brother suggests they move forward with their prior arrangements, his expression grave. Ludger's brother hesitates, questioning if he means that plan, but Ludger firmly states they should settle down. He explains that this city offers advantages over the capital, leaving them no choice but to stay for a while. His brother expresses concern about Soren, the unidentified secret organization, and the lunatics who released the cryptid, but Ludger counters that the city's size and presence of back-alley gangsters will create enough distractions for them to gather important information unnoticed. His brother looks dismayed, realizing he'll be left to handle things alone. Ludger explains that he is currently under suspicion and cannot make any rash movements, instructing his brother to gather information first and keep him informed. He promises to step up after this initial phase. With a knowing nod, Ludger's brother acknowledges the task ahead, confident in his ability to handle the complexities of the situation. He understands that he cannot expect things to flow smoothly, and even though he cannot move freely right away, his mind is already strategizing. His priority is to gather his own allies early, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Reflecting on the defeated werewolf, its fangs still bared and bloodied, he muses that while the immediate threat is gone, the very existence of an artificial werewolf in this era, bearing clear laboratory signs, suggests a powerful and unusual force behind its creation. Under the pale moonlight, he considers the situation, acknowledging that the werewolf has been dealt with, but for now, he prefers to avoid any further complications. Meanwhile, news reports circulate, declaring that the unidentified killer who appeared in Lethelk is still alive and well, with 5 more deaths occurring last Sunday in the same area. A newspaper headline screams of the ongoing terror, revealing that the total number of deaths has now exceeded 10. The identity of the culprit remains unknown, though witnesses describe a terrible beast with black fur, while the police dismiss it as a lunatic killer, announcing their intent to find and arrest the perpetrator soon. Reading the newspaper with a grim expression, Ludger's brother notes that despite the official assurances, the citizens are still anxious. His eyes widen in realization, a question forming on his lips. "Sunday, huh? How did this happen?" The implication dawns on him, a cold dread creeping in. He had dealt with the werewolf on Saturday. No way. Is there more than one werewolf? His hand rests on a newspaper, its headline screaming of recent deaths, while a small, glowing orb of light hovers nearby, illuminating the grim news. Meanwhile, a bustling meeting is underway in a grand hall, with numerous figures gathered around a long, U-shaped table, their murmurs filling the air. Suddenly, a voice calls out, announcing the arrival of Professor Ludger. As he takes his seat, whispers ripple through the room, some questioning if this is truly Ludger Kellesi, while others recall rumors of his amazing spell-inventing abilities, wondering if they are true. A woman with pink hair leans forward, asking if anyone has heard the news. She reveals that 2 first-year students were attacked last night, and though their lives weren't threatened, they were severely wounded. The wounds, deep and bloody, look like scratches from a beast. The student who witnessed the attack described a terrible beast, leading many to believe the rumors circulating for the last week are indeed real. The pink-haired woman adds that there are victims in Let Helk. Just then, a new figure enters the hall, and a voice announces that the principal has arrived, urging everyone to be quiet. The pink-haired woman then informs Ludger that this is Professor Mary Ross, the head of pharmacology, who has been working in Soren for over 20 years, to which he simply responds, "I see." A low, unsettling sound echoes through the grand hall. As the distinct click of heels announces the arrival of Principal Mary Ross, her presence commanding attention. Meanwhile, Selena continues her report to the assembled faculty, detailing the recent appearance of a mysterious assailant within Soren. She reveals that just last night, 2 new students were seriously injured in an attack. Though the culprit's identity remains unknown, witnesses claim the attacks were carried out by a werewolf, a cryptid. Professor Hugo Bortag, shifting in his seat, interjects with a dismissive tone, finding the idea of a cryptid impossible and questioning if he's misunderstood. Selena turns her gaze directly to him, inviting Professor Hugo to voice his opinion. He responds with a confident smirk, reminding everyone that Soren is a land protected by the Exilian Empire. With a scoff, he dismisses the very idea of werewolves existing in Soren, questioning how anyone could believe such a ghost story circulating among students. Selena, her expression tightening, simply reiterates his name, a subtle challenge in her voice. She reminds him sharply that there are already 2 victims, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Hugo acknowledges her point, but maintains his strong belief that the attacks are not the work of a werewolf. As the discussion continues, a young man ponders the implications, questioning if both victims were indeed of noble lineage. He then offers his own theory, suggesting the culprit is a Soren student. Professor Bortag, however, interjects with a dismissive wave, firmly stating his belief that the student in question must be a commoner. A look of surprise crosses Elendil's face as she hears the latest news, while Hugo Bortag questions the nature of the incident, asking if it could have been the work of a commoner student, and further pressing the point by highlighting that only aristocratic students were harmed, before another voice reveals the shocking detail that a werewolf attacked Soren. Elendil, seated among the other professors and students, finds it far more plausible that someone merely impersonated a werewolf. Aiden listens intently, his arm resting on the table, while Ludger Cherish, observing the heated discussion, reflects on his initial miscalculation regarding the Black Dawn Society's disadvantage. He can hardly believe they are fighting amongst themselves in factions when they should be uniting their strength. Hugo Bortag and Elendil both appear deep in thought, processing the implications of the attack. The question hangs heavy in the air. Is this truly the reality of Soren, the continent's best academy? Ludger Cherish lets out a soft hum. As his gloved hand clenches slightly, a silent testament to his resolve. His teal eyes, usually so composed, now held a flicker of intense focus, reflecting a mind grappling with a sudden, grave development. A subtle shift in his posture, a barely perceptible tension in his shoulders, betrayed the weight of his thoughts, even as he maintained a facade of calm. His gloved hand, however, was not so still, clutching a small, crumpled piece of paper. The fragile note, a clandestine message, was the source of his growing unease, its contents weighing heavily on his mind. It warned him that 3 experiments had escaped, demanding their immediate elimination if capture proved impossible, and ominously added that if these experiments were caught, his own identity would be at risk of exposure. His gaze dropped, then snapped back up, a silent acknowledgement of the immense pressure now bearing down on him, the weight of his secret life intensifying with every word. A sharp, frustrated sound escaped him as he clenched his gloved fist, the gesture a rare display of his inner turmoil. Overwhelmed by the sudden burden, he imagined himself slumped in a chair, spotlighted by his own despair, a silent cry echoing in his mind. "Oh my God, why did you give me this hardship?" Suddenly, a gentle voice cut through his thoughts, as Selena approached him with concern, asking, "Professor Ludger, are you hurt somewhere?" He quickly composed himself, replying, "It's nothing." Despite his outward calm, his mind raced, realizing the situation was far more complex than he'd initially thought, and that the Black Dawn Society's involvement meant they had likely miscalculated the incident's true course. Ludger Cherish, his expression grim, considers the potential fallout, acknowledging that while he might welcome damages to his adversaries, the true danger lies in the very real possibility of his own identity being exposed, a risk he cannot afford. Feeling the pressure mount, he clenches his gloved fist, knowing that he cannot remain passive in this situation. He simply has no choice but to act. His thoughts race, urging him to eliminate the threats before Soren can intervene, understanding that capture would mean the end of everything. Meanwhile, Selena addresses Professor Hugo, granting him the freedom to hold his own opinions, but firmly instructing him to ensure the task is completed. Hugo then inquires about the implementation of patrols, to which Selena confirms, adding that students should be warned against late-night excursions, and she has no qualms about assigning penalty points if necessary. She emphasizes the gravity of her directive, stating that this is an order coming directly from her, the principal. Hugo acknowledges her command, and Selena concludes the meeting, commending everyone for their efforts, before dismissing them. As the murmuring of the dismissed attendees fades into the background, Ludger Cherish walks away, his thoughts still heavy. His footsteps echo softly as he traverses the path, the evening air growing cooler around him. Suddenly, he pauses, a subtle shift in his posture indicating he senses another presence nearby. From the shadows, his brother emerges, his voice cutting through the quiet as he commands, "Stop hiding. Come out." A nervous gulp escapes Ludger as he stands before his brother, the tension thick in the air. His brother, a figure of imposing calm, surveys the academy grounds, seemingly unconcerned by the confrontation, his long coat rustling softly in the breeze. Meanwhile, a young woman with brownish-pink hair stands nearby, bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun, her gaze directed upwards as if lost in thought. Her school uniform is impeccable, her polished shoes resting on the path beside a gnarled tree, unaware of the silent drama unfolding nearby. Ludger, however, recognizes her instantly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he thinks, "This girl, she's obviously the one who approached me in the beginning." His internal monologue continues, a mix of disbelief and curiosity. Who would have thought that she would come here as a student? His brother, with an air of detached elegance, turns his attention to the young woman, his expression unreadable. He addresses her directly, his voice calm and steady. "What's the matter?" as she mutters and fidgets nervously. With a subtle turn, Ludger's brother dismisses the silent observer, his back now facing Ludger as he focuses entirely on the student. The young woman, her expression still a mix of apprehension and politeness, responds with a question of her own. "Do you like coffee?" Later, the two are seen at an outdoor cafe, the elegant building standing tall under a clear sky, suggesting a shift in their interaction. Inside, they sit across from each other, cups of coffee between them, engaged in a quiet conversation, the brothers' presence now seemingly less confrontational. As the conversation begins, the new student, her expression a mix of nervousness and resolve, finally reveals her name, stating, "My name is Sedina Raken." Her answer prompts Ludger's brother to lean back slightly, a knowing look on his face as he remarks, "Since you have a surname, you didn't come in with a commoner identity, I see. All right, what's your real name?" Sedina shifts uncomfortably in her seat, her feet fidgeting beneath the table, as she insists, "Tijish, that's my real name." Her persistence causes Ludger's brother to raise an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice as he questions, "It's not a fake identity?" Sedina, still looking a bit flustered, glances around the cafe before responding, "Well, that's that. You must have followed me because you have something to say. Go ahead." "Ah well, the surroundings." Understanding her concern about privacy, Ludger's brother calmly explains, "I cast a voice-blocking spell in advance. As long as nobody enters this area, we'll be fine." Sedina, impressed, murmurs, as expected from Mr. First Order. He then takes a sip of his coffee, his gaze firm as he instructs her, "For now, I should tell you to change the way you call me. Don't call me First Order from now on." Sedina, startled by the sudden command, nearly drops her cup as she exclaims, "Pardon? Oh, how can I be so profane?" He reiterates his demand, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Are you going to call me that in front of other people? This is an order." Sedina, chastened, nods and replies, "You understood." With the matter of address settled, Ludger's brother shifts the conversation back to their original purpose, asking, "So, back to the business. What's the current situation?" Sedina then reports on a critical development. A recent werewolf incident happened to our affiliated organization. Her eyes wide with concern, Sedina awaits his reaction. A cryptid experiment, conducted by the Black Wizards at the Shamsa School, had gone terribly wrong. This school, a group of scientists expelled from society for their unethical practices, had unleashed something unknown, and now, some of their experimental subjects had escaped. One of these escaped experiments had even found its way into Soren through a sewer, leaving a trail of victims in its wake, a fact that Sedina Raken absorbed with wide, concerned eyes. Her companion, Ludger's brother, listened with a calm, almost detached expression, his gaze steady as the gravity of the situation unfolded. Sedina, flustered, offered a quick apology, feeling she had spoken too much, but he simply waved it off, urging her to continue. She conceded that the Shamsa school should bear the responsibility, but then revealed her true reason for coming. She had heard the incident was connected to Professor Ludger. His voice, calm yet firm, then cut through the air, accusing her of lending her name under the command of another First Order, Victor Dreadful. He then reflected on his own past, stating he had merely lent his name, unaware of the consequences, and resolved to remember Victor Dreadful. Since things had gone awry, he declared it best to eliminate them quickly, initially stating there were 3, before correcting himself to 2. A close-up on his arm emphasized the sudden shift in his tone, as Sedina uttered a surprised, questioning pardon. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as she stammered, "You don't tell me? When on earth?" He calmly revealed his success, having captured one of the subjects 2 days prior in Let Helk. Turning his attention to Ludger, he noted that Sedina had contacted him without anyone's knowledge and even infiltrated as a student, then pondered why someone as talented as Ludger was still only a third order. A look of deep concern crosses Sedina Rokin's face, a silent plea escaping her lips. Her situation weighs heavily on Ludger's brother's mind, as he considers if she is being deliberately excluded, perhaps because of her aristocratic background, a detail that would surely make her unwelcome in any anti-society organization. He muses on the irony, knowing that such a group would never truly embrace an aristocrat, and that she would likely be used and discarded like a mere tool. His thoughts then shift to a recent observation, recalling a fissure he witnessed in Soren not long ago, a disturbing crack in the fabric of their world. The implications deepen as he realizes he never expected to see such a profound rift appear within the Black Dawn society itself, a sign of internal turmoil and vulnerability. This incident, he concludes, presents a unique opportunity, a chance to gain leverage through Sedina. Turning his attention back to the young woman across the table, Ludger's brother confirms their target is hiding in the sewers, and he intends to expand the search around that area first, then asks if Soren is aware of this information. Sedina confirms Soren's ignorance of the matter, though she admits they don't know how long that will remain the case. With a gesture of finality, Ludger's brother acknowledges her story, expressing a desire to meet again should another opportunity arise. His attention then shifts, and a hesitant voice responds, as Ludger Cherish addresses his older brother, Professor Ludger. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile plays on the older man's lips, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. Meanwhile, Sedina, her expression now resolute, assures him that she has understood his instructions well and will comply with his requests again in the future. As he strides past the cafe, his presence is a quiet ripple in the afternoon, while inside, a young woman watches him intently. A subtle shift in the air, a faint tremor, causes her to press her hand to her chest, her gaze fixed on the passing figure. She sits alone, lost in thought, the cafe's quiet hum doing little to distract her from the recent encounter. From her vantage point by the window, she watches him walk away, a silent observer to his departure. A hand gently touches the glass, as if to confirm the reality of what she just witnessed, a question forming in her mind about the strange energy she felt. Meanwhile, outside, the man who just passed by pauses, a flicker of recognition crossing his features, as if he too sensed an unusual surge of power. Not far away, another woman observes the scene with a puzzled expression, wondering what could be causing such a stir between the two. In a bustling lecture hall, Professor Selina addresses her students, her voice carrying across the rows of attentive faces, while Alex Saline sits among them, listening intently. Meanwhile, a female student with dark blue hair and striking yellow eyes leans on her hand, a thoughtful expression on her face, as if pondering the professor's words. Her mind drifting back to a spell he had witnessed beyond a cafe window, a powerful enchantment that, judging by its distinct color, was clearly designed to block sounds. Ludger Cherish and Alex stand by a window, gazing out at the falling snow, as Ludger reflects that while ordinary people cannot perceive the subtle colors or sense of magic, the dark-haired student from earlier looks on with a hint of concern, her brow furrowed in thought, wondering why such a spell would even be necessary. The question lingers in the air, a silent thump of unresolved mystery, as she considers what kind of conversation could have possibly required such extreme magical discretion. Professor Aiden, holding a book, brings the class back to the present, declaring that they should finish today's lesson for now, and sternly warns them not to wander around believing weird rumors, emphasizing that getting caught doing so will result in penalty points. Despite the warning, Alex Saline leans towards Elendil von Exilian, asking if he's heard about the werewolf story, to which Elendil confirms he has, both of them whispering, genuinely curious about it. Alex then reminds Elendil of the announcement at the end of class about penalty points for wandering around, but Elendil dismisses it, suggesting they just need to avoid getting caught, especially with the city offering a reward for its capture. With a glint in his eye, Alex turns to his friend, asking, Aiden, what do you think? Still focused on the recent warnings, Alex Saline questions the werewolf story, concerned about the penalty points they might incur if caught investigating, believing it wiser to simply avoid the whole affair. His companion, Elendil von Exilian, acknowledges his sentiment, then asks for his opinion on the matter, addressing him as Leo. As the conversation continues, the subtle sounds of movement under the desk suggest their continued presence, with Leo asserting that due to the werewolf's victims, they should simply defer the case to the professors. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through their discussion, as a red-haired student leans over their desk, her presence demanding attention. Leo, seemingly unfazed by the interruption, greets her casually, wishing Tessie a good morning. The red-haired student, Mai, responds with a sarcastic edge, questioning his cheerful greeting. Her expression hardens, a clear sign of her displeasure, as she prepares to confront them. A burst of golden energy crackles between Mai and Tessie, as Mai challenges her, asking if it isn't time for her to stop, given her previous loss. Tessie retorts, claiming their last encounter was a tied match, and tells Mai to stay out of her and Aiden's business. Undeterred, Tessie proposes a rematch, suggesting they fight properly this time. without holding back their true strength or fighting power. Mai points a finger at Tessie, her expression uncertain, muttering that she doesn't think such a thing is possible. Leo, observing the exchange, questions Mai's hesitation, who explains that she has afternoon classes and the werewolf wandering at night prevents their activities. Tessie, with a knowing smirk, calls out Mai's excuse, suggesting she's simply scared. Mai stands before Alex Saline and Elendil von Exilian, her challenge hanging in the air. With a slight huff, she concedes, suggesting they simply acknowledge her previous statement as fact. Then, a new idea sparks in her mind, proposing an alternative if a direct battle is out of the question. Alex Saline, looking perplexed, inquires about the nature of this something else. Mai reveals her audacious proposal, a competition to see who can catch the werewolf first, with the victor claiming bragging rights. After a moment of hesitation, Alex Saline reluctantly agrees. Elendil von Exilian, utterly shocked by his agreement, exclaims his alias, demanding to know why he would commit to such a reckless idea. Mai, pointing a finger at Elendil von Exilian, asserts that she is the one who shouldn't complain if she loses, while Alex Saline looks on, bewildered. Mai then departs abruptly, leaving Elendil von Exilian to question Alex Saline's absurd agreement. He tries to explain that he was merely agreeing offhandedly, assuming the professors would handle the werewolf anyway, but now realizes Elendil von Exilian was serious. Elendil von Exilian, still incredulous, argues that Mai wouldn't undertake such a reckless act unless she were a fool. Alex Saline ponders this, admitting that if it were Elendil von Exilian, she might indeed do something so daring, before quickly dismissing the thought. Elendil von Exilian remains silent, her expression unreadable as she processes the implications of Mai's challenge. Still reeling from the unexpected challenge, Alex Saline and Elendil von Exilian watch from a window as Mai walks away, a sense of unease settling over them. He wonders aloud how she managed to get there so quickly, realizing that if she continues in that direction, she must be heading towards the dormitory. A sigh of relief escapes him, though he still can't shake the feeling that her actions are a bit reckless. Unaware of their scrutiny, Mai continues her confident walk, her silhouette framed against the academy's grand architecture. Back inside, the two students are gripped by a sudden realization, their faces contorted in shock as the gravity of the situation dawns on them. Big trouble. Their hands clench in unison, a shared sense of dread palpable between them. As night falls, the academy grounds are bathed in the soft glow of the moon, the distant mountains silhouetted against a star-dusted sky. Through the quiet campus, Ludger Cherish walks with a measured pace, his thoughts heavy in the solitude. He muses to himself that many people are now looking for him, a subtle hint at the complexities of his undercover life. He reflects on the situation, understanding that his current position is tied to a significant obligation, the condition of helping his family's reinstatement. Meanwhile, a distinguished man with a prominent mustache questions him, asking if he intends to side with the aristocratic students, suggesting he be a little more flexible with them. The man ponders if his request is reasonable, thinking to himself that the professor must have been very anxious to approach a fallen aristocrat like him. He continues his internal monologue, recalling how he was about to advise the professor that aligning with the principal would be advantageous. The professor's suggestion is met with a simple, incredulous, "What?" as Ludger internally asserts that in Soren, there are no commoners, aristocrats, or royal family. His expression firm, Ludger declares he has no intention of bending that principle. Turning to leave, Ludger states he has a patrol to do, prompting the professor to call out, "Wait." As he walks away into the night, a voice calls out from behind him, "Hey, Professor Ludger." He considers the implications of siding with the professor, realizing it would only expose his family's fake status, making it pointless to comply. Most of all, he doesn't want to cause trouble for the principal without reason. His resolve is clear, a determined expression etched on his face. Moments later, Ludger stands over a group of students sprawled on the ground, their forms distorted in shock and pain, as if struck by an unseen force. One of the students, looking up with a terrified expression, asks if he didn't hear that they should go straight back to the dormitory. As a student attempts to interject, claiming, "Well, Professor, it's not like that," Ludger Cherish cuts them off, his voice firm and unwavering, declaring that all of them will receive 5 penalty points. He muses on the sheer number of students involved, acknowledging the reward money but expressing surprise at the scale of participation, concluding that simply giving them penalty points or threatening them would be utterly useless. The situation, he understands, will only continue to deteriorate if left unchecked, a grim realization settling over him. With a resolute gaze, he vows, "I will deal with it before that happens." The scene shifts to the exterior of a massive industrial complex, the sewage treatment plant near Soren. The sprawling facility stands under a dark, star-dusted sky, its towering smokestacks silhouetted against the distant city lights. Deep within the labyrinthine tunnels of the sewer system, a faint talk echoes as Ludger Cherish steps carefully, his presence a stark contrast to the murky, flowing water and damp stone walls. He recalls the crucial information provided by Sedina, who had clearly stated that the werewolf entered this very location through the sewer system. A flashback to Sedina's words confirms his suspicion. This is the only water pipe large enough to accommodate a creature the size of a werewolf. A soft pot sound accompanies the glowing tip of his staff, illuminating the dark passage as he observes. So there's no one who has come here yet. The golden light from his staff cuts through the oppressive gloom, revealing the intricate stone architecture of the ancient sewer as he continues his solitary search. His gaze falls upon the damp floor, noticing distinct werewolf footsteps, and a chilling realization dawns on him. Two of them. Kneeling in the grimy sewer, Ludger Cherish carefully examines the two distinct sets of werewolf footprints before him, noting that one is significantly larger than the other, yet both are heading in the same direction. He considers the implications, hoping the trail won't abruptly vanish in the middle of nowhere. As he moves forward, the soft, rhythmic sounds of his own footsteps echo through the damp, silent passages. His glowing staff illuminates the path, revealing a formidable barred gate ahead as water drips steadily from the unseen pipes above. Suddenly, he notices a crucial detail. The two sets of footprints have now separated, each taking a different route. With a decisive step, he chooses to follow the larger, more imposing tracks. The trail leads him out of the sewers and into a moonlit forest path, where the larger werewolf's tracks clearly head towards the school, indicating a high probability it's gone there to hunt. A grim realization settles upon him, understanding that this particular werewolf now represents the most immediate and dangerous threat. His expression hardens, knowing that an attack could occur at any moment. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the night, jolting him with its raw terror. The air crackles with a sudden, violent impact, a jarring force that reverberates through the forest. He realizes with a jolt of urgency that merely following the footprints is no longer an option. It's already too late for that. Having heard the terrifying scream, Ludger Cherish surges forward, his determination absolute. Meanwhile, a monstrous werewolf, a blur of dark fur and raw power, lunges viciously towards two unsuspecting students. The blonde-haired student cries out in alarm, realizing the imminent danger, as the gray-haired student beside her looks on in horror, both trapped in the creature's path. Just as the werewolf is about to strike, a brilliant, golden light erupts, a powerful magical force intercepting its attack. The radiant energy pulses with immense power, driving back the beast. The werewolf howls as the magical impact sends it reeling, its body enveloped in crackling orange light. Its snarling face contorts in a mixture of pain and rage, the attack clearly having taken it by surprise. The powerful force continues to push the creature back, away from the now safe students. With a final surge, the werewolf is sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground in a heap. Under the glow of the full moon, Ludger stands protectively before the two students, his intervention swift and decisive. The blonde student looks up at him, a gasp escaping her lips, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and relief. He glances down, recognizing the student he just saved as Elendil von Exilian. The blonde-haired student, Elendil, and her gray-haired companion stand before their professor, both responding with a nervous, "Why yes." Ludger Cherish, his expression stern, addresses them both, his voice carrying an undeniable authority as he declares, "Both of you." The students flinch as he continues, "Receive 5 penalty points." The announcement sends a jolt of shock through them, their eyes wide with disbelief. A voice calls out into the night, echoing across the academy grounds. As Elendil confronts Ludger, demanding, "You should have asked if we were all right." He simply replies, "Are you?" She continues, her frustration evident, "Yelling at me, saying you did a good job? I'm trying to send the students back. You have a big mouth when you can't even protect your—" Her voice trailing off as she finishes, "own body." Ludger, unfazed by her outburst, simply states, "Then please at least make up for this student's penalty points." A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he turns away, leaving Elendil to ponder his words. Meanwhile, a young student with short gray hair, holding a book, apologetically explains, I was studying when I suddenly fell asleep." She bows deeply to Elendil, who looks down at her with a stern expression, while Ludger observes the scene. "Yes. I'm sorry." Elendil's face registers confusion, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she mutters, She wonders internally, what's with this difference in atmosphere? Ludger then clarifies his earlier statement, instructing Elendil, "Elendil, take care of Lynn and bring her to the dormitory. Then both of you will be exempt from penalty points." Elendil, surprised, asks, "Yes? Really?" Still reeling from the professor's unexpected decision, Elendil expresses her disbelief, wondering if he truly dislikes her so much that he'd rather she accumulate penalty points, urging Lynn to follow her. Suddenly, a guttural growl rips through the night, as a massive, shadowy creature with glowing red eyes lunges into view, its presence immediately drawing the attention of Ludger and the two students. An unseen voice cries out, alerting the professor to the creature's location, but Ludger, already aware, simply responds with a calm, knowing affirmation. His expression remains composed, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to act. The monstrous wolf-like creature pauses, its glowing eyes fixed on something unseen, a moment of eerie silence before its next move. Then, with a burst of speed, the creature turns and flees, prompting Ludger to exclaim that it's running away, already in pursuit. As he gives chase, Ludger instructs the two bewildered students, telling them to quickly evacuate to a safe place, his voice firm amidst the chaos. The chase continues at a dizzying pace, with both Ludger and the creature plummeting from a great height, their forms blurring against the night sky. Ludger lands gracefully on a rooftop, immediately resuming his pursuit, his figure a dark streak against the moonlit academy buildings. He sprints across the tiled surfaces, his movements fluid and precise, maintaining the relentless chase. Finally catching up, Ludger unleashes a torrent of dark magic, a shadowy, serpentine force erupting from his hand, aimed directly at the fleeing creature. Back with the students, Lynn, wide-eyed and startled, turns to Elendil, questioning if the strange, floating energy they just witnessed was indeed magic. Under the pale moonlight, a relentless chase unfolds across the academy's Gothic rooftops, as Ludger Cherish pursues a shadowy, monstrous figure. He pauses on a spire, observing the creature below, a low growl echoing through the night. Then, with a silent, precise movement, he lands on a tiled roof, continuing his pursuit. The monstrous entity bounds across the architectural landscape with incredible speed, its movements punctuated by sharp impacts. Suddenly, a burst of vibrant blue energy erupts from Ludger, signaling his direct engagement. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sends the creature reeling. Multiple concussive blasts of blue magic follow, striking the beast with devastating force. The two combatants become a blur of motion, clashing midair amidst streaks of light and shadow. With a final, guttural cry of pain, the monster is driven to the ground, Ludger standing over it. He delivers a decisive, final blow, ending the confrontation with a swift, impactful strike. As the battle raged on, Ludger Cherish gathered a searing orb of fiery energy in his hand, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. He then descended with incredible speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the monstrous creature reeling, its form momentarily distorted by the impact. Before it could recover, a brilliant burst of blue energy erupted from his hand, pushing the creature further back with concussive force. From a distance, Lynn watched the display with wide eyes, a look of utter astonishment on her face, wondering aloud if this was truly how a wizard engaged in battle. The monster, however, was far from defeated, letting out a guttural growl as it lunged forward, its sharp claws tearing through the air towards him. Unyielding, Ludger met the charge, his arm already glowing with a fresh surge of blue energy, ready to counter the beast's desperate attack. His attack connected, a blinding flash of greenish-blue light erupting as the monster recoiled, staggering violently from the force of the blow. With a final, decisive strike, the creature was sent plummeting from the rooftop, its form disappearing into the darkness below. Ludger stood firm, his arm still crackling with residual blue energy, the golden hilt of his weapon glowing faintly as the battle concluded. Around him, the last vestiges of his powerful blue aura faded into the night, leaving only the quiet aftermath of his triumph. The monstrous creature lets out a ferocious roar, its form crackling with an ominous blue energy. Observing the beast, dark energy trailing behind him, Ludger Cherish feels the profound strain of the prolonged battle, a weariness settling deep within him. He acknowledges the significant mana expenditure, realizing that using so much power is not ideal. As he moves, dark energy still swirling around him, he laments the need to avoid overt magic in front of any students, knowing he must quickly resolve this situation and deal with the other lurking threat. With a sudden, powerful strike, he sends the creature crashing down onto the rooftop. Yet, to his astonishment, the beast still possesses the strength to move. A clawed hand twitches, a testament to its unexpected resilience. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with an intense electric blue, as he prepares for another assault. He delivers another devastating punch, his fist glowing with concentrated energy, impacting the creature with bone-shattering force. Despite the power of his blow, he finds himself in disbelief at the monster's continued resistance. He realizes the creature is a werewolf, and the thought of it using tools sparks a new, unsettling question in his mind. Unfazed by the relentless assault, the werewolf lets out another defiant roar, its sharp fangs bared. A powerful blue energy blast erupts, tearing through the air with a deafening roar and a sharp crackle. As the residual magical force hums and fades into the night, Ludger Cherish watches the shadowy form of his opponent, a low growl echoing from the creature. Realizing he faces a werewolf that somehow uses tools. For a creature based on a wolf, its intelligence is far beyond what he anticipated. As the werewolf stands tall, its red eyes glowing menacingly amidst a swirling purple aura, seemingly unfazed by the attack. There's no way it possesses the intelligence of a human opponent, yet he can't help but wonder if these creatures are truly werewolves at all. The dark, abstract background reflects the unsettling nature of his thoughts. Meanwhile, under the vast, starry night sky, two desperate calls echo through the forest for Tessie. As Alex Saline, his face etched with panic, turns to Aiden, asking if it wouldn't be better to simply give up the search. Elendil von Exilian, her expression serious, states that despite their extensive efforts, they haven't been able to find her, concluding that Tessie will have to return on her own. She then reminds them that it's their own fault for not properly refusing the bet. Still searching through the dark forest, Alex Saline turns to Elendil von Exilian, asking if she truly believes Tessie is still out here looking for the werewolf. With a worried expression, Alex acknowledges that it certainly seems like something Tessie would do. Elendil, exasperated, throws her hand to her head, conceding that she understands the situation. She suggests they continue their search for only 30 more minutes, proposing that if they still can't find her, they should return. As they press deeper into the eerie woods, the two students remain vigilant, their expressions tense. Suddenly, a distant scream echoes through the trees, causing Alex to exclaim, "Did you hear that?" It's Tessie's voice. Elendil immediately points the way, urging him to follow. Their feet pound against the forest floor, kicking up dirt and leaves as they sprint towards the sound. Alex, startled by the urgency, pushes himself to keep up, his eyes wide with alarm. The dense canopy of trees blurs around them, as another desperate cry of KYA echoes, guiding their frantic search. Elendil finally catches up to a disoriented Alex, who clutches his head, muttering, "Ah, hey." She calls out to him, urging him to focus. They find Tessie sitting on the ground, looking up with a surprised expression, and she questions, "Aiden, why are you here?" Alex, now composed, explains that he heard her scream, but Tessie vehemently denies it, insisting she never screams. A soft rustling sound echoes through the damp forest, drawing the attention of the three students. Alex, his brow furrowed, hushes his companions, urging them to follow him deeper into the undergrowth. With quiet footsteps, they move cautiously through the dense foliage. Peering through a thick bush, Alex, Elendil, and Tessie discover the source of the noise. A small, gray form is nestled amongst the leaves, prompting a hushed question. Could it be a werewolf? Closer inspection reveals a small, gray-furred creature, its eyes closed in what appears to be sleep or unconsciousness, leading to the realization that it's merely a pup. Tessie, her initial fear giving way to a competitive spirit, declares her victory in their bet, though Alex quickly points out that she only discovered it, not caught it. Annoyed, Tessie prepares to rush forward, but Alex quickly intervenes, calling her name to stop her. He explains that the pup appears wounded and unable to move, further noting its secluded hiding spot, covered in leaves, suggesting it's not merely resting. Tessie, her expression shifting to concern, questions if such a sick creature could have hidden itself so effectively alone. Kneeling beside the pup, Alex acknowledges the possibility of another werewolf nearby, concluding that someone must have helped the injured creature. His eyes, magnified by his glasses, scan the surroundings, a flicker of realization crossing his face. A faint, metallic glint catches his attention, revealing a glowing collar around the pup's neck, a detail that raises more questions than answers. The students, Elendil, Ludger, and Tessie, stand frozen in the moonlit forest, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and fear, as a massive, dark-furred werewolf with glowing red eyes looms directly behind them, its terrifying presence confirming their worst suspicions about the dangers lurking near the academy. A low, guttural growl echoes through the air, a primal sound of pure aggression. As the monstrous creature lunges forward, its massive maw wide open and dripping with saliva, a terrifying display of its predatory intent. Leo's eyes widen in shock, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he recoils from the sudden attack, the sheer speed of the beast catching him off guard. And Aiden, witnessing the terrifying scene unfold, cries out his name in a desperate warning, his own face etched with alarm. The werewolf's powerful claw slashes through the air, a blur of dark fur and sharp talons, connecting with devastating force. Sending Leo reeling backward with a pained grunt, his body flung through the air by the impact. He continues to tumble through the chaotic currents of displaced air, a helpless projectile against the monster's might. Aiden collapses to the ground, groaning in pain as the towering werewolf looms over him. Its true, terrifying form now undeniable, a chilling realization dawning upon him that this is no mere beast, but a genuine werewolf. From behind, the red-haired student watches the unfolding horror, her expression hardening with resolve as she tells herself to calm down, vowing to eliminate the threat. Meanwhile, the werewolf's eye glows with an intense, almost desperate light, its mind consumed by a singular, driving purpose: to restore its family. With renewed ferocity, the monster unleashes another sweeping attack, its claws tearing through the air with deadly speed. Alex Saline shielded Tessie from the impact, his body absorbing the force as they both tumbled to the ground. Gasping in shock, Tessie clung to him, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. Nearby, Elendil von Exilian sat hunched, clutching her arm, clearly still reeling from the attack. Alex Saline looked down at her, concern etched on his face, asking if she was all right, but Tessie could only manage a bewildered whisper, questioning why he had helped her. Her expression hardened with resolve as she declared she couldn't stand by when her friend was in danger. The massive werewolf monster loomed over them, its dark form casting an intimidating shadow as it slowly approached. Alex Saline, trying to defuse the tense situation, suggested the creature was merely wary, believing the child to be in danger. Ludger Cherish, however, was incredulous, questioning Alex Saline's actions and asserting that a werewolf couldn't possibly understand human words. To their astonishment, the werewolf's glowing red eyes fixed on them as it spoke, assuring them it would cause no harm to their child. After its unexpected declaration, the massive creature flinched, then slowly turned its back on the group. It crouched low to the ground, a guttural growl rumbling from its chest. Alex Saline explained that the werewolf had likely overreacted earlier due to its pup, leaving Ludger Cherish to wonder aloud if it truly understood their words. Though the werewolf had retreated, Ludger Cherish knew its true colors remained hidden, and he turned to Alex and Tessie, acknowledging that his words might be overwhelming. Still, he implored them to trust him just this once. Turning back to the massive creature, he reassured it that he intended no harm, even as a faint rustling sound accompanied his movement. He then produced a small vial, its contents clinking softly, and offered it, suggesting it might alleviate the suffering of its sick child, even if only slightly. With a gesture of peace, Ludger extended the vial towards the towering werewolf, its massive claw reaching out to meet his offering. His hand, holding the small bottle, met the creature's formidable, clawed digits, a moment of tense exchange hanging in the air. But instead of taking the offering, the werewolf's claw recoiled with a creak, and a sudden, blinding burst of golden energy, accompanied by a heavy thud, erupted from its form. The golden force slammed into Ludger, throwing him violently backward, his body recoiling from the sheer impact. Overwhelmed by the raw power, a guttural scream tore from his throat as the crimson energy of the attack consumed him. The golden energy continued to surge, radiating outward in a blinding explosion, trapping him within its destructive embrace. The werewolf let out a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing with malevolent light, as it channeled even more golden energy into the devastating assault. The golden energy intensified, expanding into a colossal wave of destruction, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. As the night deepened, a voice cut through the quiet, calling out to Tessie. The werewolf, still ensnared by golden energy, struggled over the unconscious form of Ludger Cherish, while Alex Saline and Tessie looked on in horror. Suddenly, a new figure, tall and imposing, strode into the clearing, his voice cutting through the tension as he demanded to know their purpose there. Tessie's voice, filled with disbelief, questioned if this was truly Professor Ludger, her words echoing the shock of the situation. Both she and Alex Saline stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance and the chaos unfolding around them. The newcomer, without even turning, dismissed their immediate explanation, instructing them to stand down for now and promising to address their presence later. Alex Saline, however, stepped forward, pleading for a moment of his time. He insisted that the werewolf understood human words, a desperate attempt to de-escalate the volatile situation. The imposing figure, clearly annoyed, asked what kind of nonsense he was spouting, his patience wearing thin. Alex Saline firmly retorted that it was not nonsense, standing his ground despite the professor's intimidating presence. Ludger Cherish, still reeling from the encounter, considers the creature before him, wondering if that werewolf is truly capable of understanding human speech. But a sudden, piercing gaze, accompanied by an unsettling blue glow, cuts through the night, signaling a presence far more formidable than any beast. The true Professor Ludger, his expression unreadable, looms over the scene, his arrival sending a wave of shock through the younger Ludger. A quiet gasp escapes him as the gravity of the situation settles in. Without a word, the imposing figure strikes, a swift, brutal blow that sends the younger Ludger recoiling, a pained cry escaping his lips. Alex Saline watches, aghast, as the true professor's demeanor from moments ago now seems to make chilling sense, a silent question hanging in the air. What just happened? The air crackles with an unseen force, a palpable tension filling the space. Suddenly, a torrent of vibrant orange and red flames erupts around the true Professor Ludger, swirling with immense power, illuminating the terrified faces of Alex Saline and Tessie. The inferno rages, a clear demonstration of his overwhelming authority, as Alex Saline stares, mesmerized by the sheer force on display. His voice, calm yet laced with an undeniable threat, cuts through the roaring flames, promising severe consequences for any further deviant behavior from the students. The fiery aura intensifies around him, a silent emphasis on his words, leaving no doubt about the seriousness of his decree. His final command rings out, a clear dismissal that brooks no argument, sending the students back to their dormitory. Above the academy, the sky stretches vast and clear, a stark contrast to the brewing storm within its walls. Inside, 3 students sit in a tense silence around a long wooden table, their faces etched with apprehension. A wave of despair washes over them as one laments. We're doomed. We're really doomed. Why'd we get caught by Professor Ludger out of all people? The red-haired student, her expression grim, reflects on her own involvement, thinking she only exposed a loophole, never intending to play an active role, yet regretting her actions nonetheless. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish watches the unfolding drama from a distance, his gaze thoughtful and concerned. A calm, almost playful voice then cuts through the tension, addressing the students simply as kids. Standing in the doorway, radiating an aura of undeniable authority, is the principal, accompanied by the real Ludger, as she asks, "You guys have waited for a while, right?" The students' eyes widen in collective horror, a single thought echoing among them. The principal. With a gentle, yet firm, tone, the principal instructs them. Now, sit down comfortably. The 3 of you. As the principal and the real Ludger stand before them, the students realize the true weight of their situation, understanding that the principal's personal involvement signifies something far more serious. The implication hangs heavy in the air. It means that we won't end up with just a normal disciplinary action. The blue-haired student, looking down in despair, internally questions the principal's motives, concluding that this won't be a mere penalty point. Professor Ludger addresses the students with a stern expression, reminding them of their complacent behavior the previous night. He emphasizes that if things had gone even slightly wrong, someone could have died. The principal, observing the tense atmosphere, interjects, suggesting that everyone should calm down and that Professor Ludger shouldn't scare the students too much. However, Ludger respectfully disagrees, insisting that the incident is too serious to be overlooked. The principal smiles, asking if the situation ended well, and noting that Ludger also explained everything in great detail. She then turns her attention to Aiden, inquiring if he truly threw himself to save Tessie, leaving him visibly surprised. Aiden stammers a denial, but the principal's voice cuts through, reminding him that his actions were dangerous and wrong. With a knowing smile, she declares her decision to give each of them 10 penalty points. However, she quickly amends her statement, explaining that she cannot criticize their actions during a crisis, and instead, she will award them 20 points each. The three students, Alex Saline, Elendil von Exilian, and the red-haired student, react with utter shock and disbelief at the unexpected reward. Ludger, standing beside the principal, simply acknowledges her decision, accepting her authority. The principal then encourages them to continue working hard, and the students gratefully thank her for the unexpected award. As the principal concludes her assessment, the young man who is posing as Professor Ludger hesitates, his gaze fixed on the true Ludger. His expression remains unreadable, a subtle tension lingering in the air between them. Meanwhile, the principal addresses the true Ludger, asking, "Are you satisfied now, Professor Ludger?" He responds, acknowledging her efforts, "I didn't think you would ask me to take good care of those kids." He then adds, "Thank you. I did it because it wouldn't fit my image well if they found out that it was my request." The principal, understanding his complex nature, simply states, "Well, I get it." She then shifts the topic, inquiring, "But was there really nothing odd about the werewolves?" Ludger considers her question carefully before replying, "Yes, no matter how I recall it, there wasn't anything too peculiar." The principal smiles, relieved. "Anyway, I'm grateful, Professor Ludger, once again. Thanks to you, there was no death." She concludes their meeting with a hopeful tone. "Then I'll look forward to your good performance in the future as well." Later, the young man who is posing as Professor Ludger sits alone at a desk, deep in thought, the quiet room reflecting his contemplative mood. The true Ludger, however, is elsewhere, his mind replaying the events, a subtle frown on his face as he considers the principal's words. He recalls the moment of the incident, thinking back to that specific time. A captured werewolf, its gray fur matted and its body bound by glowing yellow energy, lies on the forest floor, a faint rustling sound accompanying its struggle. A human body, partially transformed, lies amidst dark foliage and a crimson stain, its skin marred with scratches and emerging patterns. As Ludger reflects, realizing that was obviously a human body that hadn't been completely transformed into a werewolf yet, he continues his internal monologue, thinking, "Those guys, they didn't create werewolves based on wolves." The chilling truth dawns on him. They caught human beings. A monstrous, gray-furred creature with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs screams in agony, a testament to the horrific process, and turned them into werewolves. Even looking back, there was no regret over the choice he had made. Because if he hadn't gotten rid of them, he would have been the one in danger. Moreover, Ludger Cherish knew they hurt people, and that fact remained unchanged. That was precisely why they had become like that, transformed into monstrous, glowing figures. They had become like that. The memory of a glowing, fox-like creature flickered, a silent testament to the past. Now, in the present, Ludger sat at a grand desk, his long dark hair falling neatly down his back. His gloved hand carefully held a delicate, glowing orb, its intricate patterns swirling with soft light. The orb pulsed with a soft sparkle, illuminating the quiet study as he prepared to speak. Finally, a clear statement emerged from his thoughts. "I have a request." The mission was an infiltration, a task that now feels like a distant memory, as a student gazes up at the clear sky, a surprised exclamation escaping them. Who would have thought, they ponder, that they would receive award points instead of penalty points? It almost feels like a dream. Later, sitting on a bench with two other students, Alex Saline asks Aiden if his arm is okay, to which he nods, confirming he just needs to be careful for a couple of days. The red-haired student then turns to Aiden, inquiring if he has any other concerns. Alex Saline quickly interjects, assuring them it's not a concern. Yet, a disturbing image flashes through his mind, a strange leash wrapped around a neck, partially obscured by foliage. The red-haired student, noticing his unease, hushes Alex Saline, urging him to lower his voice. Alex Saline's thoughts drift to Professor Ludger, realizing this was also the reason he had tried to stop him. He considers the possibility that someone might have created them artificially, his hand thoughtfully touching his chin. The mention of artificiality sparks a memory, a strange rumor he had heard about suspicious people hiding in Soren. Aiden, hearing this, questions if that wasn't just a false rumor. He admits he isn't certain, but finds it incredibly strange for a werewolf to have a leash attached to them, a detail that clearly troubles him. Hesitating, Alex Saline admits he doesn't want to suspect Professor Ludger, but then asks if his companion wants to discuss the professor further. He reiterates his reluctance to suspect him, yet cannot shake the memory of the professor's strangely unsettling expression from the previous night. In a chilling flashback, Professor Ludger's eyes glow with an eerie white light, a silent testament to something profound he witnessed at that moment. Indeed, the professor had undeniably perceived something significant, a truth perhaps too heavy to bear. Alex Saline then presses, wondering if his friend believes Professor Ludger was actively trying to conceal something, his voice laced with growing suspicion. The red-haired student admits she isn't entirely certain, but a strong intuition suggests Professor Ludger possesses crucial information. Alex Saline, beads of sweat forming on his brow, emphasizes the gravity of the situation, arguing that a Soren professor should have no reason to engage in such clandestine activities. A haunting image of Professor Ludger, standing before a shadowy crowd, flashes through their minds, as the unsettling question arises, what if their suspicions are indeed the truth? The thought lingers, a dark cloud over their conversation. What if Professor Ludger is directly connected to the very rumor they've been discussing? Alex Saline, turning to his companions, reminds them of the principal's previous statements, as if seeking reassurance or a different perspective. The principal, standing beside Professor Ludger in a past moment, had stated that he explained the situation in detail, implying a level of transparency that now seems questionable. Alex Saline continues to ponder the situation, questioning why Professor Ludger would act in such a way if the rumors were true, yet acknowledging that the professor had indeed taken care of them, even if he pretended otherwise. Meanwhile, the red-haired student listens intently, her expression one of surprise and concern. The gray-haired student then interjects, asking if they are truly suspecting Professor Ludger. Alex Saline hums thoughtfully, before agreeing with Tessie, the red-haired student, that her assessment is likely correct. He then dismisses the immediate concern, suggesting there's no need to worry right away, and more importantly, declares his hunger, proposing they go eat something. As the three students rise from the bench, Tessie enthusiastically agrees, confirming it's indeed lunchtime. Her expression shifts to one of slight shock, as if something unexpected has just been said. The gray-haired student mumbles awkwardly, trying to articulate that eating together is simply what friends do. Tessie, blushing slightly, asks if they are already friends. After a moment of consideration, she agrees to join them for lunch. Alex Saline cheers in delight, while the gray-haired student lets out a relieved sigh, both pleased with her decision. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolds, with a question posed over a desk laden with documents and an inkwell. Have you checked all the material that I sent you? The report detailed the current missing persons in Ledhelk, and the areas where certain individuals were known to gather, all meticulously tracked. It concluded with a strong lead. A group of large men had been seen moving busily in an abandoned factory nearby, a place the informant was certain held the answers. He listened intently, then offered a concise approval, acknowledging the good work. The informant continued, having also investigated other leads, revealing that workers had recently gone missing outside the city, and asking if a family of 3 was among them. The confirmation came swiftly. It was indeed the only instance where an entire family had vanished. With the gravity of the situation settling upon him, Real Ludger declared his intention to personally visit the site soon. As the night deepened, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. Rain lashed against the grimy windows of the abandoned factory, its dark silhouette looming over the murky waters. On a nearby balcony, 2 figures stood watch, one of them sighing, uttering his boredom and questioning how much longer they were expected to remain. His companion, an older man with a beard, speculated it would be around 2 more days, then pondered aloud why those bastards had managed to escape. The younger man, still frustrated, questioned how they could have handled things if their targets were capable of such an escape. At the abandoned factory, a dark, circular tunnel entrance looms, its depths shrouded in shadow, as a voice recounts how the kidnapped child didn't receive enough medicine. They had tried to increase his dosage, but the child had cried and screamed, creating a significant disturbance, and the problem was that no one had realized the parents would react so strongly upon seeing their transformed child. A subordinate on the lower level looks up at his colleague on the balcony, discussing the chaos that ensued. His colleague, a man with a goatee, questions how the parents could still care for their child after turning into werewolves, a sentiment met with a resigned affirmation. That's precisely why they had created such a mess and managed to escape, a flashback illustrating a werewolf's ferocity, and it seems they've even sought help from a trustworthy person to handle the situation. The conversation continues, revealing the extent of the problem. The first subordinate, looking towards the tunnel entrance, grumbles that this kid bastard was the cause of all their suffering. His colleague emphatically agrees, wishing he had been there to prevent the escape. Suddenly, the first subordinate flinches, a subtle movement indicating a disturbance, his attention drawn to something unseen. His colleague, noticing the reaction, turns to him with a questioning look, a silent inquiry passing between them. The first subordinate's hand instinctively moves to his belt, reaching for a hidden weapon. Both men now stand alert, their gazes fixed on the tunnel entrance, a tense silence filling the air. A distinct thud echoes from below, followed by the sound of something heavy landing. The first subordinate leans over the railing, peering down into the darkness, his colleague joining him, both straining to see what has arrived. A heavy boot splashes into standing water, announcing an arrival with a distinct squelch. Each deliberate step echoes through the damp environment, the sound of his stride cutting through the stillness. Clad in dark, tactical gear, a hooded figure emerges from the shadows, his presence commanding attention as he advances. Beneath the hood, his eyes glow with an intense, otherworldly blue-green light, a mask concealing the lower half of his face. A voice breaks the silence, acknowledging his arrival. Hans, a man in a sharp suit, looks at him with a hint of surprise, commenting on his prepared appearance. From their vantage point on a rooftop overlooking the city, Hans inquires, asking if he intends to go alone, then offering assistance if needed. Hans considers the situation, muttering that he might be able to handle a few opponents himself, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding he can manage alone before asking for the enemy count. He reveals the scale of the opposition, explaining that there are around 40 people, and they are preparing to leave, making time of the essence. The hooded figure, deep in thought, asks about their combat capabilities, suggesting they should be treated as if each one is armed. Hans elaborates on the enemy's defenses, mentioning 3 individuals in strengthened armor and 2 wizards, then advises entering through a nearby sewer, urging caution. Confirming the plan, Hans then reminds him of the specific family he had inquired about. Hans confirms the target is indeed a child, simply stating, "Yes, the kid." A moment of silence hangs in the air before he asks, "How old was he?" Ludger's footsteps echo softly as he processes the information. Hans reiterates, "The kid, you said?" The answer comes, stark and clear, 7 years old. Ludger's hooded gaze remains sharp, absorbing the detail. Hans continues, emphasizing the vulnerability. "He was a very young kid." Ludger repeats the age, a subtle shift in his demeanor. 7 years old, huh? A single word escapes Ludger's lips. "I see." He stands over a fallen enemy, the first casualty of his swift intervention. His footsteps are deliberate, moving away from the immediate aftermath, the sound of his boots echoing in the quiet space. He continues through an archway, his presence a silent, deadly force. Suddenly, a desperate scream pierces the air. "ARGH. WH, who are you?" Another cry of agony follows. "ARGH. Help me." As the swift, brutal attack continues. One of the attackers lies motionless on the ground, blood staining his shirt, a discarded gun nearby, a testament to the overwhelming force he just faced. The scene unfolds to reveal a grim tableau. Multiple bodies of the enemy forces now litter the ground, a testament to Ludger's efficiency and the sheer scale of the massacre. Standing over a fallen enemy, his dark attire blending with the shadows, Ludger cherished surveys the quiet aftermath of his swift work. Meanwhile, a small, glowing insect buzzes through a dimly lit corridor, its faint light tracing a path through the dust-filled air. A close-up reveals its intricate, reflective eye, catching a glint of light as it continues its silent patrol. The persistent buzzing sound echoes softly, a subtle indicator of its continued presence. In a brightly lit facility, 2 uniformed men go about their tasks, unaware of the hidden eyes observing their every move. From a dimly lit control room, a man with light hair and a distinctive neck tattoo watches intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the incoming data. He hums thoughtfully, then states, "It seems that a rat is hiding." Back in the facility, one of the uniformed men questions if the intruder is from the security department, while another urgently commands, "Stop what you're doing and send people out there." The observer gently holds the glowing insect on his finger, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he muses, "But, well, it's good if that's the case." His cold calculation continues, realizing that if the target is truly isolated, that means that no one will care. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across his face, his eyes glinting with malicious intent as he gazes at the insect. His final, chilling thought confirms his indifference to the target's fate. If he dies, right? A sudden volley of gunfire erupts, twin revolvers spitting fire and lead into the darkness. As 2 figures, one in a cap and another with blonde hair, unleash a relentless assault. But before the bullets can connect, a hooded figure, shrouded in shadow, manifests a shimmering barrier of glowing orange gears, deflecting the attack with ease. The blonde-haired man, witnessing the impossible, curses under his breath, realizing the target is a wizard. With firearms rendered useless, he barks orders for his men to abandon their guns and draw their blades. Unfazed, the hooded figure stands ready, a revolver now clutched in one gloved hand. The blonde-haired man, enraged, shouts a warning, explaining that within the magical silence of fire, their weapons are utterly useless. Both attackers recoil in stunned disbelief, their faces contorted in shock and fear. As the hooded figure aims, a brilliant blue light emanates from the barrel of the revolver, signaling a magical counterattack. The bearded man stares in disbelief, a single thought echoing in his mind. In no way. As the man in sunglasses observes the strange phenomenon, realizing they are facing mana bullets. From the shadows, a golden armored figure steps forward, his boot hitting the ground with resolve, declaring, "Get away. I'm stepping up." He vows to himself that no matter his powers, if he gets hit with this directly, he'll kick the bucket. But the hooded figure, Ludger Cherish, is already in motion, his massive magical revolver crackling with blue energy, aimed directly at the armored assailant. With a triumphant, mocking laugh, he unleashes a blast, asking, "Wah, how does it taste?" The golden armored attacker's eyes widen in sudden fear and shock as the electrical discharge races towards him. The powerful electrical blast slams into the golden armor, sending shimmering blue energy rippling across its surface. The armored figure quickly analyzes the attack, realizing metal property magic with the addition of alchemy, and curses, "Damn it, a high-voltage current won't work against metal property magic." Despite his analysis, the intense electrical current continues to surge through his body, causing his armor to crackle and glow. A pained grunt escapes him, his eye reflecting the overwhelming blue energy. The electrical assault intensifies, completely engulfing the golden armored figure in a blinding storm of blue light and crackling power. Screams of agony echo as the electrical current surges through the golden armored attacker, his defenses utterly overwhelmed. The impact reverberates, a heavy thud signifying the devastating force of the attack. Meanwhile, in a different, smoky location, Ludger Cherish, cloaked and masked, reflects on his recent actions, confident in the efficiency of his methods, having dealt with numerous adversaries. His gaze remains sharp, a silent testament to his unwavering focus. A sudden impact on the ground nearby draws his attention, a small crater forming where something struck. He stands ready, his magical revolver firmly in hand, prepared for whatever threat might emerge from the shadows. A subtle unease washes over him, a feeling of being observed, which he quickly traces to a small insect hovering nearby, realizing he's been under surveillance. His eyes narrow, glowing with a faint blue light, as he considers the implications of insect-based surveillance, wondering if the infamous insect brothers are behind this intrusion. With a calculated assessment, he concludes that his enemies have indeed prepared a reception for him, and ponders whether to eliminate these tiny spies first. Deciding to act, he unleashes a surge of magical energy, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him as he prepares a powerful spell. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex that hums with raw power, ready to consume anything in its path. The insect spies, caught in the magical current, are helplessly drawn into the vortex, their surveillance mission abruptly terminated. High above, the magical insects that had been deployed for surveillance suddenly began to fall, their connections severed by an unseen force. Back at their hidden base, the blonde leader of the insect brothers felt the abrupt disconnection, a single insect falling into his outstretched hand as he processed the loss. The flow of information from his insect network had been completely cut off. Kneeling on a barrel, he reflected that before the connection was lost, he had felt a strange vibration, wondering if it was sound magic originating from the wind property. A troubled expression crossed his face as he realized the implications. The properties that Guy used were metal and wind, and this was a serious problem for their current strategy. He concluded that wind property was not a good match for small flying insects, and decided he should release those with bigger bodies instead. Turning to his bald subordinate, he commanded Varen to be prepared for what was coming. As Varen rallied the other thugs, the blonde leader added that if their opponent showed up, they should give him a magnificent greeting. Suddenly, the lights flickered and died, plunging the hideout into darkness and startling the men. Panic began to spread as the thugs cried out in confusion, demanding to know what happened to the electricity and urging someone to turn on the spare power unit. Sitting on the floor, the blonde leader looked up at Varen, a grim realization dawning on him as he stated that their opponent was merely playing with them. His expression hardened, the word brother escaping his lips in a tone of grim determination. The insect brother leader surveys the chaos, his gaze falling upon a figure lying motionless in the darkened hideout. Nearby, Varen lies sprawled and bleeding, a clear casualty of the sudden infiltration. The leader curses under his breath, the sound of a mask clattering to the ground echoing his frustration. His eyes narrow in fury, realizing the intruder has already breached their defenses. Barely any time has passed since the power went out, and he knows he must act quickly to avoid being killed, deciding to strike first. With a hiss, he summons a large centipede creature, its segmented body writhing in his palm. The creature lunges forward, a blur of legs and venomous intent. But before it can reach its target, a hooded figure appears from the shadows, catching the leader completely off guard. Ludger Cherish moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful strike that sends the leader reeling, a grunt of pain escaping him. Stunned, the leader questions why a wizard would engage in such close combat, wondering if he's facing a rare war mage, and resolves to create distance immediately. But Ludger Cherish doesn't relent, his hand glowing with a vibrant orange aura as he prepares a powerful fire spell. The leader's eyes widen in recognition, identifying the incoming attack as a fluttering flame. The insect brother leader could hardly believe his eyes, wondering how Ludger Cherish had completed such a complex spell technique with impossible speed. As a fiery orb, crackling with intricate magical symbols, erupted from his hand, the air itself seemed to ignite, radiating intense heat and destructive energy. The spell detonated with a deafening roar, and a pained scream echoed through the hideout as its target was engulfed. In the aftermath, a shattered, burning object lay smoldering on the ground, its remnants hissing as the magical energy slowly faded. Ludger stood calmly amidst the smoke and embers, his presence a stark declaration as he overlooked the incapacitated Varen, who lay defeated near a burning crate. The leader stared in disbelief at his fallen subordinate, Varen's body severely burned and barely conscious, wondering how such a swift and decisive defeat had occurred. His voice laced with a mixture of shock and anger, the leader demanded to know the identity of this unexpected intruder, a metallic click echoing through the silence. Without a word, Ludger produced a gun, his posture radiating calm menace as he prepared for the next phase of his infiltration. The cold steel of the barrel glinted, aimed directly at the remaining members of the Insect Brothers, a silent threat hanging heavy in the air. The leader and his men recoiled in shock, utterly bewildered by the ease with which this single intruder had dispatched their forces, questioning how he could be so effective. Ludger's eyes, glowing with an ethereal blue light, held an unwavering resolve, a silent testament to his formidable power and determination. Faced with such overwhelming force, the leader and his remaining subordinates hesitated, their initial aggression replaced by a palpable sense of fear and uncertainty. With a sudden burst of speed, Ludger Cherish's eyes gleam with an intense blue light, his focus absolute. He launches a powerful kick, a blur of motion striking something unseen with devastating force. The impact severs a massive, chitinous limb, leaving the assailant to wonder if it was truly an insect's leg. Looking down at the fallen limb, Ludger maintains his vigilant stance. Meanwhile, the severed leg crashes down, landing with a sickening thud. It strikes the insect brother leader, who collapses under the weight of his own monstrous appendage. A pained cry escapes him, his body racked with agony. A guttural sound of frustration escapes him, as he curses his predicament. The pain is undeniable, manifesting as a grotesque mouth on his hand that screams in agony. Despite his injury, the insect brother leader expresses his surprise, admitting he didn't expect to be caught in such an ambush, and acknowledging Ludger's prior elimination of Bruno. Ludger, observing the bizarre mutation, questions if this is the leader's true insect form. The insect brother leader retorts, surprised that Ludger expected him to be incapacitated, even after a supposed decapitation, hinting at his body's unique regenerative properties. Despite his claims of invincibility, the insect brother leader still reeled from the attack, his monstrous, fanged hand twitching as he boasted of a power transcending human understanding. A violent impact echoed through the space, shattering the air with explosive force. As Ludger Cherish observed the aftermath, his hooded form still and watchful amidst the debris. He moved with a quiet determination, his steps measured and precise. While nearby, a grotesque insect leg, part of the leader's true form, twitched violently, glowing with an eerie light. The insect brother leader's voice boomed, claiming no sorrow for his younger brother's death, yet his tone hinted at a deeper, more sinister motivation. His monstrous, fully transformed body then loomed over Ludger, promising to tear him to pieces in retribution for his actions. Panic erupts as one subordinate cries out to run, while another clutches his chest, groaning in pain. As a powerful, unseen force slams into him, sending him reeling from the impact. The monstrous insectoid attacker reveals itself, its dark carapace gleaming as it sends the subordinate flying with a brutal strike, his scream echoing through the space. It turns its attention to the hooded figure, a chilling voice emanating from its mandibles, questioning his concern for his subordinates. The creature continues its provocation, daring him to remain still if he truly worries about them. But the hooded figure is already in motion, a projectile deflecting with a sharp clang off the monster's hardened head, a clear sign of his counterattack. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful kick that sends the massive insectoid recoiling, its bulk momentarily thrown off balance. Without hesitation, the hooded figure channels his power, a vibrant orange aura flaring around him as he conjures a potent magical orb, its intricate patterns glowing with raw energy. The orb strikes the monster with a heavy thud, the impact rippling across its chitinous form. The magical attack intensifies, engulfing the creature in a brilliant, fiery orange explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. As the dust settles, the hooded figure observes the monster, a hint of surprise in his voice, wondering how it managed to avoid the full force of his attack despite its immense size. The insectoid monster's attack tears through the air with a sharp, rending sound, landing a powerful kick that sends him reeling back with a pained grunt. But Ludger Cherish is quick to retaliate, his hands glowing with a vibrant orange energy as he unleashes a magical projectile, which detonates against the creature in a blinding explosion of light and force. A lingering hiss of dissipating energy fills the air. As the monster's face emerges from the smoke, its glowing green eyes still burning with malevolence. He can hardly believe it, muttering to himself, "I can't believe he's still fine even after getting hit directly with magic." The monster, seemingly unfazed, lunges forward with incredible speed. Its voice a guttural growl as it taunts, "If you want to roast me, you should," before bursting into a mocking laugh. "At least use a 4th-tier spell. Wahaha." And with another swift, brutal strike, it lands a direct hit on him, its menacing face looming closer. Ludger, having just launched his attack, finds himself questioning the outcome, wondering if his opponent had simply vanished. Meanwhile, the insectoid monster, seemingly unharmed, scans the area, its mandibles clicking as it searches for its vanished opponent. Suddenly, a powerful impact strikes the monster's leg, red energy flaring around the point of contact. Followed by another sharp blow, the force rippling through its armored form. A blinding flash then erupts from its head, indicating a direct hit from the relentless assault. Ludger, now crouched low, observes the monster, which looks down at him, surprisingly unfazed by the barrage of attacks. The creature's mandibles click open, a voice echoing, oh my, your movements are pretty swift." Ludger stands, listening to the monster's taunt, which continues, just like a winged insect's. He realizes his current spells are insufficient, thinking that neither his gun nor third-tier magic will work, and the monster won't allow him the time for a fourth-tier spell either. His eye glows with a fierce blue light as he reluctantly acknowledges, "I didn't want to have to use this, though." The monster senses the shift in his demeanor, letting out a questioning hum as it observes him. A golden aura flares around Ludger, his resolve hardening as he declares, "I have no choice." He unleashes a concentrated burst of golden magical energy, the raw power radiating from his hands. The golden light expands rapidly, filling the entire space with its brilliant glow. As the magical energy continues to spread, it momentarily obscures the surroundings in a shimmering haze. Meanwhile, an observer shivers, muttering, "It's cold. I should have come here with clothes that were a bit warmer." He then thinks to himself, "It's about time for the fight to end, though." The man continues his internal monologue. As expected, was it difficult to fight with two black wizards at the same time? Well, he's not the kind of guy who would die here, anyway. A sudden gasp escapes him, his eyes widening in surprise at the unfolding spectacle. From the heart of the golden energy, multiple beams of light erupt, striking outwards with immense force. The impact ignites a massive fiery explosion, engulfing the area in a maelstrom of red and orange energy. A focused golden beam then pierces through the inferno, delivering a final, devastating blow. Witnessing the destruction of a building now ablaze, the observer remarks, "Hiya, so he used that in the end. His real magic, or whatever he calls it." He ponders the implications of such power. Really, magic is magic. What the hell is real magic anyway? Amidst the smoldering ruins, real Ludger kneels, addressing the young man, asking if he has finished his work and what he intends to do about the situation inside the devastated area. From above, Ludger Cherish responds, confirming that he has taken care of everything, including the subjects of the experiment, and that, as expected, they had no way to return to being human. So it was best to send them away without any pain. He then kneels, examining a vial, contemplating the terrifying reality of a drug that transforms humans into werewolves, a large-scale human experimentation that could only have been possible with significant backing. Real Ludger reassures him not to worry, revealing that he has already discovered who supported the operation from behind the scenes. Ludger Cherish looks up, surprised, asking if he truly figured it out so quickly. Real Ludger dismisses the question, stating that it doesn't matter since he can't be stopped anyway, and announces his intention to return to the hideout first. As real Ludger departs, Ludger Cherish stands alone amidst the fiery aftermath, the destruction glowing around him. A blonde-haired young master erupts in fury, his voice echoing through the opulent hall as he demands to know why such meager fare has been presented to him. His anger barely contained, he accuses his servants of only caring about squandering his wealth, a green-haired attendant standing silently by. With a frustrated sigh, he laments the apparent incompetence of everyone around him, as several maids, including one with pink hair, stand by, heads bowed in submission. Elsewhere, an elderly white-haired man, Kixon, sits at a grand table, his expression one of disdain as he dismisses those around him as worthless trash. He curses the scum, who failed to meet his expectations, his frustration evident as he paces a luxurious room, convinced that no one can perform their duties adequately. Kixon reflects on the immense resources he's invested in his experiments, lamenting the inability of his subordinates to manage the subjects properly, yet finding some solace in the fact that the troublesome subjects have been taken care of. His eyes glowing with a faint green light, he anticipates the imminent success of his project, the results of the experiment soon to be entirely within his grasp. The final goal of his experiment, he muses, will soon be ready for his personal use, a drug that promises to transform his aging body. He envisions his weakened form returning to its golden youth, believing that beyond mere rejuvenation, he will emerge stronger and more perfect than ever before. The drug, he reflects, is the very means by which he dedicated his youth to ascend to his current position, a path he now sees culminating in ultimate power. As Kixon stands in his chamber, unaware, Ludger Cherish observes him from the shadows of a distant doorway, his presence a silent judgment. An unseen assailant strikes, eliciting a sharp cry of surprise from Kixon, who demands to know the identity of his attacker. The force of the blow sends him sprawling to the ground, where a hooded figure stands over him, a weapon glinting in the dim light. Kixon's face contorts in a mask of fear and confusion, his eyes wide with terror. The hooded assailant, Ludger Cherish, calmly informs him that any calls for help are futile, having already erected a sound barrier throughout the opulent room, leaving Kixon stunned and helpless. As Ludger seizes him by the collar, Kixon's eyes widen in furious recognition, a name escaping his lips, Belfort Rickson. Holding the elderly man firmly, Ludger prepares to ask a single, crucial question, his thoughts drifting to a 7-year-old who, by all rights, should have survived. He recalls a gruesome reality where a young boy, himself, and his parents were forced to become monsters, a glowing orb of power clutched in his small hand as a werewolf looms nearby. This was the child who, even facing death, smiled at the person about to end their life, a small wolf pup sleeping peacefully beside him. The memory shifts to an older version of himself, bloodied and distraught, still haunted by the image of that thankful smile. He reflects on the agonizing feelings of someone forced to commit an unspeakable act, to burn others to death, a searing red line of pain reflecting in his eye. His gaze sharpens, returning to the present, as he challenges Kixon, asking what he believes such a person must have felt. Kixon flinches under the weight of the question and Ludger's intense stare, his face a picture of pure terror as he remains trapped in the younger man's grasp. He presses his captive, demanding to know if it was he who disposed of the escaped experiment subjects. Kixon, struggling in his grip, attempts to de-escalate the situation, suggesting a misunderstanding and asking to talk. Unmoved by the plea, Ludger reiterates his demand for an answer, then adds, with a chilling calm, that Kixon shouldn't worry about discarding the subjects, as it's a trivial matter. A smirk plays on Kixon's lips as he responds, dismissing the lives lost as mere rabble, questioning if it truly matters that a couple of them had to die. He continues, explaining that they are merely being given an opportunity to add worth to their otherwise worthless lives, contributing to the development of mankind. Kixon then asks if this isn't an extremely noble sacrifice, but Ludger, his expression unreadable, simply states, "Yeah, never mind now." His eyes glowing with a fierce blue light, Ludger declares that Kixon's answer was sufficient. A sharp pack sound echoes as a syringe plunges into Kixon's neck, his face contorting in a sudden, agonizing shock. As Ludger's eye continues to glow with an eerie intensity, Kixon lets out a pained, questioning gasp, "Ugh." For Ludger, the justification was more than sufficient, and he hadn't even gotten angry. A figure in a dark hood stands over a man writhing on the ground, who desperately demands to know what has been done to him. The hooded figure, Ludger Cherish, calmly explains that it is a drug capable of transforming a human into a werewolf, even in the tiniest dose. And suddenly, a question forms in his mind. As the man on the ground groans in agony, Ludger ponders what would happen if a bottle full of such a powerful drug were injected into someone, the thought punctuated by a pained cough from the transforming man, his own eye glowing with an eerie blue light. The man, Kixon, screams in sheer torment as his body violently contorts, his eyes glowing green, his features twisting into something monstrous. A primal roar erupts from the newly formed beast. As the towering werewolf, once Kixon, now stands before Ludger Cherish, a terrifying display of the drug's power. Ludger looks on, a somber expression on his face, knowing that no words could convey the depth of his feelings in this moment. And he simply utters a single, contemplative word. He watches the monstrous transformation, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. The creature should also feel the same pain. Suddenly, a violent crash reverberates through the grand halls, shattering the silence. Two figures, startled by the commotion, immediately question the source, realizing the noise emanates from Mr. Belfort's room. A larger group of staff members gathers, their faces etched with alarm, all crying out for Mr. Belfort amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, the men rush forward, their determination clear as they close in on the source of the disturbance. Bursting into the room, they are met with a horrifying sight, a monstrous werewolf, prompting cries of terror and disbelief. One of the men quickly takes charge, urging his companions to attack the beast immediately, while others are tasked with searching for Mr. Belfort if they cannot use magic. The werewolf is immediately engulfed in a torrent of magical energy, fiery auras erupting around its form as the attack lands. Despite the intense magical assault, the creature roars, seemingly unfazed by the continuous barrage of flames. The attackers, shocked by its resilience, exclaim that it's still alive, urging each other not to stop and to utilize all their mana, raising their firepower against the formidable foe. The scene fades to a dark, empty space, with faint particles drifting through the air, hinting at the lingering magical aftermath. Finally, a sturdy, closed door stands in silence, a silent testament to the violent events that transpired behind it. Ludger Cherish gazes at the open safe, its contents revealed, wondering what exactly he is looking at. The unnamed blonde master, gesturing towards the safe, instructs him to take whatever he needs for his work, then conceal the remainder for later. As Ludger turns to leave, the master remarks that this hideout was hard-won, suggesting he should explore it first, but then concedes that he will return soon anyway. He further explains that when the time comes, he will adopt an identity more suited to the underworld. Ludger, acknowledging the instructions, simply replies, "Okay, then, please take a lot of rest." Stepping out into the cool night air, Ludger begins his solitary walk, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly on the paved path. He pauses, his gaze falling upon a distant building, a quiet moment of contemplation under the glow of the streetlights. The city lights shimmer across the water, where a small boat rests peacefully, reflecting the quiet solitude of the evening. His gloved hand clenches slightly, a subtle sign of the resolve beneath his calm exterior. He stands by the railing, looking out over the water, the night wind rustling his coat as he contemplates his next move. A buzz of disbelief ripples through the crowd, as whispers confirm the unthinkable. The multi-millionaire Rickson was devoured by a monster. When security finally arrived, there was no trace of Rickson, only the monstrous aftermath, fueling the grim rumor that he had dabbled in black magic, and it had finally claimed him. Amidst the murmurs, one observer turns to another, wondering aloud, what became of the creature itself? The response comes quickly. The wizards in charge of security had handled it, though it took them over an hour to burn the resilient beast to death. The sheer difficulty of the battle elicits a surprised, drawn-out, "Huh," from the listening reporter. Suddenly, a pristine white boot steps onto the scene, its arrival marked by a subtle, almost imperceptible sound. A faint, rhythmic tapping echoes, announcing the approach of someone significant. The crowd parts as a figure with long, flowing white hair, tipped with pink, strides confidently through, her presence immediately drawing attention to the security department's involvement. Whispers identify her as the Lord Protector of the Night Order, the formidable Knight Commander, Tarina Lionel. The reporters exchange glances, one exclaiming, "I can't believe the security department is stepping in. Is the issue really that important?" Another laments their failure to get inside information, suggesting they should leverage the knights affiliated with the security department for future scoops. Commander Tarina Lionel arrived at a grand, ornate gate, her presence immediately unsettling the guard stationed there, who let out a small, nervous grunt. Without hesitation, she issued a clear command, demanding the gate be opened. A subtle glow emanated from the gemstone pendant at her throat, hinting at the power she wielded. The guard, however, hesitated, his face etched with fear as he explained, they had been explicitly ordered not to let anyone through. Her eyes flared with an intense purple light, and a powerful aura pulsed around her, her voice cutting through the air with a single, unyielding word. The purple energy intensified around her, emphasizing her final, undeniable command. The gate must open. Two guards now stood frozen in terror, flinching and gulping, overwhelmed by her sheer force of will. With a slow, creaking sound, the massive gate began to swing open, allowing her passage. She strode forward with purpose, her footsteps echoing as she entered the newly opened path. Her resolute steps continued, each one firm and unwavering. Her hand remained clenched, a testament to her unwavering resolve, as she moved deeper into the area. Finally, she was met by a man who bowed deeply, introducing himself as Inspector Teberin, expressing his honor to meet Commander Tarina. As the investigation into the incident unfolds, Commander Tarina Lionel asserts her authority, declaring that the security department has now taken full control of the related inquiry. She then issues a direct order, demanding that all gathered evidence and data be handed over immediately, and that the previous team withdraw. Inspector Teberin, with a slight nod of his head, acknowledges her command, simply stating, "Understood." With the transfer of authority complete, Tarina strides forward, her presence commanding the space, as Teberin and the other guards begin to withdraw, clearing the path for her and her team. Inside a lavish hall, Tarina stands before a grand chandelier, flanked by two subordinates, Lloyd and Enya, as they take in their surroundings. Lloyd sighs, admitting he had a hard time setting the atmosphere, to which Enya playfully retorts, "Oh ho, Enya, so undignified of you." Enya, turning to him, reminds Senior Lloyd that there's no need to keep up appearances when no one else can see them. Lloyd, however, insists that even without an audience, their behavior should remain consistent. Tarina interjects, her voice firm, commanding Lloyd to cut it out, and reminding them to always uphold the Nightcrawler's reputation. Lloyd, looking slightly flustered, concedes that as long as they don't appear relaxed in public, it's acceptable. He then shifts the conversation, his tone becoming more serious, reminding them not to forget their true objective for being there. Enya reacts with a surprised gasp, while Lloyd maintains his stern expression, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Standing over the grotesque, charred remains, the commander wonders aloud if this truly is the monster they are after, while her subordinate finds the sight utterly gruesome. She then explains that Belfort, the victim, was rumored to dabble in both black magic and cryptids, making his sudden murder by a monster far from a simple coincidence. Meanwhile, another subordinate confirms the consistent witness testimonies, all reporting a monster's appearance and Rickson's murder. He holds a white cloth, his expression grim, as the weight of the investigation settles upon them. The third member of the team adds that the monster's corpse is equally telling, its body burned down to its innards in one swift go, leaving no way to identify it. With the initial assessment complete, the commander suggests they search the room more thoroughly. The team spreads out, meticulously scanning the opulent surroundings, each member searching for any overlooked clues. The commander's gaze falls upon an ornate frame on the wall, its intricate details catching her attention. Noticing the frame's slight tilt against the otherwise pristine wallpaper, she deduces it's a deliberate anomaly. With a soft click, she activates a hidden mechanism. The wall slides open with a mechanical whir, revealing a concealed compartment. Her subordinate acknowledges the discovery of the hidden space, but the commander notes with disappointment that it's completely empty. Kneeling before the empty space, Tarina Lionhowl observes its size and location, concluding it's a perfect spot for a hidden safe. Meanwhile, Inya and Lloyd discuss the victim, with Inya noting that Belfort Rickson is notoriously known as an evil entrepreneur. Given his reputation, it wouldn't be strange for him to be hiding black money. Lloyd agrees, adding that such a person would typically hide a secret fund in a place only he knew about, and there must have been a hidden safe there until just last night. The absence of piled-up dust on the bottom of the compartment further solidifies Tarina's deduction, as she considers the mysterious death of a multimillionaire, the sudden appearance of a monster, and now, the vanishing safe. Her gaze sharpens, convinced that this is no mere coincidence. She can only conclude that someone intervened in Belfort's death, yet wonders how they could hide their tracks so thoroughly. The only person she knows who could be this skilled is... Still kneeling, her thoughts drift to the legendary figure. A shadowy silhouette of a gentleman thief against a full moon. The name echoing in her mind, Arsène Lupin. Lloyd, hearing her murmur, asks if she said something, but she quickly dismisses it, claiming it was nothing. He then inquires, Lloyd, have there been any weird incidents in Lethelk recently? Responding to the inquiry, the commander reveals that there was indeed one unusual incident recently, as one of the abandoned factories had been burnt down. She adds that this event occurred not long before Belfort's death the previous night. Her expression serious, she concludes that there must be something significant connected to that incident. Shadowy remnants of a recent battle dissipate into the air, leaving behind a faint, shimmering dust. Within an opulent chamber, the lingering shadows swirl around Ludger Cherish, who clutches his head, the after-effects of his powerful magic clearly taking their toll. He curses the lingering pain, acknowledging that the aftermath of such power is no trivial matter, but finds solace in knowing the werewolf situation is finally resolved. A pained expression crosses his face as he realizes the immense strain real magic places on his mana, draining him significantly. Fortunately, a small, glowing blue bottle containing restorative pills sits nearby, a crucial preparation that prevented a much larger problem. After taking the pills, a sigh of relief escapes him, feeling a bit better as his mana begins to recover. His teal eyes sharpen with renewed determination, the ordeal now behind him. As the last traces of the magical aftermath fade into smoke, he muses that all evidence has been burned away, but then a different thought crosses his mind, realizing one crucial detail remains. That remaining detail is Aiden, a young man with neat brown hair and glasses, whose image appears in his thoughts. He recalls Aiden's persistent efforts to stop him until the very end, making his decision to eliminate the werewolf seem less straightforward. More than anything, Aiden had been the closest to him at that time, a fact that weighs heavily on Ludger Cherish as he looks down at the defeated figure. He knew that since he had burned the evidence in an instant, there was probably no chance of it being discovered. But the thought lingered, wondering if Aiden had seen something, even for just a second. A soft tap of his finger against the table accompanied his frustrated sigh, as he admitted to himself that he had expected complications, but not for them to become this intricate. Another tap echoed in the quiet room, as he considered the lack of guarantee that Aiden would keep silent. His finger tapped once more, a decision forming in his mind. If the situation truly was like this, then the easiest solution would be. The rhythmic tapping intensified, a silent drumbeat to his grim contemplation. Finally, the tapping ceased, his hand clenching into a tight fist on the table. As expected, a cold resolve settled over him, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light as he pondered the ultimate question. Did he have to kill him? A faint, purplish aura began to emanate from him, his clenched fist resting heavily, a silent testament to the dark path he was considering. His gaze, now fully alight with an intense, glowing blue, hardened with unwavering determination. A quiet reassurance echoes in his mind, a desperate attempt to calm the storm of his own making. He replays the scene in his head, the young man Aiden staring up at the monstrous form of the werewolf, while he himself remained hidden in the shadows, a silent observer of the chaos. The words he spoke to Aiden, a calculated lie, still ring in his ears, a promise he had no intention of keeping if circumstances dictated otherwise. His hand clenches, the internal conflict still raging, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. Sitting alone, the reality of his situation settles in. Eliminating a Soren student would draw far too much unwanted attention. He recalls the intelligence he gathered on Aiden, a student with uncommon magic, already under the principal's watchful eye, making him an even greater liability. Any mishap involving him would immediately point suspicion towards Ludger. Lying back, he sighs, pushing aside the dangerous thoughts, realizing his immediate priority must be his own recovery. But even as he tries to rest, his mind continues to churn, a new line of thought emerging from the depths of his memory. He recalls a specific detail from Aiden's background. The young man had learned uncommon magic from a wandering magician in his youth. This unexpected connection makes him wonder if this encounter with Aiden is merely coincidence, or something far more profound, a twist of fate he cannot yet comprehend. Meanwhile, the world outside continues, a gentle breeze sweeping across a distant town, where new figures emerge into view. Tarina Lionhowl, flanked by Lloyd and Inya, surveys a desolate landscape, her thoughts echoing a sense of inevitability, as if this grim outcome was always part of a larger, predetermined plan. She surveys the desolate, ruined factory, its structures twisted and broken, making it difficult to confirm anything in this condition. As a foot steps carefully through the debris, a voice ponders, why would he burn down the abandoned factory, and for it to happen in conjunction with Belfort's death? Tarina turns her head slightly, agreeing with the unspoken thought. It's possible that the factory was only abandoned on the surface. It could have still been in operation. I think so as well. If it wasn't that, there was no reason for there to suddenly be a fire. A thought strikes her. Is it possible that they were researching things like black magic and cryptids here? And maybe they decided to burn it all down before they were discovered because people were catching up to them. She continues, her gaze fixed on the ruins. It makes sense, but it's still unclear as to who was catching up to them. Her eyes reflect the grim scene, as a silent narration confirms. We're just here out of caution due to the strange coincidence. There still aren't official plans to investigate this place. Who were they trying to avoid that made them vanish so strangely like this? The image of a monstrous werewolf, engulfed in flames, flashes through her mind, prompting the thought. Or do I have to look at everything as a coincidence? But there are too many suspicious pieces to do so. Turning to her subordinate, she asks, Lloyd, are there any cases of interest other than this? Lloyd responds, his expression serious. There aren't any, but do you remember the werewolf that was causing a commotion in the city a few days ago? They say that it appeared at Soren Academy. Tarina's eyes widened slightly, confirming the detail. Yes, according to the documents, it seems that it entered through the sewer pipes. The security at Soren Academy is comparatively loose, making it possible for a creature to infiltrate, Lloyd explains, wondering about the students' safety and the fate of the werewolf. He continues, revealing that the creature was killed after injuring 3 students, defeated by a current professor, but then asks if Soren's professors have confirmed the corpse. Lloyd's expression remains serious as he confirms, there wasn't one. Tarina listens intently, her gaze distant as she processes the information, learning that it was completely burned to ashes. Standing amidst the desolate ruins of the factory, she echoes the word, burned? The murky, debris-filled ground beneath them offers no further clues, only silence. Noticing her deep contemplation, Lloyd asks if something is bothering her, suggesting they go to Soren. Her resolve firming, Tarina responds with a decisive, yes. She muses on the coincidence of a factory burned down by fire and a werewolf, which was also burnt to death, acknowledging it's too much of a reach to associate the two incidents based on a single common point. However, she decides she should keep that possibility in the back of her mind, as exterminating the insidious individuals of the Empire is the very reason the Nightcrawler Night Order exists. The question lingers, did Professor Ludger really hunt down a werewolf? Whispers circulate about a professor with a military background, who reportedly achieved significant feats during the cryptid subjugation. A young woman, Junior Lynn, finds herself in a crowded room, realizing there's nowhere for her to sit, and despite open seats, she doubts anyone would move for her, reflecting on the professor's imposing aura from their first meeting. Her thoughts confirm her isolation, as everyone has been actively avoiding her since the incident with Dyneema. Spotting an open seat near the outside, she is suddenly greeted by Senior Elendil, who addresses her as Junior Lynn. With a warm smile and a wave, Senior Elendil inquires about Lynn's well-being. Lynn, visibly flustered by the unexpected attention, responds with a hesitant, why yes, Senior Elendil. As Elendil gestures towards a seat, Lynn realizes it's the one directly next to Her Highness, adding to her discomfort. Other students whisper in disbelief, wondering why a commoner is sitting next to royalty, and question how Lynn and Elendil became so close, given their seemingly sudden interaction. Later, under the dim light of evening, Lynn and Elendil stand together, their expressions thoughtful. Their attention is drawn upwards as a figure descends from the sky, prompting Lynn to utter, Professor. Lynn, concerned, asks if Ludger will be all right, to which Elendil confidently replies that he is a respectable professor of Soren and will be fine. Before addressing Lynn's concern, Elendil questions why she is walking around outside at such a late hour, to which Lynn begins to respond, that's. She gasps, a sudden realization hitting her as she looks up at the night sky, wondering, what? No one woke you up. The thought quickly shifts to frustration, believing, that's way too far. I should give the librarian a piece of my mind. But then she quickly corrects herself, stammering, it's all right. It's my fault for falling asleep. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she asks, but what were you doing here, Your Highness? A soft escapes her lips as she explains, I was in the middle of helping the students outside get back to the dormitory. The junior student, still slightly flustered, questions, why you were doing that personally, Your Highness? To which the senior student replies with a gentle smile, you don't have to call me Your Highness. Just call me Senior. A serene smile graces her features as she internally muses, everyone's equal in Soren, right? Meanwhile, the junior student's mind races, reflecting, I never expected Her Highness to be personally patrolling, and then marveling, and she approached a commoner like me so familiarly. Still, the junior student's internal monologue continues. But still, sitting next to Her Highness is too much, as she nervously admits. I don't know. Elsewhere, a door creaks open, revealing Professor Ludger, who steps into a classroom, a stern expression on his face as he thinks, what'll happen if I relax for even a second? His footsteps echo through the quiet hall. As he reaches the front of the classroom and declares, I will begin class. With a subtle flash of magic, he begins. Today, we will be looking at one of the specializations of magic casting, element property. His hand glows with arcane energy as he continues. I will be explaining the basics and the theory behind it. Amongst the 4 great specializations of magic casting, element property stands as the most important and popular field, its basics so fundamental that even the vast majority of first years should have already mastered them. It is precisely for this reason, he announces, that he plans to teach them a new method. A female student, her dark blue hair cascading over her shoulders, clutches her papers, her eyes wide with surprise at the mention of a new method, wondering what he could possibly be preparing to show them this time. The word method hangs in the air, sparking curiosity among the students. Ludger gestures confidently, explaining that this new technique will allow them to raise the power of their element from at least 20% to over 80%. Whispers ripple through the classroom as students exchange glances, some wondering if such a method could truly exist. Another student whispers that he doesn't think the professor is lying, but the implications are staggering, as Ludger then addresses a student directly, asking Anthony what elemental properties he is able to use. Anthony, startled, stammers out his abilities, listing water and ice, and adding that he can also use plants. Ludger then instructs him to materialize whichever element he feels most confident with. With a surge of energy, Anthony extends his hands, and a small, shimmering orb of light blue magic begins to form between his palms, surrounded by glowing particles. He looks up, a hopeful expression on his face, only for Ludger to deliver a blunt assessment. It's merely average. The professor's words crush Anthony's spirit, as he realizes it means there's nothing noteworthy about his elemental abilities, leaving him to shed a single tear in disappointment. With a confident gesture, Professor Ludger Cherish instructed his students to observe closely, as a powerful surge of blue energy erupted from his hand, swirling with incredible force and illuminating the grand hall. From the swirling light, a perfectly intricate, glowing snowflake materialized in his palm, far surpassing any ordinary elemental display. Among the stunned students, Anthony could barely believe his eyes, wondering aloud if such a feat was truly achieved with the same amount of mana he used, while a green-haired student beside him exclaimed that its efficiency was completely different. A knowing smile touched Ludger's lips as he observed their reactions, noting that they finally seemed interested. He then declared his intention to explain the basic theory behind his demonstration. In a lecture hall, Ludger Cherish stands before his students, a magical tome in hand, as 4 vibrant elemental symbols, fire, water, wind, and earth, glow and swirl around his outstretched palm. He explains that these are the first 4 big elements, which have a deep history in the manifestation field, once considered the foundation of all raw forms of magic, but now merely a part of manifestation itself. Considering how short and simple these are compared to the more than 10 elements they currently have, he then poses a question to the class, wondering if anyone knows why elemental attribute magic developed so much, offering 5 merits to whoever gets it right, using the fire element as an example. Several students eagerly raise their hands, and one, Aiden, suggests it was to keep darkness away, but Ludger quickly dismisses his answer as incorrect, moving on to a pink-haired student who proposes it was used to burn down and clear forests, which he deems very formal and also incorrect. Another student, a brown-haired girl, thinks to herself that it was to erase mankind's original fear of darkness, but Ludger, sensing her poetic inclination, simply remarks that she would be good at writing poems, implying her answer is also off the mark. As another hand rises, Ludger calls out, Yes, Flora Lumos. With her hand still raised, Flora delivers her concise, brutal answer, to burn people and kill them. Her golden eyes gleam with an intense focus as she continues, explaining that elemental magic allows them to burn with fire, drown in water, cut with wind, and shock with electricity. Ludger, looking at the surprised faces of Junior Lin and Anthony, simply states, Correct. War and slaughter were the grim catalysts for the very development of magic itself. However, even amidst the biting cold, fire, once a symbol of survival, transformed into a tool of destruction, paving the way for a better world. This evolution saw water harnessed for water wheels, wind powering windmills, and electricity illuminating the darkness, showcasing magic's diverse applications. Ultimately, the purpose of elemental magic remains fluid, always adapting to the actions and intentions of humanity. As the lecture concludes, Ludger Cherish gazes out at his students, his expression thoughtful, ready to transition from theory to practice. He addresses the class, including Junior Lin, Senior Elindel, and Anthony, stating that this understanding is crucial before delving into elemental attributes. With a decisive gesture, he announces, the class will now begin the practical session. His voice rings out, instructing everyone to create an elemental sphere. He then singles out a student, Joseph, urging him to focus on the flow of magic, specifically his own magic power. As Joseph struggles to form a glowing blue sphere, a narration observes that his release of magic is unbelievably inexperienced for a sophomore. Professor Cherish scrutinizes the glowing green orb held by Irina Karaman, his voice sharp as he questions her understanding of a plant attribute, likening her creation to a rotting leaf rather than a fresh sapling. Nearby, other students react to his relentless critique, with Junior Lin confirming his intensity, while another student expresses a nervous, "Eek, he's relentless." The professor's attention then shifts, and a student named Aiden looks up, a worried expression on his face, as if anticipating his turn for evaluation. As Professor Cherish approaches, his presence looms over the seated students, one of whom nervously wonders aloud what he intends to do. He stands directly before Aiden, his gaze piercing, creating an intimidating atmosphere. A stern expression settles on the professor's face, as he silently questions Aiden's behavior. He wonders if Aiden is attempting to rebel against him, perhaps influenced by the recent werewolf incident. Aiden, however, looks down, his expression suggesting a different truth, as he internally dismisses the professor's assumption. Professor Cherish then poses a direct question, asking if Aiden is simply inexperienced in element manifestation, to which the student, looking embarrassed, quietly admits his lack of experience. Aiden's surprised reaction confirms the professor's deduction, who now understands the true reason for his struggles. The professor runs a hand through his hair in frustration, contemplating the situation of a Thorn student, a special type user that doesn't have the basics down, even if he was admitted uniquely. His eye narrows, a clear sign of his exasperation, as he concludes that he bears no responsibility for someone who cannot even follow the fundamental instructions, his patience clearly wearing thin. Professor Cherish considers the implications of leaving a student to fall behind in class, knowing he can't simply abandon them from the start. He then asks Aiden to state the elemental attributes he can use, who nervously confirms he can manipulate fire, water, and wind, prompting the professor to suggest they begin with the fire element. This direct intervention means he will personally undertake Aiden's instruction. Cherish, with a determined expression, reiterates his commitment to not abandon any student at the very beginning of their journey. Meanwhile, Irina observes as Aiden struggles to gather magic power, unable to perform even basic manifestation, a task that should be fundamental. Professor Cherish instructs him to focus on transforming his magic power into an element, specifically fire, as he had previously directed. With a guiding hand, Cherish helps Aiden position his own, who, with a look of determination, agrees to try again. Holding a small, glowing orb of light, the professor advises Aiden not to rely solely on intellect, but to truly feel the attributes of a flame with all his senses. Aiden closes his eyes, concentrating deeply on the professor's words. He is told to recall the brightest flame in his memories, focusing on its shape, sound, smell, and touch, every single detail. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory from 8 years ago, a simple fireplace with a pot hanging over a crackling fire. It was during a snowstorm, and 2 young children huddled by the warmth, the air filled with the bitter smell of burning firewood and the distinct scent of charcoal. He remembers the comforting smell of cooking stew, the distant whining of his 2 sisters, and his mother's familiar anger. Then, the warmth of his father's smile as he came home, even though the food was always too little, and the cold wind pierced through his old, thin clothes. It was a harsh season, but the flame in the fireplace was always a source of comfort, a warmth so vivid it felt like it happened yesterday. Exactly. As the memory solidified, a golden glow erupted from Aiden's eyes, the energy crackling around him. With a surge of power, a vibrant ball of fire manifested between his outstretched hands, hovering above an open book as he exclaimed, "I did it! And this feeling, the memory I thought of. You're pretty good." Aiden turned to Professor Ludger Cherish, a look of surprise on his face, muttering, "Ah." Nearby, Irina Karaman watched, astonished that the professor was giving out compliments. As Ludger explained, the fire in your hands is a flame that feels warm instead of hot, soft instead of destructive, the very fire element that you thought of. Professor Cherish, standing before his class, explains that instead of a normal elemental, each student's magic is their own unique flame. Aiden, holding a small, glowing orb of fire, questions if this truly is his own magic, a soft, warm light emanating from his hands. Nearby, Joseph watches with a slight gasp as Aiden's elemental manifestation continues to glow, while Cherish observes the students from the front of the room. The professor continues, asserting that while basic knowledge is essential, the true method for elemental manifestation involves using one's senses based on personal experience, a concept he's sure they all understand by now. He elaborates that basic knowledge forms the foundation of elemental attribution, but even a child knows that fire is hot and ice is cold, implying a deeper understanding is required. A real mage, he states, must infuse something special into their magic, manifesting their element by recalling an intense moment from their life. Aiden, concentrating deeply, feels the element with all 5 of his senses, the blue light in his hands intensifying. Joseph exclaims in surprise, witnessing the vibrant blue glow from Aiden's hands, acknowledging that it truly works and is distinctly different from before. Flora Lumos, seated among her classmates, observes the scene with a thoughtful expression, her mind clearly elsewhere. She internally remarks that she already knows this much, having expected the professor to reveal something new, but finding his current lesson to be nothing special. Flora further questions why Cherish is putting so much effort into teaching a freshman in such detail, and even complimenting him just for manifesting an element. Her thoughts culminate in a frustrated outburst, wondering where the person who publicly shamed her during the first class is gone, a stark contrast to his current encouraging demeanor. Flora Lumos, her hand resting on the desk, reflects on her initial intention to remain unnoticed, a plan now clearly derailed. Instead, a vibrant blue aura flares around her as she challenges the room, daring anyone to deny the power she now wields. Her overlapping magic manifests as a shimmering blue orb, a feat that draws a surprised gasp from Aiden, who questions how she could already achieve such an advanced technique. Within her mind, she envisions a swirling vortex of wind magic, planning to integrate it into her current technique. But a flicker of concern crosses her face as the magic begins to shift beyond her control. The blue energy transforms into a volatile, expanding purple orb, its instability alarming Aiden, who calls out her name in concern. Struggling to contain the dangerous surge, she hears Aiden's frantic warnings, urging her to stop before someone gets hurt. Realizing the imminent explosion, she desperately resolves to create a barrier, her only thought to protect her classmates from the uncontrolled power. The purple energy expands violently, forcing Aiden and Joseph to recoil, Joseph shouting for everyone to get away from the impending blast. Aiden's desperate cry of her name echoes, as she strains every fiber of her being to focus and regain control. The swirling purple magic engulfs her, her face etched with the immense effort of her struggle. Just as despair threatens to overwhelm her, Professor Ludger Cherish appears, placing a calming hand on her shoulder, and with a firm voice, urges her not to give up, but to control her magic power. As the unstable magic threatened to erupt, Professor Ludger Cherish stepped forward, his voice calm and reassuring, offering his aid. His intervention began to take effect, as the chaotic purple energy of the orb, previously expanding wildly, started to coalesce, rings of blue light forming around its core. The swirling energies intensified, the blue rings tightening their grip around the vibrant purple core, a clear sign of the magic being brought under control. Watching the transformation, Flora Lumos felt a surge of relief, her expression shifting from panic to cautious optimism as she realized the orb was finally stabilizing. Despite the progress, she knew the battle wasn't over, her crimson eyes glowing with renewed determination as she pushed herself to maintain focus. Ludger, sensing her resolve, reminded her of the consequences should she falter, emphasizing that stopping now would render all her efforts meaningless. His steady gaze met hers, a silent exchange of unwavering resolve passing between them as they both committed to seeing the task through. With a deep breath, Flora affirmed her commitment, ready to face whatever challenges remained. Her resolve solidified. She declared her intent to complete the spell, Ludger standing by her side, their combined magical energies flowing into the now stabilizing orb. Flora Lumos walks through a swirling, dark void, a constant sense of envy and jealousy always following her. As she reflects on the stares that have always been directed her way, never clinging to such burdens, nor allowing them to trample her spirit, yet the hardest thing for her to endure was the memory of a towering, shadowy figure, her father, looking down at her as a child. His cold stare making her feel like nothing more than a legitimate child. That memory resurfaces as Flora Lumos, her eyes glowing with a fierce, golden light, hears the words, "I give you 10 penalty points," from a man whose resentments she would never forget. That day, the humiliation she received brought with it a profound sense of defeat she had never known. Stirring up childhood memories she desperately wished to forget, particularly of the man who, though she had turned her back, was obviously looking down at her with eyes so similar to her father's, a gaze that belonged to the Lumos family. Someday, she vows, she will defeat him using only her own skill. She had pledged to herself, and now, a brilliant light emanates from the open book before her. As Flora Lumos, her face illuminated by the ethereal glow, realizes the erratic colors of her magic have returned to their original, stable state, prompting her to consider pushing it just a bit more. With a surge of power, the blue energy crystallizes, forming sharp, intricate structures, expanding rapidly as she channels her will. A triumphant smile graces her lips as she holds the shimmering, crystalline magic in her hands, a quiet declaration of her success escaping her. But the moment is interrupted by a familiar, stern voice from above, accusing her of doing something naive. The focus shifts to the young woman, now identified as Flora Lumos. A moment of silence hangs in the air. Before the voice continues, addressing Flora Lumos directly. The speaker, Ludger Cherish, his expression unyielding, declares he doesn't care if she tries new magic and fails. He explains that anyone can fail, but it becomes a different matter entirely when she puts other students at risk. With a look of deep regret, Flora Lumos offers a quiet apology. Her mentor, however, continues his stern assessment, reminding her that beyond her inexperience with overlapping two elements, her attempt to combine them was fundamentally flawed. He elaborates, explaining that she initially tried to mix fire and ice, a notoriously difficult feat given their opposing natures, making true harmonization nearly impossible. Flora, her expression strained, admits to her reckless ambition, confessing that she even attempted to force an overlap of 3 elements. Yet, she quickly defends her method, insisting that when she overlapped fire and ice, the result was nothing short of perfect, while her mentor simply observes her with a neutral gaze. A vivid display of her magic manifests, a swirling vortex of golden fire and icy blue energy, sparkling with ethereal particles. Her hand glows with a vibrant blue energy, a testament to her control over the frigid element. However, her mentor's hand also begins to glow with a similar, yet more refined, blue aura, demonstrating his own profound understanding of the elements. As the light intensifies, he calmly asserts that she should understand the crucial difference between their abilities. He explains that her overlapping elements, while beautiful in appearance, were merely an illusion, as the fire itself was freezing, lacking true elemental synergy. Ultimately, that was the extent of her achievement. He presses further, questioning the actual purpose of such magic, asking if it was merely for self-display, leaving Flora to look downcast and defeated. A sharp, resonant crack echoes through the hall, leaving Flora Lumos with a look of stunned realization, her crimson eyes wide with disbelief. From the sidelines, a blonde-haired student murmurs her name, his voice laced with concern as he watches the unfolding events. The focus shifts to a gloved hand, manipulating a shimmering, ethereal energy that pulses with an otherworldly glow, a soft, almost imperceptible hum filling the air as the magic takes form. Ludger Cherish stands poised, his form illuminated by the brilliant, crystalline light of his spell, which manifests as intricate, scissor-like constructs of pure magical energy, sparkling with countless motes of light. The magic expands, a dazzling burst of light and shimmering particles filling the space, its intricate patterns reflecting off the polished floor and ornate ceiling. Junior Lin and Irina Karaman watch, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion, as the sheer power of the demonstration leaves them speechless. Flora Lumos, however, understands the deeper implications, realizing that his magic is not merely a display, but a carefully crafted system, optimized to suppress fire while simultaneously merging the scalability of that element. He seamlessly integrates the chilliness of ice into a single, cohesive spell, utilizing the same elements she attempted to combine, but in a far more practical and effective manner. The realization dawns on her with crushing certainty. It is undeniably her defeat. A subtle smirk plays on Ludger Cherish's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his superior understanding. Flora Lumos stands defeated, her head bowed in resignation, the weight of her failed ambition heavy upon her shoulders. He then addresses her directly, his words cutting through the silence, telling her not to blame herself for the deficiency in her skill, a statement that leaves her utterly bewildered. Ludger Cherish stands before the class, his gaze thoughtful as he continues to address Flora Lumos. He acknowledges her unique talent, stating that the skill she possesses is indeed very special. He'd never encountered a wizard her age who displayed such a technique, but what he truly questioned was something far more fundamental. His words cut deep, as he explains that in his eyes, her magic was merely for show. Flora's fist clenches, her expression falling as she hears him continue, acknowledging he has no right to interfere with her purpose in using magic. However, he urges her to find another path beyond mere display, for the sake of her own worth. He steps closer, placing a hand gently on her shoulder, his gaze meeting hers with an intensity that makes her heart ache. A single tear escapes her eye as she whispers, the word worth echoing in her mind. Turning away from the stunned student, Ludger addresses the rest of the class, instructing everyone to return to their seats. His footsteps recede, leaving Flora to process his profound words. She realizes he hadn't sneered or scorned her, but had been sincerely concerned, a look her own father had never given her. Overwhelmed, Flora groans in distress, as Senior Elendil rushes to her side, calling out her name in concern. Still reeling from the recent exchange, Flora Lumos tries to reassure herself, dismissing her intense dizziness as merely a side effect of mana use, yet her concern for the professor's well-being overshadows her own discomfort. Meanwhile, walking away from the classroom, Ludger Cherish reflects that his own mana consumption must have far exceeded hers. A sharp clench of his jaw betrays his internal struggle, the effort of his recent display taking a toll. He finds solace in having taken pills earlier, even as his head feels fuzzy from the strain. Glancing back at the classroom, he marvels at her ability to overlap elements at such a young age. The memory of her displaying the difficult overlapping of 3 elements brings him back to his own past, recalling a severe rebuke from his teacher for a similar display of youthful arrogance. His thoughts return to Flora, wondering if he had been too harsh, as Senior Elendil offers comfort to the still distressed student. Despite his momentary doubt, Ludger reaffirms his conviction that his advice is never given lightly. His footsteps echo softly, carrying him further down the hall. Each step is deliberate, a rhythmic sound against the quiet of the academy. Pausing at the doorway, he casts one last look back, observing that everyone seems to be doing well, just as Soren would expect. Elsewhere, a woman with long white hair muses on the new students, recalling a comment about the abundance of marvelously talented individuals this year, and wonders if this truly marks the arrival of a golden generation. As the lesson progresses, a subtle shift in the air draws the attention of Ludger Cherish, who glances towards the students with a questioning gaze. His voice cuts through the quiet, addressing Junior Lin directly, asking what troubles her. Lin, her hands trembling slightly, struggles to maintain a small, shimmering orb of mana, while Senior Elendil watches on, a hesitant duel escaping her lips. Ludger, observing her difficulty, states the obvious. She cannot manifest elemental properties, then clarifies with a grave tone that, more precisely, the element itself doesn't even exist for her. A heavy silence falls, punctuated only by the faint, metallic clang of something dropping. As Ludger declares the lesson over, offering to substitute her assignment with a review of what she learned today. Then, with a direct gaze, he instructs her to follow him to his office, to which she can only manage a small, fearful yes. Both Lin and Elendil react with wide eyes, the implications of the professor's summons weighing heavily on them. As the sound of a door clicking shut echoes ominously, before a voice calls out, asking for a moment. Inside the professor's office, Ludger stands by his desk, while Lin sits stiffly on a couch, still managing a meek yes. Her mind races, crackling with anxiety like the faint blue mana sparking around her, wondering if this is a personal interview, or if he intends to expel her from his class. Her mind raced, consumed by the thought of her elemental deficiency, wondering how a student unable to manifest any elemental property could possibly continue in a spellcasting class. As the door creaked open, she found herself standing before Professor Ludger, his gaze fixed on a document in his hand, her heart pounding with dread. A wave of panic washed over her, her internal scream echoing the fear that this was an application to change her lectures, a formal dismissal from his class. The worst of her anxieties seemed to be confirmed, as she imagined him planning to send her away to another professor's lecture, her academic future hanging by a thread. Desperate, she pleaded, assuring Professor Ludger she would do her absolute best, begging him not to make her stop taking his class. Unfazed by her outburst, Ludger extended a book toward her, his expression calm as he asked what on earth she was talking about. A flicker of understanding crossed her face, realizing this wasn't about changing lectures after all, as Ludger, with a slight sigh, urged her to hurry and take the book, muttering about his arm hurting. Taking the offered volume, she questioned him about its contents, only for him to instruct her to read and learn from it from now on. The book's title, Understanding Non-Property Magic, promised a path she hadn't known about until now, a revelation that could change everything. Curious, she inquired about its origin, and Ludger replied cryptically that he obtained it by fate, the result of someone's lifetime of observation. Astonished, she mused, unable to believe there was another person who possessed non-property magic apart from her, then wondered what that person was doing now. Ludger's somber response cut through her thoughts, revealing that the individual was no longer in this world, leaving her with a quiet, stunned oh. Her bright blue eyes, still wide with the implications of her newfound path, reflect a mix of wonder and apprehension. While elsewhere, Ludger stands in quiet contemplation, his gaze distant, as if pondering the weight of the knowledge he has just imparted. Back with Lin, the reality of her situation settles in, prompting her to diligently scribble away at a letter of apology, her thoughts consumed by the memory of her recent classroom antics. Looking ahead, a new figure with brown hair and green eyes declares his intent, announcing, "I'll apply for the magic duel," setting the stage for future challenges. A young student asks if there's truly no way to master a magic of another property, expressing disappointment at the thought of being limited to just one element, to which her mentor confirms her understanding. Turning to Lin, her mentor probes, "What do you think of those who can only control one element?" She considers the question, musing, talentless? But her mentor quickly corrects her, a soft clack sound accompanying his gesture. He clarifies, explaining that a person who can control only one element is someone who possesses an endless talent in that particular element. Such is their mastery that their magic can even interfere with nature itself, a testament to their profound skill. This profound ability demonstrates the extreme skill they exhibit within their chosen element, shaping the very environment around them. Considering this, he then asks, "So that's what it means for someone who only controls one element?" "Yes, so what about non-property magic?" Lin, her eyes wide with understanding, responds, "Oh, just like the term, it has no property, so?" Her mentor continues, explaining that it hasn't been definitively discovered whether non-property magic truly lacks a property. He adds that there was a time when even the 10th element, metal, was considered the same as earth. He offers a reassuring smile, "So don't be too anxious." He concludes with a profound statement. Both the world and magic are endlessly changing, constantly evolving. He instructs her to simply read the book for now, explaining that this is personal homework he is giving her. This isn't just a task, but a crucial step in her development. As his words hang in the air, a sense of profound mystery settles over the scene. Ludger, observing the world outside his window, reflects on the surprising nature of non-property magic, finding it quite astonishing. His thoughts then turn to Junior Lin, whose bright blue eyes possess an unexpected ability to differentiate between good and evil. He muses that this power remains unawakened, meaning she herself is likely unaware of its existence. Yet, the true surprise lies in the book she wrote, which has now returned to her in such an unforeseen manner. A profound question echoes in his mind, wondering if this convergence of events is, in fact, fate. The implications of his thoughts ripple through the air, leaving a lingering sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the academy walls, the world continues its quiet existence. Suddenly, a vibrant blue aura emanates from Junior Lin's hands, forming a swirling orb of pure magical energy. As the blue magical energy swirls around her hands, Junior Lin successfully materializes an orb, the method Professor Ludger taught her proving to be immensely helpful. Back then, Ludger's gaze as he dealt with magic was tender and serious, a memory that now resurfaces. He wonders if he suspected her for no reason. After all, there's no way a person who likes magic could truly be bad, a thought that crosses his mind as he observes a younger Irina Karaman demonstrating fire magic, while Joseph points, and he watches. A low chatter fills the grand hall, where a group of noble students, including Irina Karaman, Joseph, Aiden, and Senior Elendil, have gathered, their voices echoing through the ornate space. From a distance, Ludger and Junior Lin observe the scene, wondering who these noble students are and why their gathering seems so important. Joseph, speaking to Irina Karaman, points out that the blonde student, Aiden, is the one who can't properly materialize an elemental property. Aiden, with a smirk, addresses Joseph and Irina Karaman, mocking them for still associating with the haughty kiddo. An angry Irina Karaman is held back by Joseph, who calmly tells her to let him handle the situation, despite Aiden's provocative words. Joseph then turns to Aiden, apologizing if he has done anything to annoy him, and asks if they can simply walk past peacefully. Aiden agrees to let them pass peacefully, but only if Joseph does one thing. His demand is simple and humiliating. Joseph must bow down, a command that further enrages Irina Karaman. Joseph, his composure cracking, retorts, questioning how a mere fallen aristocrat dares to interfere as he pleases, and if he feels no embarrassment. Irina Karaman, her face contorted in fury, glares at the student before her, unable to tolerate his lack of proper education or his mocking words, her voice rising in a challenge. The target of her ire is none other than Javon Felio, a name that echoes with a certain notoriety. As Joseph steps forward, his resolve firm, he declares that Javon can mock him all he wants, but there are lines he will not allow to be crossed. Staring directly into Javon's eyes, Joseph makes it clear he cannot overlook the mockery directed at his friends. Javon, however, simply scoffs, his expression one of dismissive arrogance, wondering aloud what Joseph intends to do about it. With a casual flick of his wrist, Javon challenges Joseph, asking if he truly wants to play this game. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from his hand, a subtle display of magical energy hinting at his power. From a distance, Ludger Cherish observes the escalating tension, his expression unreadable, while Irina Karaman watches with growing concern. Ignoring Javon's taunts, Joseph stands his ground, his voice ringing out with a clear challenge to a magic duel. Irina gasps, calling out Javon's name in alarm, as the challenge hangs heavy in the air. Joseph, his gaze unwavering, lays out the terms. If he wins, Javon must apologize to Leo and Tessie. Aiden, now fully identified, responds with a confident smirk, implying that Joseph's victory is far from assured. Following the accepted challenge, Aiden's voice rings out with a confident, almost mocking tone, declaring that his opponents should prepare to kneel before him. Just as the tension escalates, Professor Ludger arrives on the scene, his presence immediately commanding attention as he questions the commotion. A student, startled by his sudden appearance, stammers out his name, confirming the professor's identity. Ludger, having seemingly intervened, holds Aiden by the arm, who now appears visibly distressed and caught off guard. Meanwhile, Joseph glares at his rival, a familiar frustration bubbling up as he recognizes Aiden once more, thinking this isn't how things should be. Aiden, regaining his composure, explains the situation to the professor, asserting that the duel is perfectly reasonable, having been officially declared and mutually agreed upon. Ludger listens intently, his thoughts turning to the impropriety of first-year students engaging in magic duels, considering it an unfavorable display. He ponders if there's anything that could prevent such young students from acting so rashly, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Meanwhile, Joseph, still observing the scene, internally questions Aiden's behavior, wondering what could possibly be wrong with the brat. Ludger, noticing the hushed whispers among the other students, observes them with a thoughtful expression, piecing together the full context of the situation. A moment of clarity washes over him, as he realizes the gist of the conflict. Then his gaze falls on Joseph, wondering if he truly intends to stand up to Aiden, and why the young man is looking at him with such intensity. Having made his decision, Ludger addresses Aiden, stating he won't take responsibility for any accident that hasn't happened yet, and instructs him to return to the dormitory, effectively postponing or canceling the duel. As the students watched, one of them, Joseph, stepped forward, urging the professor to simply let the duel proceed. However, a new voice interjected, a professor with striking blue hair and glasses, who questioned if Ludger's intervention wasn't a blatant abuse of authority. Another student, Aiden, echoed the sentiment, asserting that a professor should not have the power to prevent students from voluntarily engaging in a duel. A sentiment quickly agreed upon by Joseph and the other onlookers, who murmured about the perceived abuse of authority. Ludger remained composed, listening to the growing dissent. Professor Chris, however, continued, acknowledging the risk of injury to inexperienced students, but then proposing a solution. If Ludger was so worried, perhaps they, the professors, should participate as well. Ludger then turned his gaze to the students, asking for their thoughts on the matter. Aiden, emboldened, quickly responded, asking for Ludger's cooperation. With a thoughtful expression, Ludger addressed Professor Chris, adding that there was one more thing to consider. He then directly challenged Chris, asking if he wanted to make a bet. Ludger clarified that he would not force him. But Chris, with a knowing smirk, mused that it would indeed be amusing to bet on a duel with such an obvious outcome. He readily accepts the bet. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he adjusts his cravat. Ludger's quick acceptance catches Chris off guard, his eyes narrowing in a grin as Ludger's own eyes begin to glow with an ethereal blue light. He then challenges Chris, asking which student he believes will emerge victorious. Aiden, confident in his own abilities, declares he will bet on Javon Felio, whom he considers an extremely talented wizard, before realizing his professor's presence. Chris, with a knowing smile, playfully asks if Ludger also intended to bet on Javon. Ludger counters, suggesting they change the betting conditions to ensure Javon's victory, but then firmly states there is no need for such alterations. From the side, Ludger observes as Anthony, with a determined expression, reveals he was always going to bet on Aiden. Ludger chuckles, musing on Chris's pride, before directly asking what he intends to offer as stakes for their bet. Chris proposes they each offer a piece of magic they have personally researched. Ludger acknowledges their shared spellcasting class, then questions if Chris himself teaches spellcasting. With a sharp crackle, Chris demonstrates his magical prowess, sparks of blue energy arcing around his hands. Professor Chris, his face contorted in a snarl, fumes at the audacity of being called a damned fallen aristocrat. Meanwhile, Ludger, his expression cold and determined, vows internally that his opponent will not be safe after humiliating him. He considers the fact that Chris is also in charge of spellcasting, before calmly suggesting they hold their duel in 3 days. Chris, still visibly agitated, agrees that the time frame seems reasonable. Later, Junior Lynn approaches Ludger, apologizing for her role in the situation, but he dismisses her concerns, urging her to focus only on winning for now. She then muses that Javon must have a different starting point compared to Ludger, before reassuring him that it's too early to hastily conclude his defeat. Ludger, however, questions what kind of variable could possibly help him win, knowing that in any fight, there are always variables. Junior Lynn, with a knowing look, simply states that he already possesses what he needs. She advises him that he just has to use it at an important moment. Ludger then envisions a darker, more powerful version of himself, his eyes glowing ominously, thinking, I can perhaps win if I use that, but the thought is cut short. His face contorts in shock and fear, as he cries out, Professor, I. With his eyes glowing a fierce blue, Ludger's resolve hardened, as he declared his intent to purely win using his own ability. Meanwhile, an earnest student, with bright yellow eyes behind his glasses, pleaded, So please give me some lessons. Ludger, now with his hair neatly tied back and his blue eyes still holding that intense glow, looked on, as the student called out, Professor Ludger. A voice of calm authority advises, keep in mind, Aiden. It's better for you not to show it off recklessly. He warns of the consequences, or else you will get involved in a bothersome and dangerous incident. Aiden listens intently, holding his wooden sword, as his mentor adds, most of all, emphasizing, that's my source of income. He playfully threatens, you don't want me to die of hunger on the street, right, Aiden? To which the young student quickly responds, yes, I will keep it in mind. Patting Aiden's head, the mentor softens his tone, clarifying, well, that doesn't mean that you should absolutely never use it. Don't hesitate to use it in times when you think you really need to use it. With a knowing smile, he imparts a final piece of wisdom. As you live on, there will come a time when you need to decide. At such time, Aiden. He concludes, follow what your heart tells you. Aiden looks forward, a thoughtful expression on his face, internalizing the advice. Ludger Cherish watches the young man, a thoughtful expression on his face, considering the potential of this kid. Meanwhile, Chris Benamor reacts with surprise, having accepted a bet because he truly believed in the uncommon magic of the student. He then questions Aiden's strategy, asking why he would rely solely on strength when his magic was his true power. Chris Benamor sighs, accepting the situation, seeing this as a valuable opportunity to truly test the young man's abilities. Ludger Cherish's eyes narrow slightly, a subtle shift in his gaze indicating a deeper resolve. He warns Aiden that the path ahead will be torturous, with no guarantee of victory, but the young man's determination shines through as he declares his unwavering commitment. With Aiden's resolve confirmed, Ludger Cherish agrees, and they immediately begin their training, the student acknowledging his understanding. Meanwhile, a group of students, including Junior Lynn, Senior Alindil, Anthony, Joseph, and Irina Karaman, are already convinced of their own victory, celebrating what they believe to be their impending win. Chris Benamor, however, harbors a different anticipation, eager to witness the expressions on their faces in 3 days' time. After what must have been an intense training session, Aiden is left utterly exhausted, leaning against a window, feeling as though he's dying. The training had been far more difficult than he could have ever imagined, leaving him utterly spent. He couldn't believe he was expected to endure it all again for 2 more days, yet a question lingered in his mind. Why was the professor so certain he would win? Perhaps his uncommon magic, not widely known to others, was something the professor understood better than he let on. Meanwhile, news spread of Ludger Cherish personally guiding the commoner, a development met with disdain as a document was set ablaze, confirming suspicions that it would indeed turn out like that. Chris Benamore, observing the situation, knew that despite his calm facade, the commoner was desperate to win. Summoning Aiden, he addressed him directly, stating that he must know the reason for this meeting. Aiden confirmed, understanding he was expected to definitively win against the haughty commoner, but Chris quickly interjected, asserting that simply winning wouldn't be enough. Instead, he insisted, Aiden needed to demonstrate the overwhelming gap between an aristocrat and a commoner. Chris continued, expressing confidence that Aiden wouldn't lose, but emphasized that it was best to be certain. He then presented a small, glowing vial, revealing it to be a mana-boosting drug to be consumed before the battle. Aiden, hesitant, questioned if he would be disqualified if caught, but Chris reassured him it was a special item from the Benamore family, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. He concluded, explaining that the commoner would undoubtedly employ various methods to win, and therefore, they should respond in kind. He acknowledges the professor's words, understanding the gravity of the situation. Though his pride aches at the thought, he knows that losing to a mere commoner would be far worse. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent agreement to the path laid before him. Meanwhile, a voice echoes in the darkness, commending Javon for making the right decision. Time passes, and the day of the duel arrives, the training ground bustling with anticipation. Students fill the tiered stands, their whispers filling the air, as 2 figures stand ready in the center of the arena. Among them, Anthony wonders aloud if the aristocrat holds the advantage, citing the superior aristocratic education, while Flora Lumos adds that she's heard the commoner freshman is quite tough. Another student chimes in, mentioning the commoner was involved in the werewolf incident, prompting a surprise query about whether he actually caught them, as many believe Professor Ludger was the one responsible. Joseph clarifies that Professor Ludger merely gave him guidance, a detail that sparks further murmurs among the students, including Irina Karaman. Junior Lynn then whispers that the other party is with Professor Chris, causing Senior Elendil to question who Professor Chris is and if he's in charge of the freshmen. Chris Benamore, overhearing the whispers, acknowledges them with a sharp glance, noting that the two are being compared a lot because they're in the same spellcasting class, which he finds a bit bad. His expression hardens as he vows to make the opponent suffer defeat in front of everyone. With a decisive click of his heel, he begins to move, his intent clear. A voice rings out, greeting Professor Chris Benamore. With a radiant smile, she appears, her silver hair shimmering under the light, accompanied by 2 other distinguished figures. Having heard of the interesting developments, she announces her arrival, bringing someone along for the spectacle. Professor Ludger Cherish, now in his usual form, greets her, thanking her for the visit. Chris Benamore, her expression unreadable, is then asked about her wager, specifically who she believes will emerge victorious. Without hesitation, she declares her support for Aiden, prompting a surprised inquiry about whether Professor Chris had bet on Javon, another name for Aiden. With a knowing smirk, Chris Benamore assures them of her confidence, emphasizing her anticipation for the event and dismissing any concerns about student safety. Meanwhile, the arena's protective magic is already active, forming a barrier around the combatants to absorb impacts and ensure their safety. A sudden exclamation signals the arrival of the other competitor, just in the nick of time. It is Ludger Cherish, now clad in combat armor and wearing glasses, his expression a mix of nervousness and determination as he steps into the arena. From the stands, students like Flora, Lynn, and Irina cheer on Aiden, urging him to defeat his opponent's arrogance. Aiden, the aristocratic duelist, makes his own confident entrance, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepares to showcase the pride of his lineage. An official steps forward, announcing his intention to inspect the conditions of the duelists before the match can begin. As the inspection commences, Ludger reminds Aiden that he should definitely keep his promise. Aiden, with a confident smirk, simply replies that he will win. The official then turns to Aiden, confirming that everything looks okay with him. Next, the official approaches Ludger, questioning the unusual item he carries, asking what it is. Ludger calmly explains that it is his private staff, which he will be using in this battle. He presents the staff, its hilt gleaming, revealing it to be crafted in the shape of a sword. The official, surprised, notes that it looks like a sword, then questions if it can be used, realizing the staff was made in the shape of a sword. After a closer look, the official confirms that it is blunt and lacks a keen edge, declaring it all right to pass, and Ludger thanks him. With the inspection complete, the official addresses the crowd and the duelists, reminding everyone of the rules. The one whose protective magic is drained first loses. He then commands them to get ready. Without a moment's hesitation, both duelists unleash their power simultaneously, Ludger's staff erupting with a vibrant red-orange energy, while Aiden counters with a focused blast of brilliant blue. From the sidelines, two students observe the unfolding duel, noting that both combatants possess an identical casting speed, making them equally swift. Ludger, however, had already anticipated his opponent's move, knowing he would lead with a fire element spell, yet he muses that such a prediction only holds true if the mana within their spells is comparable. He knew that if it was Aiden, he would always utilize the property with the strongest firepower first, and his opponent's skill was proving to be far better than he had initially thought. Aiden, for his part, also considered the elemental types, realizing his own element was at a distinct disadvantage in this matchup. However, a subtle smirk played on Ludger's lips, as if he held a secret advantage. Suddenly, a burst of orange and blue energy erupted, as Aiden's fire spell slammed into its target, sending shimmering particles scattering. The impact sent Ludger reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he struggled to maintain his footing. Before he could fully recover, Aiden closed the distance, delivering a powerful, glowing kick that connected with a resounding hi-ap. Another explosion of orange energy erupted around Ludger, forcing him to brace against the concussive force. Aiden's leg pulsed with golden energy, as he declared the vast difference in their abilities. With a sneer, he taunted Ludger, calling him a lowly commoner brat. But Ludger was not defeated. Instead, he let out a sharp cry, and a complex, glowing red magical circle erupted from his staff, ready to counter. Ludger's counterspell erupts with a blinding flash of orange and yellow energy, engulfing Aiden in a powerful magical explosion. From the sidelines, Flora and Lynn watch with concern, as the sheer force of the attack visibly pushes Aiden back, confirming the unexpected strength of his opponent. Aiden, feeling the pressure mount, realizes he will surely lose if the duel continues in this manner, prompting him to consider his next move. Meanwhile, Ludger, undeterred, prepares another intricate spell, vowing to utilize everything he has learned to secure his victory. Misinterpreting Ludger's momentary pause, Aiden shouts, believing his opponent has already given up. Chris Benamore, observing the duel, initially smiles, thinking the match is finished, but then a flicker of confusion crosses his face as he senses something amiss. Aiden's eye widens in sudden realization as he gasps in disbelief, comprehending the true extent of Ludger's power. Closing the distance with incredible speed, Ludger unleashes a complex, glowing magical construct, its intricate patterns radiating immense power. Aiden can only laugh in a mixture of disbelief and awe, barely able to process that such power could come from his opponent, the professor. Ludger moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion, his eyes fixed on an unseen target. As he executes a complex spell, a glowing, geometric construct forming around his staff, the technique known as moving magus now fully unleashed. From a distance, Chris Benamore watches, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief, wondering how this student could possibly wield a technique once reserved for war mages. He questions if Ludger himself could have taught such an advanced skill in mere days. But then dismisses the thought, realizing the true astonishment lies in a commoner mastering moving magus in such a short time. Ludger continues his rapid advance, a blue aura trailing behind him, closing the distance on his opponent with blinding speed. His opponent, Aiden, reels back in utter bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in battle, knowing that focus is the very foundation of magic, and spellcasting while moving is nearly impossible. Yet, Ludger remains unperturbed, his hand glowing with a golden, triangular symbol, having already completed his spell before anyone could react. And with a decisive motion, he unleashes a concentrated blast of golden energy, intending to shatter his opponent's concentration. He darts forward again, a streak of blue and white, maintaining his relentless assault. As his attack slams into its target, erupting in a blinding flash of white and yellow energy, scattering all focus and leaving his opponent vulnerable. Aiden stares in disbelief, his technique failing to crumble Ludger's spell, a stark realization dawning upon him. As Ludger unleashes a torrent of glowing blue energy, forming intricate geometric patterns around him, he declares that it is now his turn to act. The concentrated magical force slams into Aiden, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. A heavy thud echoes through the arena, marking the impact of his fall. Ludger stands victorious over his fallen opponent, the last vestiges of blue energy dissipating around Aiden's prone form. Professor Chris Benamore watches, a look of astonishment on his face, as Ludger calmly states, "It's my turn now." Aiden, still reeling, can only manage a desperate, "Wah wait." Aiden lets out another guttural scream, the pain of the magical assault overwhelming him. The echoes of his torment linger in the air, a testament to Ludger's power. From the stands, the student audience watches the unfolding drama, some cheering, others gasping at the intensity of the duel. Aiden, barely conscious, is supported by an unseen figure, his name called out in concern. Among the crowd, Elendil von Exilian and other students passionately cheer for him, their voices echoing through the arena. From the stands, Anthony and another student discuss the recent duel, with Anthony remarking that the outcome is simply the result of Aiden's training, while his companion dismisses Aiden as a mere baron who has been following them everywhere. The student continues, his voice dripping with disdain, wondering how Aiden could have possibly lost against a commoner. Meanwhile, Aiden sits slumped, a fellow student nearby sneering, calling him a sucker and the shame of aristocrats. The words echo in his mind as Aiden, his face contorted in disbelief, struggles to comprehend his loss, questioning if it was truly him, Javon Felio, who had been defeated. A desperate denial escapes his lips, his teeth gritted as a single bead of sweat rolls down his face, a dawning realization that something was fundamentally wrong with the fight. Back in the audience, Anthony's companion insists that the commoner must have cheated, arguing that there's no other way he could have cast magic while moving. Aiden's eyes narrow, a dark resolve hardening his features, as he vows to kill his opponent. With renewed fury, he unleashes a powerful magical spell, an intricate orange magic circle forming before him, radiating with glowing particles and dynamic energy. From the audience, Flora Lumos and other students react with alarm, wondering what the crazy brat Javon is doing now. Before his spell can fully manifest, an unseen force strikes Aiden, sending him recoiling from the impact as a student cries out for him to get away. The magical impact explodes around him, engulfing him in a blinding burst of orange energy and dynamic lines. As you live on, there will come a time when you need to decide. The crushing force of a boot descends, striking with a sharp impact. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish watches the unfolding scene with a chilling smile, a silent acknowledgement of Aiden's predicament. A deeper truth echoes through the air, a reminder to always follow what your heart tells you. Still engulfed in the searing flames of his own failed magic, Aiden looks up in desperation as the figure with the eye patch looms over him, sword drawn. The fiery aura intensifies around him as he struggles to rise, his own blade offering little defense against the overwhelming power. Another heavy step lands, pressing him further into the ground, his face etched with agony and defeat. His expression twists in a silent scream, the humiliation and pain of his utter defeat overwhelming him. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the arena, marking the finality of the blow. Completely subdued, Aiden lies pinned beneath the eye patch-wearing assailant, golden energy shimmering around him as his defeat becomes absolute. From the stunned audience, a voice of disbelief rings out, questioning what just transpired. Among the bewildered students, Flora Lumos and Anthony exchange glances with a white-haired peer, wondering aloud if the attacker somehow cut magic itself. In a more secluded setting, Chris Benamor reflects on the stubbornness of the young man, acknowledging that despite his defiance, he utilized his abilities at the most crucial moment. As the strange phenomenon unfolded, Chris Benamor watched, his expression a mix of shock and concern at the sight of anti-magic at play. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish calmly considered the implications, recognizing it as an uncommon spell capable of erasing magic, yet wondering how it could be applied so effectively on moving targets. Still reeling from the previous attack, Aiden let out a pained gasp, his body slumping as the full weight of his defeat settled upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ludger stepped forward, his foot landing with deliberate force, closing the distance to his fallen opponent. Aiden flinched, his eyes widening in alarm, as the new professor moved with unexpected speed and aggression. A swift, brutal strike followed, Ludger's arm a blur as he delivered a precise blow. The impact sent Aiden reeling, a harsh cough escaping his lips as his head snapped back from the force. Another forceful push followed, sending the blonde student stumbling further, utterly overwhelmed. Finally collapsing to the ground, Aiden lay defeated, as Ludger's voice cut through the air. "Javon, I thought that you would at least." His fist clenched in a gesture of finality, Ludger finished his thought. "Neatly admit your defeat." He continued, his tone laced with disgust. "I didn't know that you would be this much of a piece of trash." As he spoke, his eyes glowed with an eerie yellow-green light, a chilling display of his true power and utter contempt for the defeated student. A young man with red-brown hair, Fruden, smirks, finding the recent defeat of another student quite unsightly, wondering if others share his sentiment. His name, Fruden, echoes in the air, a testament to his presence. As he stands beside Ludger Cherish, who remains impassive, his thoughts unreadable, Ludger then reveals his true focus, admitting he never cared for the Baron, his attention always elsewhere. Instead, he confesses a need to keep a close watch on Aiden, the commoner, because he possesses a quality far superior to any mere aristocrat. With a decisive tone, Ludger instructs Fruden to follow, calling him Henry as they prepare to move. Their footsteps echo, a steady rhythm of departure, as they begin to walk away. Ludger leads the way, his stride confident, while Fruden follows close behind, their journey continuing. His gaze fixed forward, Ludger's profile reveals a focused intensity, his mind clearly occupied. A closer look at his face shows a subtle tension, suggesting deep contemplation. Suddenly, an unseen voice interjects, asking if he knew about the student's ability to use anti-magic, a question that hangs heavy in the air. Chris Benamor, with a concerned expression, confronts Ludger, demanding to know if there's a problem, his voice laced with urgency as he questions the obvious. Chris Benamor, his expression tight with frustration, questions the other's lack of concern, wondering why he seems so angry, especially given his responsibility for the freshmen and his apparent failure to check their personal data. His counterpart, Ludger Cherish, dismisses the concern with a scoff. insisting that anti-magic played no part in the victory, and then casually asks if the bet was their academic research, before adding, "Do you have anything you want?" To which he firmly replies, "No." He then declares that he never wanted Chris's research to begin with, explaining that to steal others' results as a betting price is simply not his style, after all. Ludger settles into a chair, a quiet humph, escaping him as he seemingly concludes his point. Chris, however, is left reeling from the statement, repeating, "Not his style," he said, and then, with a dawning horror, questions, "To me," as the realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widen in shock, the name Chris Benamor flashing through his mind, before he finally exclaims, "Ludger Kellesi." Ludger turns, his back still partially to the viewer, as the weight of Chris's revelation hangs in the air. A quiet voice congratulates Ludger for winning the bet, but warns of the attention it will draw. The young woman, Sedina, expresses concern, asking if he is truly prepared for the consequences of attracting Soren's notice. Ludger Cherish, however, seems unfazed, acknowledging that the principal is already suspicious of him. Sedina's eyes widen slightly in understanding, as the implications of his words sink in. He explains that the principal has long been aware of their existence, and even as a professor, he cannot easily be excluded from her list of suspects. Sedina looks up at him, a dawning realization on her face, as she deduces that he became a professor specifically to avoid suspicion. Ludger confirms her unspoken thought, adding that gaining positive recognition from the principal through this event could change the narrative, even if it won't alter her entire perspective at once. Then, turning his gaze to her, he instructs Sedina that she, too, must cooperate with him, causing her to question her role. He elaborates on his reasoning, explaining that it's easy to attract suspicion if he's often seen with a student who has no apparent business with him. However, he points out, a professor can naturally approach an excellent student without raising eyebrows. Sedina, now understanding her role, is told to do her best and present herself as a model student, recognizing this as a direct task from Mr. First Order. With newfound resolve, she declares her commitment to the task, even if it kills her, to which Ludger playfully warns her not to die, before she emphatically agrees. With a fierce resolve burning in her eyes, Sedina declares her unwavering commitment, proclaiming she won't yield even if it means her demise. Ludger reflects on his recent success, having made a strong impression on the principal's faction through a significant event, and he had properly conveyed his justification for why he couldn't rashly move against the Black Dawn Society. He sits in his study, contemplating the intricate web of his current situation. However, he knows he cannot maintain this delicate balance forever. A new path emerges in his thoughts, as he realizes he needs to create his own organization, and to do that, first and foremost, he must act decisively. Just then, Hans approaches, a glowing orb in his hand, reporting that he has finished investigating the surrounding area as ordered. Ludger, noticing his assistant's demeanor, asks what the matter is. He has figured out what they should do to establish themselves, and how the underworld operates. As a blue aura emanates from the orb in his hand, Ludger acknowledges Hans's quick understanding, confirming that indeed, he needs fighting power to achieve his goals. His eyes glowing with a fierce, determined light, he thinks to himself that it is, finally, about time. Hans, offering to head over right away, is met with a casual dismissal from Ludger, who asks if he isn't busy, implying this task is not for him. He reassures Hans not to worry, for if needed, he will simply solve it with overwhelming force. Outside the Playtown establishment, the night was quiet, save for the distant murmurs of the city, but inside, a sense of urgency had clearly run out. A sudden, jarring sound echoed through the room, causing one of Daughtry's associates to flinch, while the man himself reacted with a frustrated curse, his younger companion asking if he was all right. With a weary, almost sarcastic tone, Daughtry retorted, questioning if his current state truly appeared all right. He gripped a bottle tightly, his thoughts consumed by the recent betrayal, lamenting how the Belfort brat should have paid his dues before his demise, leaving them completely drained of funds. As Daughtry slumped to the floor, his associate knelt beside him, suggesting they could still find new funding as long as they had some strength left to spare. Later, gathered at a table with his other associates, Daughtry explained that he had called them all together precisely for this reason, concluding that it was time to consider expanding their business. He glanced over his shoulder, a creaking sound drawing his attention, his thoughts turning to the Black Rose brats who were causing them so much trouble. As a new figure stepped into the bar, his presence immediately drew attention, prompting Daughtry's associate to question who he was, while Daughtry himself, still reeling from his troubles, curtly told the newcomer that the bar was closed and he should leave. The newcomer remained unfazed, his calm demeanor contrasting with Daughtry's growing irritation, who angrily demanded if he hadn't heard that the bar was closed. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed Daughtry's face as he addressed the man. "You are the leader of the Crimson Society, Daughtry, right?" Then added, "I haven't seen you before. Are we acquainted?" A faint, knowing smile touched Ludger's lips as he confirmed, "Ah, of course, it's our first time meeting." His eyes glinted with a subtle amusement as he added, "It's just that you're very famous." A figure in a top hat and formal attire steps forward, introducing himself with a polite, almost theatrical air, stating, "I'm late to introduce myself. My name is James Moriarty." From across the dimly lit bar, Daughtry, the leader of the Crimson Society, hears the name, his mind immediately echoing. James Moriarty? His thoughts race, recalling the legend of the criminal consultant who once dominated the underworld of Delica, wondering, why is a person who has been hiding himself for years suddenly here? A deep suspicion settles over him, and he resolves to uncover the truth behind this unexpected appearance. I'll have to find out. With a forced laugh, Daughtry addresses the newcomer. So you're Professor Moriarty. I've heard a lot about you. Moriarty, unfazed, responds smoothly. I'm happy that you know me. Despite the pleasantries, Daughtry's expression hardens, his skepticism evident as he states, I don't know if what you claim is true or not. Moriarty's smile remains as he calmly asks, so you think that I'm an impersonator? Daughtry, surrounded by his associates, retorts, well, what else am I supposed to think when you suddenly show up in this kind of place? Considering Daughtry's point, Moriarty raises a gloved hand, acknowledging, you have a point with, but... As several of Daughtry's men begin to draw their firearms, the click of their weapons filling the air, Moriarty's voice cuts through the tension. I recommend that you avoid drawing your guns if you can. He then tilts his head, a slight grin playing on his lips. Oh my, it's quite noisy. However, don't you know such weapons are useless? Daughtry, his face contorted in a sneer, barked an order to his men, demanding they shoot him in the shoulder. A pistol clicked, its hammer pulled back, ready to fire. But as the men moved to obey, their weapons clicking into place, a sudden, unseen force stopped them cold. James Moriarty, unfazed, stood calmly as intricate golden gears materialized around him, glowing with an ethereal light, his magic already active. Daughtry could only stare in disbelief, wondering why his men's guns had fallen silent. A sharp impact echoed through the room, as Moriarty's magic repelled the bullets and the men wielding them. One of Daughtry's men was sent hurtling backward, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he crashed into the wall. But before the chaos could settle, a guttural growl ripped through the air, as a monstrous, gray-furred creature with glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, its claws extended. The beast lunged, its powerful form tearing into another of Daughtry's men, who screamed in terror at the sight of the werewolf. Heavy footsteps echoed, as the creature moved with predatory grace through the bar. Its fangs were bared, a chilling snarl twisting its lupin features. Amidst the sudden, brutal attack, Moriarty remained composed, his golden magic still swirling around him, observing the new threat with keen interest. A subordinate stares in disbelief, questioning if the man could have tamed a werewolf, wondering if he was the mastermind behind the recent incident. Meanwhile, a piercing, glowing orange eye watches as a voice acknowledges, you came, before adding that they practically dominate these alleys. Now in a secluded alley, James Moriarty, in his distinctive top hat, observes Daughtry, remarking, you're using that persona. He then calmly requests, all right, please start by explaining the situation. Daughtry, now in a gray jacket, explains that the Underworld has a strong presence in these alleys where he established his hideout, and there are 4 organizations in total. Among them, the largest and most notorious is the gangster organization known as the Crimson Society. Moriarty, his expression unreadable, declares, then our target will be the Crimson Society. Daughtry, now back in his brown vest, agrees that it would be easy to settle down after dealing with those guys, but the sheer scale of the Crimson Society makes a direct attack difficult. Moriarty questions if they shouldn't proceed more discreetly, but Daughtry dismisses the idea as a waste of time. He insists it's faster to deal with their leadership directly, believing that the rest of the organization will then bow down by themselves. Moriarty, however, asks if he's truly sure, noting that the timing is bad as they've been grouping up recently, prompting Daughtry to ask if they started doing that after the death of Belfort Rickson. Moriarty confirms this, then muses that there seems to be some kind of connection between Rickson and the Crimson Society, suggesting that perhaps the many suspicious deaths and incidents related to Rickson were connected to them. Daughtry, now back in his gray jacket, concludes that the Crimson Society must have handled Rickson's dirty jobs, and they would definitely be angry after the disappearance of their cash cow. As they had all gathered, it seemed the perfect time to sweep away those troublesome individuals, though Daughtry knew they weren't just ordinary gangsters. He continued, explaining that they even had semi-knights, akin to mercenaries, yet despite their presence, they were still nothing compared to true knights. Moriarty, listening intently, acknowledged the information, a slight scratch of his head betraying a deeper thought. Still, he conceded, they weren't entirely weak, but that was a detail best left unsaid, as he turned to Hans, requesting his help this time. Daughtry, taken aback, could only utter a surprised me, as he processed the implications of Moriarty's request. He realized Moriarty needed him to be as threatening as possible, simply because he couldn't set the correct mood by himself, a thought that brought a growl from the werewolf. Hans, the werewolf, seemed to agree, his imposing form perfectly suited to becoming the biggest target in their upcoming scheme. Moriarty, observing the werewolf's readiness, instructed Daughtry to focus on setting up their business in the city. Daughtry, still reeling from the revelation of Hans's true nature, mused internally that it didn't matter if Moriarty was real or fake. He couldn't afford to underestimate him. He would have guessed Moriarty could use magic, but keeping a werewolf as an underling was beyond belief. a thought that made him acknowledge Moriarty as a true nobleman, proving his own worth in the process. With the immediate concerns addressed, Moriarty shifted the topic, announcing his intention to start a new venture. Daughtry, now fully engaged, eagerly confirmed that business was good, asking what kind of venture Moriarty had in mind, and offering his full support. Daughtry, leaning across the bar, expresses his gratitude, finding this the perfect moment to articulate something he has long held back. With a slight tilt of his head, he repeats himself, his tone firm, insisting that he will say it again. The words hang in the air, a stark declaration. The Crimson Society will vanish from this city today. Moriarty listens, his expression unreadable, a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes, as he processes the audacious statement. Daughtry's face contorts in a mixture of shock and disbelief, his eyes widening at Moriarty's unexpected response. A single, drawn-out syllable escapes him, a sound of utter bewilderment. His shock quickly turns to fury, and Daughtry bellows, a command for everyone to attack. Meanwhile, Moriarty's gloved hand tightens around the handle of his cane, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Daughtry lunges forward, aiming a punch, but Moriarty effortlessly intercepts the blow, blocking it with his cane as Daughtry grunts in frustration. Behind Daughtry, two of his men, armed with knives, look on in surprise, clearly not expecting such a swift and decisive defense. Moriarty, with Hans the werewolf standing menacingly behind him, calmly addresses the situation, noting that his opponents didn't flee and instructing his companion to prepare for escape. With a decisive motion, Moriarty slams the tip of his cane into the ground, the impact echoing with a powerful thud. As the confrontation reached its peak, a sudden, profound darkness erupted, engulfing the entire area in an instant. The abrupt shift left Daughtry reeling, his hand recoiling as he cried out in surprise. Confusion rippled through his men, who struggled to comprehend the sudden, impenetrable gloom. Daughtry himself could only exclaim in disbelief, while his associates frantically searched for any sign of light, unable to see anything. Amidst the chaos, a voice from the disoriented group pleaded for illumination, but James Moriarty, still seated calmly, merely echoed their sentiment with a hint of mockery. As another frustrated cry of "damn" echoed, Moriarty's eyes glowed faintly blue, a subtle indication of his complete control over the enveloping gloom. The confusion continued, with someone questioning how anyone could navigate such darkness, while Moriarty's cane, held firmly in his gloved hand, began to emit a soft, guiding glow. A chilling third-rank dark magic, known as a fool's dream, begins to take hold, its shadowy tendrils and black butterflies swirling around Daughtry, who finds himself trapped in a nightmare of fear, while an unseen voice demands to know what is taking so long, urging his attackers to finish him. The attack intensifies, a brutal strike tearing through his flesh as blood splatters violently. As the darkness and shadows are used to instill fear into his weakened mind, a gaunt, bald figure lunges, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent, pressing the assault. A spell that imbues a curse into it, a compound magic, takes hold, causing Daughtry to cry out in agony, his voice raw as he screams for the torment to end, begging them to just let him die. With his face contorted in desperation, he pleads for salvation, while Fruden and Anthony watch, helpless, from a short distance. Suddenly, a hand emerges, gripping a sword that ignites with a brilliant purple glow, a voice cutting through the chaos, demanding the attack to stop. Ludger Cherish, now wielding the glowing blade, slashes through the air with incredible speed, a vibrant purple aura erupting around him as he intercepts the assailant. The intervention is swift and decisive, leaving Daughtry on the ground, still reeling from the ordeal, but no longer under direct assault. Ludger stands calmly amidst the chaos, his top hat and coat a stark contrast to the defeated figures lying at his feet, leaving the onlookers stunned and questioning how such a swift and powerful reversal was possible. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his monocle glinting as he surveys the scene, utterly composed after his display of power. As the confrontation escalates, two masked figures, associate knights, launch a coordinated attack, their energy blades clashing against Ludger Cherish defenses with lethal intent. One of them realizes his aura had managed to slice through their magic, a chilling thought confirming their opponents must be those formidable associate knights. Yet, Ludger remains unfazed, his blue aura flaring, confident he won't lose to them, no matter their reputation. Meanwhile, from a hidden vantage point, Chris Benamor watches the unfolding events, his sharp eyes behind his glasses reflecting a keen, analytical interest. Back in the thick of the fight, a small, glowing purple vial drops to the ground, shattering with a faint, crystalline chime. Ludger strikes swiftly, his sword a blur of purple energy, sending both associate knights recoiling from the unexpected force. One knight warns the other about potential poison, but his comrade quickly counters that such things won't matter if they cover their bodies with magic, a green aura already flaring around his hand. Immediately, he launches a volley of sharp projectiles, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with a flurry of attacks. But his efforts are met with a dismissive retort, Ludger easily deflecting the attack with a casual surge of green energy, rendering it utterly pointless. Before the knight can react, Ludger unleashes a devastating purple blast that shatters the air around his opponent. leaving him stunned and vulnerable. The knight screams in agony as dark energy consumes him, the force of the attack leaving him severely injured and defeated. A new confrontation unfolds as a man with brown hair recoils, realizing the daggers that struck him were merely a trap designed to deliver poison. His hand already showing signs of discoloration, he understands the insidious nature of the toxin, effective only upon direct contact, leaving him with a desperate thought. Damn it. A surge of pure fury ignites within him, his face contorting with rage as he vows, I'll kill you. Closing the distance in a blur, he lands a powerful punch directly to James Moriarty's face, the impact sending black particles scattering. Not stopping there, he follows up with a swift sword strike, aiming to press his advantage. Yet, with an almost imperceptible movement, Moriarty deftly counters, a glinting knife now pressed against his opponent's throat, his expression calm and calculating. A swift, powerful kick sends the brown-haired man flying backward, blood splattering as he's violently thrown across the room. Stunned by the sudden reversal, the man can only question, Are you really Professor Moriarty? I never knew that Professor Moriarty was skilled in battle. With a cold, dismissive gaze, Moriarty replies, Do I have a reason to explain that to you? You're going to die anyway. As Moriarty moves, a faint purple aura shimmers around him, his opponent's eyes narrowing, observing every subtle shift in his posture. He quickly deduces Moriarty's strategy. He makes the opponent drop their guard in order to expose their weakness, concluding that as long as he's careful of that, he can win. With renewed determination, he decides to close the distance first, launching himself forward with explosive speed. Still reeling from the previous exchange, the brown-haired opponent watched as James Moriarty calmly unleashed a stream of glowing purple liquid from a small bottle, the magical energy swirling around him. Charging forward with his sword, he dismissed the attack, confident it wouldn't affect him. His mind racing, he believed all he needed to do was deflect the incoming magic. But a sudden, unexpected force struck, leaving him utterly bewildered. His sword, his most trusted weapon, shattered into fragments, the purple energy consuming it as he recoiled in shock, realizing the attack had come from that very bottle. Unfazed by the destruction he wrought, Moriarty calmly raised a golden gun, its polished surface gleaming as he took aim. With his sword gone, the opponent knew he had to abandon it and dodge, trusting his reflexes to save him from the next assault. But as he prepared to move, a chilling realization dawned, his eye widening in sheer terror. From his very own shadow, a dark, jagged blade erupted, impaling him through the torso with brutal force. Collapsing to one knee, blood staining his jacket, he gasped, utterly baffled by how such an attack could have originated from his own shadow. Conventional wisdom dictated that magic should always be cast from near the caster's physical body. Yet, observing the fallen opponent with a calm, almost reflective gaze, Moriarty acknowledged that even he had never known such a feat was possible. A soft thud echoes through the chamber. As James Moriarty, with a casual grace, steps over his fallen opponent, his sword still drawn, the sound of his movement barely a whisper. He then plants a foot firmly on the man's chest, a subtle pressure asserting his complete dominance. Daughtry, the brown-haired opponent, lies defeated and injured on the ground, his gaze fixed upwards at his victor. Moriarty, ever the showman, tips his hat with a smirk, a chillingly polite greeting for the man he just dismantled. His voice, calm and composed, suggests a continuation of their grim exchange, asking, Why don't we finish our conversation? Dust and debris drift through the air, a silent testament to the recent struggle. Moments later, a golden liquid splashes into a glass, Moriarty pouring himself a drink with an air of complete nonchalance. From his position on the floor, Daughtry questions how he can drink in such a situation, noting that Moriarty has even shed his disguise, to which Moriarty replies that his newly sensitive nose can no longer tolerate the smell of blood. Daughtry then asks if his screaming opponent had died, and Moriarty casually confirms he is not yet dead, having only extracted the necessary information before planning to hand him over to other organizations. A new voice interjects, stating, All right, I'm sure you'll handle things, before curiously asking Moriarty what he is drinking. Moriarty replies that it's a 38-year-old Gorgonian, prompting an indignant Daughtry to demand some for himself. Still reeling from the recent events, Daughtry questions Moriarty, wondering if he was truly sick from the smell of blood, as he now casually holds a drink. He then asks for a taste, even if it means he'll throw up, as Moriarty calmly explains he intends to select a few individuals and tasks Daughtry with finding suitable people for him. Daughtry, already feeling the weight of the task, mentions the documents and a secret account book on the second floor, suggesting they might help, before sighing that he guesses he has more work to do. He then questions if it won't be too much for just the two of them, to which Moriarty replies that Daughtry should already be aware of his extensive network, boasting that he knows plenty of people. Daughtry looks surprised, asking if that's really true, then hesitates, waiting for more information. He admits there's no one better for the job, but still questions if Moriarty's contacts would truly answer his call, given his obvious disdain for them, to which Moriarty confirms they said they'll come as soon as they're done with their previous job. Moriarty then emphatically declares that of course he hates them, adding that there isn't a single sane person among them. Daughtry, acknowledging his own questionable past, admits he's not one to talk, but concedes that even if he complains, they'll just go with Moriarty's plans. He then reminds Moriarty that he's currently under suspicion by the chairman, questioning if it's wise for him to be moving around so openly. Moriarty, taking a sip from his glass, dismisses the concern, explaining that those magicians would never try an uncertain risk. He continues, stating that the chairman won't do anything that could cause backlash, especially during a time when she's being checked by her opposition, when a new voice interjects, asking about the drink. Daughtry agrees that Moriarty's assessment sounds about right, then asks what he's going to call the organization. He muses, considering the implications of their ambitious plan, that if they truly intend to take over Leatherbelk, they will certainly need a name for their burgeoning organization. His companion then inquires about their current numbers, to which he replies, after a brief pause, that including the two of them, they should have around 10 people, adding that he has a good idea. The name he proposes is simple yet enigmatic, UN Owen. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a calculated amusement as he awaits a reaction. His companion, holding a drink, repeats the name, UN Owen, then questions if he truly intends for their group's name to be unknown. With a confident air, he confirms that is indeed the idea, asking if it's a bad one, only for his companion to immediately declare his approval. As the name, UN Owen, settles between them, his companion pours another drink, the amber liquid glinting under the dim bar lights. He then raises his glass, asking if this will be their last drink for the day. With a knowing gaze, he lifts his own glass in a toast, proclaiming to the creation of their new organization. A fellow professor, Selena, approaches Ludger Cherish, inquiring why he doesn't have an assistant. He pauses mid-bite, a piece of meat on his fork, his expression unreadable as he considers her question. He calmly replies that he hasn't felt the need for one yet, prompting Selena to point out the sheer volume of students in his lectures, wondering if he isn't finding it difficult. Still, he insists it isn't hard, a statement that elicits an impressed "wow, you're incredible" from his companion as he continues to eat. The realization dawns on him, however, as his eyes widen in shock, muttering, "There are assistants? So I was the only one working my ass off." Turning to Selena, he asks if she has an assistant, to which she replies that she didn't need much help either, so? She clarifies that she only picked 3 for now, leaving him speechless and questioning her previous statement. His internal monologue screams in disbelief. "You don't need that much help? Do professors usually have 10 people then?" A wave of murmurs washes over him, his expression a mix of shock and growing annoyance at the revelation. He then observes Benamore's assistants, noting that 3 seems like a rather small number compared to what he's now imagining. Selena and another student advise him to pick some assistants too, warning that it will only get harder on his own and suggesting he needs at least 5. As Ludger Cherish pondered the idea of assistants, Professor Selena's voice chimed in, offering to compile a list of suitable students if he needed it, while another female colleague eagerly volunteered her own help. He acknowledged their offers, a quiet, "all right, thank you," escaping him. Back in his study, surrounded by towering bookshelves, Ludger Cherish found himself fixated on the word, assistants. He delved into his research, discovering that assistants earned extra credit and private tutoring, with no grade limitations, and even new professors typically employed at least 6, a stark contrast to his own solitary approach. His reading further revealed that some students chose to research magic under their professors instead of graduating immediately, a path that assistants could also pursue. He mused that the academy was essentially a 21st century college, and while it would certainly be beneficial to have someone handle small tasks, the real challenge lay in selecting the right individual. His gloved hand turned a page, the soft rustle of paper filling the quiet room. Still, he tried to convince himself that it wasn't urgent, even as the idea continued to occupy his thoughts. A flicker of determination crossed his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly. A specific face came to mind, a silent thought forming. This guy. He walks down a grand hallway, his footsteps echoing softly. Suddenly, he pauses, a slight frown on his face. "If you have something to say," he calls out, "just come out and say it, Cienida." A moment of realization crosses his features. "All right." From behind a door, a young woman peeks out, looking apologetic. "Sorry, I saw you passing by, so I just..." He turns his head slightly, a thought forming in his mind, wondering if she truly had nothing better to do than follow him. "It's all right," he reassures her. "I had something to ask you anyway." The young woman blinks in surprise. "Huh?" She leans out further, her expression curious, asking if he had classes during a specific time slot, noting it was his usual class time. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he confirms, "I do have time during those days." His footsteps resume, a sense of purpose in his stride, as he declares, "Perfect." He looks directly at her, a confident smile now evident, and offers, "Be my assistant." Ludger Cherish's offer hangs in the air, leaving Cienida wide-eyed and speechless. He stands tall before her, his expression unreadable, as she struggles to process his words. The unexpected proposal echoes in her mind, a profound "huh?" escaping her. Her surprise is palpable, as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. The word assistant repeats in her thoughts, a stuttered question forming on her lips. She finally manages to speak, asking, "WWW, what are you saying? How could someone like me?" Ludger, however, calmly explains, "If you become my assistant, you can approach me naturally." Still hesitant, she points out. But I have no relation to you, so you'll seem suspicious. He dismisses her concern, stating, don't worry about that. You were on the list I received. As if to prove his point, Ludger holds up a document, revealing her picture, and she finally understands, murmuring, it makes sense. I see. Seeing her surprise, he offers an out. Well, if you don't want to, I won't force you. His words, though seemingly casual, send a jolt through her, her expression a mix of shock and sudden realization. With a slight smile, he asks, then you accept? Cienida nods vigorously, her decision made, and he concludes, all right, bring the assistant registration documents in 2 days. Cienida considered the offer, finding it surprisingly agreeable, a sentiment she hadn't anticipated. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish, having secured his first assistant selection, mused on his true intentions, believing that by keeping her close, he could gradually extract information about the mysterious Black Dawn. He concluded, with a hint of satisfaction, that he would soon have a loyal errand runner at his disposal within 2 days. An hour later, the city's grand clock tower marked the passage of time, as Cienida diligently worked to fulfill her new duties. Her eyes widened with a sudden realization, a spark of understanding igniting within her as she processed the task at hand. With surprising speed, she presented the completed documents, her hands extending the papers towards Ludger Cherish. Ludger Cherish, caught off guard by her swiftness, could only manage a silent, internal gasp of surprise. Cienida, beaming with pride, offered her thanks, while he, still processing her speed, could only offer a simple good work, internally admitting he'd found an assistant much faster than he'd ever anticipated. Just an hour later, the news of Ludger Cherish's new assistant began to ripple through the academy. The usually quiet lecture halls now hummed with a low murmur as students gathered and whispered amongst themselves. 2 students observed the change, one noting, it's louder than usual, as a strange rumor began to circulate among them. The silver-haired student leaned in, shushing her friend, before revealing, it's a rumor about how Professor Rudiger is looking for assistants, prompting the blonde student to exclaim, wow, that's pretty tempting. Among the students, a blonde-haired girl muses on the intriguing fact that the professor hadn't chosen any assistants until now, considering many believed he wasn't even aware such a position existed. Even so, a silver-haired student adds, the most captivating rumor circulating is about something else entirely, prompting a curious that from her companion. The rumor speaks of the universal stone that grants wishes, a legendary artifact. Whispers suggest it's hidden somewhere within Thorn, the very heart of magic. The silver-haired student questions if such a thing could truly exist, to which her blonde companion confidently replies, of course, insisting that many mysteries still await discovery. Emphasizing Thorn's status as the center of magic, she believes that while the rumors might be exaggerated, an artifact of that nature almost certainly exists. Her silver-haired friend simply responds, I see, taking in the enthusiastic explanation. Meanwhile, a dark blue-haired student dismisses the notion as so childish, scoffing at the idea of a universal stone that grants wishes. She thinks to herself, if such a powerful item truly existed, the higher-ups would have already claimed it for themselves. Her expression shifts, however, as she considers the new, more pressing rumor that the superhuman-like man, Professor Ludger Cherish, is now picking assistants. She understands that assistants gain significant credit from the professor, and therefore, they must possess skills that match his caliber, implying a high standard for selection. A confident smirk plays on her lips as she concludes, well, I could definitely be considered, if I get recommended personally. A student with long, dark blue hair shushes the bustling classroom, announcing that the professor is about to arrive, urging everyone to quiet down. Amidst the sudden hush, a whisper ripples through the students, wondering about the unfamiliar face now standing at the front of the room. As the brown-haired student begins distributing materials, the class speculates if she's merely helping or if she's been appointed Professor Ludger's assistant. The dark blue-haired student, who had been so determined to secure that position, reacts with visible shock and dismay, realizing the professor might have already chosen someone. Indeed, the professor's voice confirms the news, dismissing Cienida with a word of thanks, who bows respectfully before leaving the front of the class. A collective wave of disappointment washes over the students, many of whom had hoped for the assistant role themselves, their expressions reflecting their shared surprise. With the assistant matter settled, the professor's voice cuts through the lingering murmurs, commanding the students to focus as class officially begins. Later, as the day draws to a close, the professor announces the end of the lesson. Walking away from the blackboard, he reminds the students that today's material will be on the next exam, urging them to review it thoroughly. However, before he can fully depart, a student with light blue hair, a sly smirk playing on her lips, calls out to him with a question. The professor turns, addressing her by name, asking what she's curious about, much to Julia Plumhart's delighted surprise that he remembers her. Ludger Cherish listens intently as the speaker details Cienida's impressive academic achievements, noting her first-place ranking in acceptance grades and the Magic Tower's support, before being directly asked for his question. A dismissive chuckle fills the air as the speaker declares the question's unimportance. Professor Chris Benamore, with a smug smile, gestures casually, his expression radiating an air of superiority. A bead of sweat forms on Ludger's brow as he silently questions the professor's true intentions. His mind briefly drifts to Julia Plumhart, recalling his earlier curiosity about what she might have asked. Meanwhile, Chris continues, explaining that he personally selected Cienida, while another student inquires if there are specific conditions for the assistant role, such as possessing the highest magic skill. The professor's smile widens, a subtle purple aura emanating around his words, as he muses about other possibilities, perhaps someone so renowned that their name alone commands recognition. Ludger's eyes narrow in understanding, a quiet aha escaping his lips as the pieces fall into place. He then clarifies his own inquiry, stating that his question is not born of mere curiosity. Chris, unfazed, reveals his singular focus when choosing an assistant. It all comes down to character. With a confident smile, the professor elaborates, explaining that those possessing the proper character are welcome to proceed with an interview. Ludger's gaze hardens, his resolve clear, as he retorts that after this particular question, an interview will no longer be necessary. Ludger Cherish, his eyes glowing with a sharp, determined light, dismisses the notion of being an assistant, stating that his current demeanor makes him unsuitable for such a role. With that final, resolute statement, he turns his back and begins to walk away, indicating his departure if there are no further questions. Meanwhile, Cienida watches him go, a worried expression on her face, her thoughts turning to the impending midterm and the need to prepare for it. Ludger Cherish, composed and professional, walks through the academy halls, a book tucked under his arm. His gaze sharp and observant, taking in his surroundings with a subtle intensity. As he encounters his assistant, a young woman with dark blue hair, she stammers an apology, and he calmly reminds her to wait in the assistant's room next time, rather than the lecture hall. The assistant looks flustered by the gentle reprimand, her expression a mix of embarrassment and deference. She quickly dismisses her own awkwardness, before offering a polite, "Good work today, Professor," to which he replies, "Yeah, you too." Handing her a stack of papers, Ludger explains that these are the assignments turned in today and instructs her to take care of them by the end of the day. The assistant readily agrees, her response firm and immediate. As Ludger turns to leave, she calls out to him once more, a final acknowledgement of his authority. Standing alone in the hallway, the assistant maintains a serious expression, her dark blue hair and green eyes reflecting her focused demeanor as she prepares for her tasks. Approaching a student in the hallway, Ludger Cherish inquires, "What's the matter, Flora Lumos?" Looking somewhat flustered, she begins, So I heard you picked an assistant," prompting him to ask if she was interested in the position as well. Flora quickly denies any such interest, exclaiming, "Huh? Oh, of course not. Why would I?" Which only leads the professor to question why she approached him in the first place. Her expression shifts from denial to a more subdued, slightly worried look, her eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. Finally, she confesses, "I wanted to say thank you," explaining that she was safe last time because of his help. She continues, her voice gaining a touch more confidence, "And I don't think the advice you gave me was wrong." The professor simply replies, "I just did what a professor should do," adding that if she took his words of advice seriously, then that was enough for him. Flora insists, "I was completely fine," though her internal thoughts reveal she actually nearly passed out. Changing the subject, she asks, "Professor, how many elements can you control?" recalling that she saw him control 5 in class. With a subtle, knowing smile, he confirms, "Those 5 are the only elements I can control." However, his inner thoughts reveal a deeper truth. "To be honest, I can use all 10 elements, but that's not a good thing." A mage capable of controlling multiple elements is a rare sight, the opposite of those focused on a single element, yet a side character might not even be able to use any element past a certain level. However, if the full extent of one's abilities were known, it could put them in a difficult spot, so it's often better to simply state a manageable number, like 5. Flora Lumos, still processing the revelation, could only murmur, "5, that's so many." Ludger Cherish, sensing the conversation had run its course, raised a hand, stating, "If you don't have any more questions, go on your way." Flora, caught off guard, stammered, and a slight smirk played on his lips as he added, "If you ever change your mind, you're welcome to apply to be my assistant anytime." The offer hung in the air, a casual invitation that implied, "You could definitely become my assistant." Flora's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise and perhaps indignation crossing her features, as the implication of his words settled in. As he turned and began to walk away, his footsteps echoing softly, she remained rooted to the spot, her expression unreadable. A deep frown creased her brow, her thoughts turning sour, as the audacity of his offer truly sank in. Turning away, her shoulders slumped slightly as she muttered to herself, "Annoying." With a decisive step, she began to walk away, her blue shoes clicking softly on the polished floor. The grand hallway, now empty, seemed to hold the lingering echoes of their brief, charged exchange, as the heavy door stood silently at its end. A new figure, Professor Rudiger, arrives at a grand institution, his voice echoing with a formal inquiry. His long, dark hair and refined attire speak of a man of importance, as he awaits a response from the Chancellor. Instead, a female professor with white hair and a green formal jacket greets him, immediately probing him about recent rumors circulating through the academy. The rumors speak of a hidden artifact within Thorn, a legendary, universal stone, shrouded in mystery. Professor Rudiger, observing the outside world through a window, acknowledges the whispers, but dismisses them as mere student gossip. However, his colleague quickly corrects him, a subtle shift in his expression betraying his surprise. With a knowing smile, the professor reveals a glowing blue crystal, confirming that the universal stone, capable of granting wishes, is indeed real. This mysterious object possesses a unique power, its radiant blue light pulsating with ancient energy. A relic of immense age, it has existed for an unfathomably long time. As Professor Rudiger takes the glowing crystal into his own hand, his colleague confirms it is indeed a true relic, to which he readily agrees. Its power is legendary, known to be 100 times stronger than even the most potent artifacts a grand mage can create. His colleague then questions if such a relic truly resides at Thorn, and Professor Rudiger confirms their long-standing possession of it. Professor Selena expresses her disbelief, noting that the Universal Stone's existence was a top secret, and any rumors indicate a significant leak. Someone had indeed revealed the secret, she confirms, but suggests there are also other possibilities to consider. Given the immense power of the Universal Stone, fixed maintenance is a mandatory procedure for the area where it is kept. This means information could have leaked during the stone's transport, while the room was undergoing maintenance. Turning to Professor Rudiger, she asks if he would be willing to look into the matter for her. As he considers her request, Professor Rudiger's eyes briefly glow with an electric blue light, his mind already analyzing the situation. He muses that, on the surface, it appears the Chancellor is placing her trust in him, leaving the investigation entirely to his discretion. However, he knows the Chancellor is not someone who would automatically trust him, simply because he is part of her faction. Meanwhile, Selena's eyes briefly glow with a subtle yellow light as she considers her own motives, perhaps attempting to delve into his background with this opportunity. She continues, instructing him to report anyone suspicious he might encounter, and to assist during the relic transport if necessary. Professor Rudiger taps his finger, acknowledging her instructions, and asks if any other professors are involved in the transport as well. Selena confirms that there are other professors involved, but assures him they are all assigned to different areas, so he won't encounter them. He closes his eyes, deep in thought, reminding himself to act normally for now. Meanwhile, the grand halls of the academy remain quiet. But elsewhere, James Moriarty pores over documents, his mind racing with the news of an information leak in Thorn, wondering if the Black Order has begun to move, yet noting the lack of contact from Cienida. Back in his own space, Ludger considers the situation, unsure if this is a different First Order or for some other, unknown reason. Sensing that an incident might happen soon. Beyond the immediate concerns, he holds a small, glowing relic in his gloved hand, a faint light emanating from its surface. To think he would find such an item here. He reflects on his long history of changing identities while traveling across regions, sometimes as a mercenary, sometimes as a crime consultant, and sometimes as a merchant. Having roamed the world under countless guises, he knew there was only one true purpose behind his many identities, and that was to locate the final piece of a powerful relic. He had initially arrived in the Empire after hearing whispers of a relic's presence there, but the discovery of yet another at Thorn had caught him completely by surprise. Of course, this newly found artifact was distinct from the one he was actively seeking, leading him to ponder if he could leverage the Universal Stone to pinpoint the exact location of his true objective. A sudden flash of light accompanied the appearance of a glowing, spherical relic, hinting at its potential power. Meanwhile, a subordinate reported to his superior, assuring him that the recent situation had been successfully handled. He explained that the Red Society's silence was likely due to their previous intervention, but warned that new, ambitious groups were now vying to fill the void. The subordinate then inquired if his superior had time to assist him, offering his own help in about a week's time. James Moriarty, listening intently, revealed that a relic had also been located at Thorn. He then dryly observed that his subordinate seemed to be encountering more incidents than himself, a sentiment he readily agreed with. Ludger Cherish, known to some as Hans, muses on the peculiar notion of a school possessing a relic, wondering if the Chancellor might harbor a secret dungeon, yet he dismisses the thought with a sigh, telling himself to stop the nonsense. An unseen voice playfully chides him, saying, "You can't even take a joke. Anyways, I'll find a date," to which Ludger simply responds, "Yeah, good work." Later, standing by a window, he contemplates his situation, wishing he could move immediately, but acknowledging he must hold his position due to the Chancellor's direct orders. Meanwhile, James Moriarty, deep in thought, considers the implications of a legendary artifact, the Universal Stone, that grants wishes, recognizing it as a significant opportunity. Back with Ludger, his gloved hand cradles a glowing, irregular stone, as he reflects that relics are not easily found, noting that even he, after traveling for a long time in search of them, has only managed to acquire 3. A visual representation of the relic's true form appears, showing several crystalline fragments floating in an ethereal space, with a voice confirming that, based on their size and shape, 4 pieces still remain. Ludger, now holding the glowing stone with renewed determination, considers the future, knowing that if his single relic is completed, then a moment of anticipation hangs in the air as the word then echoes, hinting at profound consequences. With a soft sound, Ludger Cherish stands once more by the window, his gaze fixed on the distant view, lost in thought. A voice asks if there's anything else the princess needs, to which she replies, allowing the unseen individual to go inside. With a sigh of understanding, Princess Erinder admits her profound exhaustion. Even a moment of peace seems impossible, as she laments not being left alone for even an hour. A look of weary resignation crosses her face as she acknowledges that her demanding position makes such a simple wish impossible. All she truly desires is to experience life as normally as any other student, when a soft knocking sounds at her door. She asks what the matter is, and a voice from outside informs her that someone has requested her presence. Surprised by the unexpected summons, Erinder questions who could be requesting her. Suddenly, a shimmering, light blue projection of a woman appears before her, apologizing for arriving at such a late hour to address Princess Erinder. The projection, surrounded by sparkling particles, conveys that the matter is urgent. Erinder, composed despite the sudden appearance, acknowledges the urgency and asks what Tarina needs to discuss with her. Tarina wastes no time, immediately inquiring about rumors of werewolves at Thorn and if they are true. Princess Erinder confirms that one of their professors had already handled the situation. However, the projection of Tarina clarifies that she is investigating a case related to it. Erinder questions the nature of this case, but Tarina's projection responds that it is meant to be kept secret, asking for forgiveness. Meanwhile, James Moriarty, with a determined expression, declares his intention to meet that professor soon. Back in her chambers, Erinder asks Tarina if she happens to know who these professors are. Moriarty considers the implications of a new professor, Rudiger Chelsea, and expresses his hope for progress in Tarina's investigation. He then acknowledges the involvement of Princess Erinder. Erinder listens intently, her expression shifting to one of concern. Tarina's projection then delivers a more personal message, relaying that someone is sad because Erinder hasn't been contacting her recently. Erinder, deep in thought, finally makes a decision, declaring her resolve. A soft sigh escapes her lips as she gazes away, a hint of contemplation in her posture. Her expression remains pensive, her eyes reflecting a quiet unease. She muses internally that Tarina's message was likely her sister's way of showing concern, a quiet mutter escaping her. Yet, the thought itself leaves her feeling profoundly uncomfortable. Recalling the incident, she learns a new professor handled it, and decides she must meet this individual soon. Meanwhile, James Moriarty turns to Professor Selina, inquiring about the factory investigation, to which she readily affirms her readiness to report. Selina explains that she meticulously analyzed partially burned papers, a magnifying glass highlighting the charred, fragmented documents. She elaborates that the documents hinted at someone being developed or researched, though the specifics remained elusive, and while there were leads, they couldn't progress further with just that information, prompting her to ask if there was anything else. From behind, Moriarty confirms, indicating there is one more crucial piece of information. Selina then reveals that the Red Society, a clandestine organization, had mysteriously vanished overnight in Leatherbelk. Moriarty's gaze sharpens as he repeats the name, a hint of intrigue in his voice. A student, her auburn hair neatly braided, inquires about a recent incident, wondering if it was connected to a specific case. Though the answer is a firm no, she insists they still note it, only for an unseen superior to dismiss her concern, assuring her there's no need to worry so extensively. The student then redirects the conversation, suggesting they focus on their primary investigation. Her superior agrees, giving clear instructions to investigate Leatherbelk further before moving on to Thorn, a directive she acknowledges with a crisp, understood. Meanwhile, within the grand, sunlit halls of the academy, a new day of lessons begins. Professor Ludger Cherish stands before a blackboard, his gloved hand meticulously writing, as a narration box notes that for the past few days, rumors have been spreading throughout the student body. He considers the implications, thinking that students might start investigating on their own, much like with the werewolf case, which would undoubtedly make his life a pain in many ways. A slight smile plays on his lips, as he holds a book open, seemingly lost in thought. Looking out at his class, he observes his students, one with green hair, another with brown hair, and Cienida, her head resting on her desk, all appearing thoroughly bored. With a decisive thud, he slams his hand down on the book, capturing their attention. Addressing the now alert students, he declares that since they seem bored, he'll show them something fun today, a proposition that elicits a curious something fun from Cienida. As a small, vibrant flame ignites above his outstretched finger, Ludger explains that mages always manifest magic using themselves as the center, demonstrating the principle firsthand. Magic power, he explains, originates from the caster, but there's a crucial distinction to be made. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom appear less than enthused, some slumping in their seats, others barely keeping their eyes open. Suddenly, one student jolts upright, a gasp escaping him as something unexpected catches his attention. Ludger continues, explaining that with a slight adjustment to one's understanding, they can achieve remarkable feats like the one he's about to show. He reiterates that magic is manifested using the caster as its central point, a fundamental principle they all know. But in reality, he reveals, there's a small, empty space between the caster and the manifested magic, a gap he illustrates by holding a flame suspended away from his hand. Typically, this distance is limited to about 1 meter, but by accepting a heavy increase in magic power consumption, one can extend that range significantly. This advanced technique, he declares, is what he calls the coordinate assignment formula. The students, including Flora Lumos, exchange bewildered glances, the unfamiliar term echoing through the classroom. Flora Lumos, her expression a mix of shock and intrigue, admits she's never encountered such a concept, wondering aloud where her professor could have possibly learned this kind of magic. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple as she processes the implications, her crimson eyes narrowed in deep thought. Turning to face the class, Ludger downplays his revelation, suggesting it might be interesting to them, but ultimately, it's just a minor modification to existing manifestation magic. He continues his lecture, explaining that the advanced magic he demonstrates is born from the inspiration of a particular mage, yet he has no intention of teaching it directly to his students. A murmur ripples through the classroom, as Flora Lumos, her red hair catching the light, voices the collective confusion, wondering why he would show them something he wouldn't teach. His voice carries across the room, explaining that his goal is for them to realize something fundamental, a truth that all magic develops from a sturdy foundation. Only after mastering those basics, he asserts, can a complete creation come into being, emphasizing that proper magic use demands a step-by-step learning process. Looking out at the students, including Cienida and Julia Plumhart, he advises them to focus on their current class, even if his words feel obvious or boring. For, he concludes, this foundational knowledge is for their future selves. With that, he announces the end of the class for today, but extends an open invitation. Anyone who manages to figure out his advanced magic can come to his office anytime. He sweetens the deal, promising plenty of merits for such an achievement. As the classroom empties, the faint sound of footsteps echoes in the quiet space. Meanwhile, in a lavish office, Cienida stands, looking surprised as she takes in her surroundings. The professor, now in his office, turns to her, instructing her to wait outside for a bit. Cienida, slightly taken aback, agrees to his request. As a faint magical glow emanates from a device on his desk, Ludger Cherish's gloved hand hovers over it, anticipating contact. Indeed, the call comes through, and he muses that it should be about time he was contacted, confirming the connection with a simple, "Yes, Chancellor." The voice on the other end cuts straight to the point, declaring, "Professor Rudiger, it's an emergency," as his hand presses down on the glowing, intricate orb. The gravity of the situation is immediately clear as James Moriarty's face appears, his expression grim as he reveals, the universal stone has been hijacked. Ludger Cherish looks down, a rare flicker of self-reproach crossing his features, admitting he underestimated his enemy too much, then demanding, "Just what happened?" The explanation comes quickly, the enemy having already known the location of the stone's backup storage room. A shadowy image of hooded figures, one clutching a glowing green gem, illustrates the swiftness of their strike, as James explains they hit first, before anyone could even move. James Moriarty sighs, his earlier confidence shattered, admitting that even with all the rumors spreading, he thought they could handle it quickly, but that ended up being a mistake. Ludger Cherish, now composed, states that they are pursuing the culprits, warning that if the stone is used, the situation will only escalate, a fact he can clearly see. He then asks, his gaze fixed on the glowing orb, "How long do you think is the golden time?" The response comes swiftly, a deadline set. "I'd say until midnight today," to which he simply replies, "Understood." With the critical information exchanged, Ludger asks if there's anything else James is curious about, then advises that making a move instead of sitting around and asking questions would be better. Following the urgent call from Ludger, the command is clear. The task of recovering the universal stone now falls to him. A gloved hand gently touches a glowing, intricate object, a subtle gesture of contemplation. James Moriarty observes a magical interface, his thoughts racing, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. He lets out a sigh, a hint of surprise in his voice, admitting he hadn't expected it to unfold so quickly. His gaze sharpens, a piercing blue glow in his eyes, as he questions the motives of those responsible. The weight of his own precarious position settles upon him, aware that the Chancellor's suspicions still linger, potentially implicating him. Standing by the window, a thoughtful expression on his face, he senses something amiss, questioning if this situation is truly a direct order. A sudden thought strikes him, and with a decisive tone, he calls out for Cienida to return. He turns towards the door, his presence commanding, awaiting her arrival. His internal monologue continues, concluding that a subordinate must have acted independently. Seated at his desk, a hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, he ponders the implications of this unauthorized action. Responding to his summons, Cienida peeks through the door, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. James Moriarty, his expression stern and unwavering, demands a full account of the events, leaving no room for ambiguity. As he considers the implications, a small sigh escapes him, while a subordinate worries aloud, convinced that their superior must be furious. The investigation revealed that the inquiry began with a third-order member seeking information. During their search for details on Thorn, they uncovered a document directly linked to the Universal Stone. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone began spreading among the students, and because he had already seen the information, he readily believed them. He quickly learned of the stone's existence and precise location, with the Third Order immediately relaying this critical information to the Second Order. However, the Second Order chose not to report this to their superiors, deciding instead to act on their own initiative. The individual at the center of these rumors was named Demulus, a figure closely associated with the government, handling sensitive matters within the Second Order. Ludger muses, considering the gravity of the situation, that if the information was truly so important, Demulus should have certainly informed the First Order. Cienida looks up at him, questioning if he truly believed she wouldn't uncover the truth, then asks why he thinks Demulus is acting this way. Ludger sighs, admitting it's only his own guess, but he believes Demulus is after the position of the First Order. He thinks Demulus is after the spot of the First Order. This ambition is fueled by the knowledge that the Zero Order themselves declared the 7 spots of the First Order are not permanent and can always change. Cienida reflects on the situation, noting that Demulus' greed far outstripped his actual talent, leading her to conclude that he must have intended to achieve something significant with the Universal Stone. Ludger, listening intently, then asks for an update on their current situation. He pauses, then adds, "Professor, are you planning to move on your own?" Ludger confirms that they are already in pursuit of Demulus, but warns that if they interfere too directly, their own identities could be compromised. Cienida reports that Demulus and his allies are currently on the run after hijacking the stone, and she only knows they headed towards the Silent Forest. With a decisive thump of his foot, Ludger declares he should start moving. Cienida, looking up at him, hesitantly asks what she should do. Ludger calmly replies, "You don't have to do anything." He praises her, stating, "You did your job amazingly with that information just now." Looking directly at her, he commends her, "Good work, Cienida." As he turns to leave, with a soft thump of his foot, he adds, "I'll leave the rest to you." A soft gasp escapes Cienida, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern, as she processes the implications of their recent exchange. Meanwhile, Ludger turns away, his footsteps echoing softly as he begins to walk down a quiet corridor, his mind already elsewhere. He glances back, a flicker of thought crossing his face, wondering why his simple words had such an impact on her, though he quickly dismisses it, assuming her reaction stemmed from an unwavering loyalty to the First Order. Yet, a deeper understanding settles within him as he continues his measured pace, acknowledging that she likely has her own complex motivations and circumstances. His focus sharpens, the soft thud of his boots marking his resolve, as he shifts his thoughts to the urgent matter at hand. With each deliberate step, he leaves the academy behind, his path set towards the pursuit of Demulus. His expression hardens, the shadows deepening around his eyes as he fully embraces his true identity, Aether Nocturnus. Dark, swirling energy erupts around him, a powerful aura manifesting as he prepares for the confrontation ahead, his form silhouetted against the encroaching darkness. His eyes, once a deep brown, now glow with an intense, piercing green light, reflecting the formidable power he wields. Under the quiet glow of a street lamp, the night settled over the academy grounds. It was here that the true identity of Ludger Cherish, known as Aether Nocturnus, began to manifest his power. His form, cloaked in shadow and emanating a dark aura, was the embodiment of a spell in the summon magic category known as Magic Path. This particular spell, Magic Path, was a formidable technique. While it consumed a large amount of magic power, its true strength lay in its ability to render the caster completely undetectable. In return, it consumed the caster's entire presence, ensuring that no one could recognize nor detect them as they moved through the world. As Aether Nocturnus faded into the shadows, 2 students, Flora and her dark-haired companion, walked unknowingly past the very space he had just occupied, his presence dissolving into the night. Her dark-haired companion, however, felt a subtle disturbance, a faint ripple in the magical currents of the air. Flora, too, sensed the anomaly, her eyes widening slightly as she registered the fleeting sensation. Though she couldn't see anything, her companion confirmed the strange occurrence, stating that she smelled something related to magic, a scent that lingered in the night air. Without a moment's hesitation, Flora declared her intention to investigate the invisible magic, dashing off into the darkness, prompting her companion to call out, "Flora, where are you going?" The urgent cry echoed through the quiet street, a desperate plea to her impulsive friend. A voice curses the audacity of those who would venture into the Silent Forest. As a small group stands before its ominous gates, one of them questioning the wisdom of entering such a dangerous place without more support. The man with the monocle, Demulus, ponders why such a forest still exists, while his companion acknowledges the many failed attempts to eradicate it. Indeed, despite all efforts, the forest regenerated quickly, and those who dared to venture within it invariably succumbed to madness. Unaware of these discussions, Ludger, in his Aether Nocturnus form, strides purposefully into the depths of the Silent Forest, his long white hair flowing behind him under the pale moonlight. Back at the entrance, the decision is made that blocking it off was the most effective course of action. Deep within the forest, under the same full moon, a man cries out the name Hyuk, followed by a terrified gasp. Hyuk, seeing a distressed subordinate on the ground, urges him to regain his senses, warning him not to succumb to the same madness that afflicted others. The subordinate, still trembling, asks Demilus what their next move should be, explaining that they are surrounded and cannot hold out much longer. Hyuk, his face contorted in frustration, silences the man, before declaring with a determined expression that he has a plan. A chilling sound echoes through the misty forest, causing two men to recoil in visible alarm. Meanwhile, a third man, Sir John Doe, clenches a glowing green gem in his hand, his face contorted in frustration, cursing that it was supposed to be the universal stone. Yet, despite its radiant glow, it proves completely useless in his desperate moment. He can feel the raw power radiating from the stone, but cannot comprehend why it fails to respond to his will. His frustration mounts, wondering why the stone isn't reacting, as shadowy, grotesque figures begin to emerge from the forest's depths behind his terrified subordinates. Turning his gaze towards the encroaching horde, Sir John Doe demands to know their identity, then questions if these are all the attackers they face. His subordinates tremble in fear, as he recalls intelligence suggesting there should be at least 10 more of these creatures. A wave of despair washes over him, as he wonders if the rest of his forces were either captured or abandoned to their fate. The realization of his predicament dawns on him, leaving him utterly terrified. In his moment of terror, he can only utter his own name, a desperate cry for help or perhaps a final acknowledgement of his identity, Sir John Doe. Far from the chaos, a figure of imposing elegance stands amidst the forest's gloom, his long dark hair and refined suit a stark contrast to the wild surroundings. His eyes glow with an ethereal blue light, confirming the arrival of the formidable second-order Demilus. Sir John Doe stands before his subordinates, a question hanging in the air, as he reflects on the grim reality of his situation, realizing that the merciless figure he'd heard rumors about was indeed coming for him. Among them, Hyuk's face contorts in sheer terror, the thought of being utterly annihilated consuming him. Meanwhile, a gloved hand, belonging to Demilus, reaches out to accept the glowing green universal stone, which Sir John Doe presents with a hesitant hum. Kneeling before the imposing figure of Demilus, Sir John Doe formally declares that this relic, the universal stone, is offered to the First Order. Demilus, clad in his elegant dark attire, holds the pulsating green stone. With a cold, detached tone, he acknowledges the offering. Then, with an ominous finality, Hyuk's eyes widen further in a silent scream of horror. A red, ethereal glow emanates from Demilus' silhouette. One of the subordinates, overwhelmed by the display, can only stammer. With a decisive, crushing grip, Demilus shatters the universal stone. The remnants of the powerful relic fall from his now empty hand. He held the universal stone, its vibrant green glow illuminating his gloved hand, as he began to scrutinize the object that had been presented to him. A quiet question escaped him, wondering why such a thing was even offered, before he dismissed the thought, believing it would be a waste of his time to explain. Confirming its identity, he acknowledged, "This is the universal stone." His gaze sharpened, a hint of something unreadable in his light eyes, as he continued his assessment. A moment of quiet contemplation passed, then a soft HM turned into a more urgent wait. The green gem pulsed in his grasp, as he declared with certainty, "This isn't a relic." He explained that while it possessed an incredible amount of magic power, that was all it was, a mere power source, contradicting what the Chancellor had told him. A bead of sweat formed on his brow, his expression betraying a flicker of unease or perhaps a deeper understanding, as the implications of this revelation settled upon him. His hand tightened around the stone, a sharp exclamation escaping him as he prepared to act. Looking up towards the vast, star-dusted sky, he began to channel his own immense power. With a surge of raw energy, a brilliant, glowing orb of pink and purple light erupted from his hand, aimed directly at the universal stone. The beam intensified, a searing column of light, as the universal stone was utterly obliterated by his overwhelming force. A brilliant purple energy beam, a continuation of the devastating power unleashed, streaks across the night sky, descending rapidly towards the earth. Upon impact, the beam unleashes an immense force, radiating outwards with violent tremors and a blinding purple glow. The sheer power culminates in a massive explosion, tearing through the environment and sending debris flying in every direction. In the aftermath, glowing pink particles and fragments of the shattered landscape rain down from the sky, settling over the devastated ground. The shimmering dust continues to fall, a silent testament to the overwhelming power that had just been unleashed. Amidst the widespread destruction, a single, vibrant green gem lies perfectly intact on the cracked earth, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. A closer inspection reveals the gem's pristine, unblemished surface, completely unharmed by the cataclysmic event. Despite the immense power that ravaged the area, the gem remains perfectly intact, its facets reflecting the ambient light as if nothing had happened. As a gloved hand reaches down to retrieve it, Professor Selena expresses her astonishment, remarking, "Oh my, I shot that for real, but to think there wouldn't be a single dent. Holding the resilient gem, she gazes up at the full moon, a somber realization dawning on her as she declares, it's the end. Ludger Cherish suddenly finds himself plummeting, a disorienting sensation washing over him as he cries out, a strange feeling of déjà vu accompanying the rapid descent before he crashes. Standing within a newly formed crater, James Moriarty surveys his handiwork, a faint smile playing on his lips as he considers the next phase of his plan, now that he possesses the fake Universal Stone. He holds the glowing green gem aloft, reflecting on the considerable effort he invested in crafting this elaborate bait. A glint of anticipation in his eyes, he hopes for a significant harvest from his deception, musing that Professor Rudiger will have to hope he isn't present to witness the outcome. Unaware of the trap laid for him, Ludger Cherish plummets into the depths of the massive crater, the forest canopy receding rapidly above him. A sudden surge of dark energy swirls around him as he falls, eliciting a sharp cry of surprise from the young professor. His feet connect with the ground with a solid thud, the dark magical aura dissipating around him as he lands. Looking up with a grim expression, he acknowledges the near-disastrous outcome of his sudden descent. The air crackles with residual energy, a sharp, resonant sound echoing through the crater. As the trap sprung, Ludger Cherish moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he attempted to teleport away, leaving a shimmering trail of purple energy in his wake. But a powerful, unseen force slammed into him, his body contorting in agony as he cried out, the name, Aether Nocturnus, escaping his lips amidst the magical shockwaves. A brilliant, blinding light erupted, a vortex of raw magical power swirling with vibrant purple particles, distorting the very fabric of space. The impact reverberated with immense force, a violent shockwave of purple energy spreading outwards, signifying the devastating blow he had just endured. Later, sitting beneath a tree in a moonlit forest, he mused that when he cast such a spell, it was recognized as magic, which was how he had survived. He considered the nature of teleportation-type abilities in this world. He knew that true magic didn't exist, but with the coordinate assignment formula and the unique properties of this particular magic, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. However, the source of the attack was revealed to be a formidable figure, the 6th-rank lecturer, Elisa Willow, her presence radiating power. This was the true extent of Elisa Willow's power. Ludger's thoughts raced, wondering why she would come personally when she had merely asked him to do it, and the chilling realization dawned on him. The hijacked Universal Stone was a fake. He questioned if she had discovered his true identity. A wave of dread washed over him as he considered the possibility. A trap had been meticulously set for him. He gritted his teeth in frustration, a sharp cry escaping him as he cursed the situation. His hand trembled, and he realized with a jolt that the teleportation magic had completely drained all his magical power. A gulp escapes him, the lingering shock of the attack still reverberating through his body, leaving him utterly drained. No, he thinks, she wouldn't bother with such a troublesome method, not when there are more efficient ways to achieve her goals, a sigh of relief escaping him. For maximum efficiency, Elisa Willow always hides the truth, even from her own allies, a master of manipulation. She is, after all, a truly extraordinary person, her presence marked by a subtle rustling in the air. Suddenly, his glowing eyes narrow, and he lunges forward, grabbing a student's arm with a sharp impact, eliciting a surprised gasp. The student, startled, looks up at him, questioning his presence. Professor, she asks, her mind still reeling from the massive magical discharge that had just occurred. He recognizes her instantly, his voice a low murmur. Flora Lumos? His grip firm, he warns her. You should know that this forest is off limits, leaving her stammering in confusion. Flora, regaining her composure, retorts, then why are you here, Professor? I should be the one asking you. Her voice rising in indignation, still demanding answers about the powerful magic she sensed. He dismisses her questions curtly. It's none of your business, before reiterating his command. This forest is dangerous for students. Hurry and leave. Flora, however, stands her ground, a defiant glint in her eyes as she declares, I'm not that weak though. Watching her, Ludger wonders if she found another way in, bypassing the guards at the main entrance, a thought that adds another layer to the mystery surrounding her. Flora Lumos finds herself in a predicament, internally questioning how she can possibly explain her presence in the forbidden area, having been drawn there by an unfamiliar yet compelling scent. The situation is further complicated by the unexpected appearance of Professor Rudiger, as a small, frightened voice cries out, Flora. He stands before her, his expression unreadable, while she looks back with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The small companion, a chibi-like figure, is clearly terrified, calling out Flora's name in distress and asking where she disappeared to. Ludger Cherish, his gaze firm, instructs her to follow him, promising to lead both her and her friend to the exit of the forest. Flora's expression remains one of guarded defiance, her crimson eyes fixed on him. His thoughts drift to a past moment, a memory of himself sitting alone in a desolate forest, a stark contrast to his current composed demeanor. He recalls his hand, glowing with a faint, ethereal light, suggesting a struggle or a unique ability. From behind, he ponders the nature of the medicine he was taking, and whether he was sick somewhere, a question that lingers in his mind. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks his reverie as Elisa Willow greets him. "Ah, Professor Rudiger." She stands elegantly, a knowing smile playing on her lips, with 3 other men accompanying her in the background. Elisa explains her timely arrival, stating that the students were wandering the silent forest, so she led them out. The words hang in the air, a stark question echoing the gravity of the situation. The silent forest? A sharp intake of breath precedes the Chancellor's inquiry, his gaze piercing as he demands to know why the students were found within its forbidden depths. A young woman, Flora Lumos, steps forward, her voice trembling as she confesses, "It's because of me, Chancellor." She explains her solo venture into the silent forest, with another student, Cheryl, chasing after her. Just then, Elisa Willow interjects, explaining that Professor Rudiger, a familiar figure, found them shortly after. Her expression remains composed, a subtle hint of concern in her golden eyes. The Chancellor ponders the situation, considering how best to handle the student's transgression. Elisa, facing him directly, offers a reassuring smile, suggesting that students are allowed to make mistakes, and that this incident should simply be overlooked. She continues, her tone calm and collected, explaining that it was an urgent situation, so she took the initiative to resolve it herself. Ludger Cherish, his gaze thoughtful, realizes the implication of her words, understanding that the powerful magic he sensed earlier must have originated from her. A soft sound of acknowledgement escapes him, as he concedes that if she was involved, the matter is surely already handled. With a final, resigned nod, he agrees to her suggestion. Within the grand, arched hallway, a question hangs in the air, concerning the well-being of the one known as Rudiger Chelsea. A soft click of heels echoes as Elisa Willow considers the recent events, believing them sufficient to dispel any lingering doubts. Sir John Doe, holding a glowing green gem, confirms he observed Ludger's reaction closely and found nothing out of the ordinary. A relieved chuckle escapes him, acknowledging that there is truly no one quite like Ludger. A faint smile plays on Sir John Doe's lips, his expression hidden behind his glasses. Elisa then inquires, wondering if there was a specific reason to spread rumors from their side. Her gaze remains sharp, a subtle sound of movement accompanying her thoughts. With a confident smile, Elisa explains their necessity to act, ensuring the little rats take the bait first. Sir John Doe simply responds, acknowledging her reasoning with a quiet understanding. As they continue their conversation, their footsteps echo softly through the vast space. Elisa's foot steps forward, her movement deliberate and precise. Meanwhile, in a separate, candlelit chamber, the true target of their machinations has been moved to safety. The dangerous green relic, once capable of ruining entire kingdoms, remains thankfully untouched, its potent energy shimmering within its crystalline form. With the knowledge that the true target is secure, Elisa Willow expresses her desire to leave this place quickly, not wanting to linger any longer. Meanwhile, a heavy thud echoes through the desolate space, as dark, shadowy energy begins to coalesce. The ominous presence grows stronger, its tendrils reaching out amidst the ancient architecture. Then, with a whoosh of displaced air, Demulus steps forth from the swirling darkness, his expression grim. A smirk plays on his lips as he reflects, admitting that he initially doubted the effectiveness of his own ploy. He gazes at the fake stone in his hand, relieved he had the foresight to leave a trace on it, anticipating that the Chancellor would eventually investigate the true relic. The gem pulses with an immense, captivating energy, its magical emission far exceeding his expectations, drawing him in with its raw power. Yet, despite its formidable strength, he knows this particular relic cannot grant him his ultimate desire. His eyes now glow with an emerald light, reflecting the gem's influence, a testament to the many secrets he has uncovered. Taking a decisive step forward, he asserts his knowledge, gained from countless observations. Holding the glowing relic firmly, he demands, at the very least, to be told the locations of the remaining pieces of the relic. A surge of raw, green energy erupts, swirling with immense power. As the vibrant aura envelopes him, Demulus stands firm, absorbing the potent magic into his very being. He feels the magic power piling up within him, a force attempting to burrow deep into his insides. With a steely gaze, he commands the unruly energy to stay still. His eyes glowing with an intense green light, he warns the power that if it tries to force its way in, it will break. He asserts his absolute will, declaring that regardless of its own intent, the power will yield to him. The green energy, now fully subdued, coalesces and shifts into intricate, controlled patterns around him. With the power now firmly under his command, he prepares to issue his next directive. His voice resonating with newfound authority, he demands to be shown the whereabouts of the other relic pieces. Faint green particles linger in the air, a fading echo of the immense power that was just wielded. He then observes the green gem on its pedestal, realizing with a hint of disappointment that it cannot tell him the location of every other piece. Now calm and composed, Demulus stands, his eyes still holding a subtle green glow, his resolve unwavering. Over the sprawling cityscape, bathed in the soft glow of a moonlit night, a thought echoes, realizing how incredibly close his next objective must be. From a distant location, Hyuk addresses his superior, asking what troubles him. Ludger, lying back with a small, glowing orb clutched in his hand, informs him that the matter he mentioned previously is now resolved, suggesting they move their appointment to tomorrow night. The subordinate acknowledges the deadline, but his concern grows as he notices the strain in Ludger's voice, wondering if things went poorly. Letting out a weary sigh, Ludger reassures him that everything worked out well, revealing that they've successfully located the relic. Hyuk muses that such a series of events is understandable, yet he finds it troubling that only one relic was found, implying it might not be worth the effort. A vision of green magical energy, swirling with zodiac symbols and a glowing crystal, appears, as Ludger clarifies that there were actually two relics, but one was already generally known. The vibrant green energy pulses, revealing the location of the other, more elusive relic. It is located in Leatherbelk. Hyuk reacts with surprise, as Ludger continues, explaining that based on the vision the relic showed him, he presumes it to be in the auction house. Hyuk processes this information, confirming the name, the Kunstauction House. The Kunstauction House was the only one in the vicinity, and rumors suggested a significant event was approaching. Perhaps it was an item destined for auction, Hyuk mused, suggesting they check the list of items up for bid, as it was certainly a possibility. With a calm demeanor, he simply stated, "Well, that's simple." Concluding their discussion, Hyuk bid farewell, promising to see his senior tomorrow night, and received a simple affirmation of good work. Under a vast, cloud-streaked sky, a voice echoed with a question, "What are you?" Inside a richly appointed room, James Moriarty recoiled slightly at the unexpected presence of Ludger, a subtle gasp escaping him. Clearing his throat, he questioned Ludger's presence. "You weren't inside your office? So what business do you have here?" Moriarty's mind raced, wondering what he should ask first, considering if he should inquire about the special magic Ludger had used previously. Or perhaps, he pondered, the topic of medicine would be more appropriate. Ludger Cherish stands before a student, a thought lingering in his mind, a question he somehow cannot bring himself to ask. As he turns to leave, the student's voice cuts through the silence, declaring that if he has nothing to say, she will head in. Flora Lumos calls out, stopping him in his tracks, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips as he wonders what on earth she could possibly want, hoping it isn't something unnecessary. His expression remains thoughtful, a subtle tension in the air as he awaits her words. As Ludger turns fully to face her, Flora holds up a shimmering, crystalline object, its light reflecting in his eyes. With a confident smirk, she asks him, "What do you think?" Her question refers to the culmination of her efforts, her very own coordinate assignment formula. Ludger is visibly taken aback, admitting that her success surprised him, as he hadn't known any students had already managed to implement such complex formulas. Flora, beaming with pride, declares her genius, asserting that as the only student to succeed, she deserves a reward. He acknowledges her point, agreeing that such an achievement certainly merits a reward, then asks what she thinks about receiving the highest possible grade. Flora considers his offer, but finds the idea of merely being graded a bit of a shame for all her hard work. She desires something more, something that truly corresponds to the highest possible reward she could attain. Flora Lumos regards something with a sharp, discerning gaze, her crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish stands with a confident, almost smug expression, his dark eyes holding a hint of amusement. A heavy door swings open with a soft creak, revealing a dimly lit interior. As she steps inside, Flora muses aloud, realizing this is her first time entering his private office, her eyes darting around the unfamiliar space. Ludger, turning to her, simply states that the research lab is in this direction, a subtle sound accompanying his gesture. Flora echoes his words with a hint of surprise, the heavy door closing behind them as they proceed. They enter a vast, meticulously organized research lab, shelves filled with various reagents and equipment lining the walls, while a beam of light illuminates their path across the polished wooden floor. Her attention immediately drawn to a complex diagram on a large board, Flora wonders aloud what on earth he could be researching, noting that she's never seen such a pattern before and it doesn't appear to be a mere drawing. Ludger, observing her reaction, admits with a slight turn of his head that he honestly hadn't expected her to be able to figure it out, having spent a moment debating what to reward her with. He then begins to explain that the coordinate assignment formula is, as she knows, a mathematical formula. Continuing his explanation, he clarifies that it's a principle of controlling mana at one specific coordinate and expressing a formula at that precise point. With a slight, almost embarrassed expression, Flora listens as Ludger concludes that since she managed to figure it out and complete it, he will now show her something. Ludger Cherish began his demonstration, a gloved hand deftly manipulating a slender wand, as faint, shimmering particles of light began to coalesce around its tip. As the magic intensified, Flora Lumos watched, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension, as a golden glow emanated from the spell. The sheer power of it caused her eyes to widen in alarm, a gasp escaping her lips as she questioned the nature of the phenomenon unfolding before her. The golden energy solidified into a complex, grid-like structure, its intricate patterns swirling with an almost overwhelming brilliance. Unaware of the profound effect his magic was having, Ludger continued his work, the golden light reflecting off his form as he meticulously controlled the spell. For Flora, however, the sensation was unbearable, her head feeling as though it might split in half under the immense pressure of the magical influx. Overwhelmed, she collapsed, the world around her fading into a blur. A period of unconsciousness followed, leaving her disoriented upon waking. Slowly, her senses returned, and she blinked, a wave of relief washing over her as the intense pain subsided. She found herself seated, a sudden exclamation escaping her as she realized her new position. Looking around, she felt a sense of disorientation, wondering how much time had elapsed since the demonstration began. Ludger calmly informed her it had been 30 minutes, prompting her to immediately question the nature of the magic that had caused her to pass out. As the conversation continues, Ludger reveals the name of his unique magical construct, a complex, interwoven structure he calls the Klein bottle. This intricate design, glowing with ethereal light, is his own creation, a testament to his unconventional approach to magic. Flora, still reeling from the experience, questions his methods, demanding to know if he truly created such a thing purely for experimental purposes. Unfazed by her intensity, Ludger casually shifts the topic, inquiring about her well-being after the ordeal, leaving her momentarily bewildered by his concern. His gaze remains calm and collected, a stark contrast to the chaos his magic had just unleashed within her. Still trying to comprehend the depth of his abilities, Flora observes that he must possess a unique specialty to perceive magic in such an advanced way. He then explains her violent reaction, describing how her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled upon witnessing his formula. Ludger continues, asserting that she must have experienced his magic in a way ordinary people cannot, shocked by a kind of power she had never encountered before. With a slight tilt of his head, he probes, wondering if she isn't at all curious about his unique magical specialty. Flora, holding a document, dismisses his question with a firm shake of her head, declaring her complete disinterest in any such specialty. However, she warns him that other magicians might not share her indifference, advising him to be careful not to get caught with such a dangerous ability. With that, she turns to leave, informing him that it's getting late and she should go. Still reeling from her encounter, Flora Lumos couldn't shake the thought of Ludger's cherished composure, wondering how he could remain so calm after discovering her unique specialty, and if perhaps he had encountered someone with the same rare ability before. Meanwhile, under the dim glow of streetlights on a quiet evening street, Ludger Cherish mused aloud, realizing he hadn't been properly rewarded for his recent efforts. Standing beside a sleek, dark car, the cloaked figure of Demulus remarked on Ludger's impeccable style, admitting that even after seeing him countless times, his elegant appearance still surprised them. Just then, Hyuk arrived, a welcoming smile on his face, greeting Ludger with a casual, "Ah, you've come?" Ludger, adjusting his top hat, acknowledged the arrival, confirming that things were just as usual. Hyuk, gesturing towards the luxurious vehicle, then inquired about its origin, asking, "Where did you get that car?" With a knowing chuckle, Ludger proudly declared he acquired it from the best ones in the society, before adding, "Well, since this place." Hyuk, scratching his head in mild exasperation, muttered about Ludger's tendency to make demands, before conceding, "That's true too." Ludger then gave a simple command, "Head in," indicating it was time to depart. The sleek car waited patiently, its dark exterior reflecting the city lights. A small, stylized icon of the car appeared, symbolizing their imminent departure. Under the cloak of night, a grand, opulent building stood illuminated, its many windows glowing like eyes watching the city. Into its lavish entrance, a stream of guests flowed, among them Ludger, Hyuk, and Demulus, making their way inside. As they navigated the ornate interior, Ludger remarked that the place felt unnecessarily flashy and noisy, to which Hyuk countered, "Well, it's such a famous place, so isn't this better than a dirty and dull one?" Approaching a grand staircase, Ludger inquired about their destination, and a staff member promptly directed them, the 4th floor. This way. However, as they began to ascend, another staff member stepped forward, halting their progress with a firm weight. "You can't go to the 4th floor without permission." Unfazed, Ludger presented something to the guard, declaring, "However, as for us, we can go in." With the matter settled, the staff member gestured them onward, allowing them to proceed upstairs. As they ascended, Hyuk noted the distinct atmosphere of the 4th floor, musing, "The vibe of the 4th floor certainly is different. I heard that this place has been used a lot as a meeting place for underworld organizations." Ludger confirmed his observation, explaining, "That's how they got their unwritten rule." Hyuk, intrigued, questioned, "Unwritten rule?" The rule, as revealed, was simple. "We won't ever fight on the 4th floor." This unique agreement meant there was no security on this floor, a stark contrast to the rest of the building. With a thoughtful gaze, Ludger mused, "I bet there's a reason why they invited us over to this place." He considers the possibility that their hosts are testing them, trying to see if they will adhere to the established rules of this neutral ground, and with a soft click, the door opens, revealing the next stage of their journey. Stepping through, he finds himself overlooking a vast, multi-tiered interior, descending into the depths of the building, a sense of anticipation building as he prepares to make his way down. Finally reaching the bottom, he surveys a grand dining hall, its long table laden with an extravagant feast, and a quiet voice within him asks if it is time to make their presence known. James Moriarty's voice cuts through the air, a hint of skepticism in his tone, as he addresses someone, remarking that he's sure they aren't lying in a place like this. He continues, recalling how he knew of them as missing after their failure to ignite a war at Delica Kingdom, his words carrying a weight of past events. The question hangs in the opulent room, as he demands to know their true reason for coming here. A woman named Violetta, clad in an elegant black lace dress, responds with a pointed query, asking if he intends to achieve what he failed to do before. Moriarty, seated calmly with a glass of wine, his attendant Hyuk standing silently behind him, dismisses her accusation, insisting he's never considered such a thing. He expresses disbelief at the implication, especially after someone with no ill intentions supposedly destroyed the Red Society upon arrival. He clarifies his actions, stating that he merely got rid of something dirty in front of his eyes, before abruptly shifting the conversation, demanding to know what his interlocutor truly desires. A man with a rugged beard, Karukis Pinion, crosses his arms and replies, acknowledging that since Moriarty accepted their invitation, he must have his own intentions. Moriarty, still composed, reveals his ambition, declaring his intention to build his own power, which is met with a dismissive humph, and the accusation of wanting to create a second Red Society. Meanwhile, the elder Dion, with his distinguished white hair and beard, stands beside Elisa Willow, both observing the unfolding events with keen interest. Moriarty, gesturing with an air of understanding, acknowledges the sour mood, promising to clear up any misunderstandings. The elder Dion, seated at a formal table, questions the nature of the misunderstanding being discussed, his expression one of mild confusion, before he can fully articulate his thoughts. A voice cuts in, declaring, "I want to have a conversation personally." Dion reacts with surprise, asking what they are talking about, only for Elisa Willow to calmly reassure him. "It's all right, Grandpa Dion." Turning her attention to James Moriarty, Elisa acknowledges, "So you managed to find out, Moriarty," adding with a hint of weariness, "When I talk, I usually get looked down upon for being a kid." James Moriarty, identified as an old kid Mistella, responds with a confident smirk, "My life hasn't been so easy that I would look down on you for being a child." He continues, his hands resting calmly on the table, "And don't worry, I have no intention of making a second Red Society. Of course, I do have intentions of starting a new business." Leaning forward slightly, his gaze sharp, Moriarty then declares, "Let me make an offer to you guys." His voice rings with conviction as he outlines his proposal. "I'll help you earn big bucks, so all of you, come work under me." Hyuk, visibly agitated, questions aloud, "What is that human talking about all of a sudden?" Meanwhile, Violetta lets out a soft, cynical laugh, concluding, "Huh, so nothing different from the Red Society in the end." He leans forward, his expression calm as he addresses the group, clarifying that his proposition is merely an offer, not a demand, and if he had intended to force their hand, he would have already done so. Furthermore, he adds, even if they were to decline, he would still transfer a portion of the Red Society's business ground to them, a statement that elicits a surprised reaction from the assembled figures. Elisa, her brow furrowed in confusion, questions if he truly intends to distribute the assets even upon their refusal, struggling to comprehend his true motives. He acknowledges their skepticism, explaining that his current difficult position prevents him from acting out or making overt power plays. For him, there is nothing to gain from useless fighting. He simply requires his own surefire powers. He assures them they don't have to believe him, and there's no loss in declining his offer. However, he still expects an answer from them. The group sits in silence around the opulent table, the weight of his words settling over the lavish spread. Breaking the quiet, Karukis Pinion speaks up, demanding to know the nature of this business before they can even consider it, his frustration evident as Violetta looks on. He continues, his voice rising, questioning why Moriarty is making decisions on his own, and expressing concern that if the venture is dangerous, it would be detrimental to him. Moriarty, maintaining his composed demeanor, promises that no one will be put in danger, while Karukis Pinion still appears skeptical. Karukis Pinion then poses a rhetorical question, asking if Moriarty truly understands the kinds of pleasures nobles seek, implying a deeper, perhaps more sinister, motivation behind the offer. Still holding the papers, Karukis Pinion questions the nature of the proposed venture, wondering if it involves opera and music, and if they are truly expected to participate in such an endeavor. He clarifies his intent, explaining that he desires something far more elegant, a story told through a play, music, and dance, though he admits the papers alone don't fully convey the scope. James Moriarty, with a confident gesture, declares that he sees a grand vision laid out before him, ready to be brought to life. He then addresses Karukis Pinion directly, expressing his anticipation for their collaboration. Violetta observes the exchange with a thoughtful expression, finding it interesting, yet still questioning Moriarty's true motives. Moriarty's internal resolve echoes through the space, a singular desire for change. He reflects on the current state of affairs, noting that the industrial areas are abandoned, offering only a gray sky and a dark future to those who remain. Yet, he poses a rhetorical question, suggesting that people should aspire to a brighter outlook, to live looking up at the sky. His vision is to transform the dark and gloomy alleyways, creating places where people can live brightly. To further his cause, he offers to provide suitable business ideas to other organizations. With a persuasive demeanor, Moriarty suggests that everyone should simply read his proposal before making any decisions. Karukas Pinion, now holding the documents, expresses his profound admiration, marveling at the amazing ideas presented and the prospect of gaining approval from all three organizations. A soft thud echoes as James Moriarty reflects on his proposal, acknowledging that he merely used someone else's ideas for inspiration. As he walks through the quiet alley with his associate, Hans, the air crackles with unspoken tension. Hans turns to him, a hint of concern in his voice, reminding him that he is alone without an escort. Moriarty simply glances back, his expression unreadable, stating his desire to speak quietly, just the two of them. With a dismissive wave, Moriarty instructs Hans to proceed without him, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone. A moment of silence passes, the quiet broken only by the distant sounds of the city. Hans, still pondering the implications of Moriarty's proposal, voices his doubts, asking if he truly believes the business will succeed, to which Moriarty counters, questioning Hans's own skepticism. Hans looks down at the intricate fabric of his attire, a subtle rustle accompanying his thoughts, wondering if there could truly be a chance for someone like him in such a venture. Moriarty, adjusting his monocle, clarifies his strategy, explaining that their target audience is not the nobles and rich merchants who currently control the clothing market. Instead, he envisions ready-to-wear, light, and comfortable clothes for everyday life, believing that if enough people embrace this new fashion, the old styles will naturally be pushed aside by the sheer force of the crowd. Despite his grand vision, Moriarty acknowledges the inevitable challenges, knowing they won't be able to avoid those who will try to interfere with their progress. Continuing his persuasive argument, Moriarty insists that one must overcome their past, unable to remain hidden forever, and reassures her that she no longer needs to worry about protecting her sisters. He offers a compelling deal, promising to take responsibility for their protection if she accepts his offer, and once their new business venture begins. Violetta flinches, a subtle tremor running through her as she turns slightly, her voice laced with surprise as she asks how he knew. His unseen presence responds with a simple truth: mages can recognize others of their kind. A hand rises, almost defensively, as Violetta admits, it isn't much of a secret. She continues, her back still partially turned, acknowledging that since she agreed to work with him, she can't hide it forever. As she fully turns, a shimmering sound accompanies the reveal of her face, displaying a dark, intricate mark around her left eye, a clear sign of magical influence. Moriarty's gaze falls upon her arm, which bears similar markings, confirming that the damage was indeed caused by magic. She affirms his observation, explaining that a mage with messed-up possessiveness, the very one who taught her magic, was responsible for this. A wry chuckle escapes her as she recounts how she was too late in getting it checked, and even the Lamensis healer apostles gave up on her condition, before she abruptly tells him to wait, preparing to leave. But before she can retreat, Moriarty's hand gently but firmly takes hers, his touch a silent reassurance. Looking into her eyes, he acknowledges her trust, stating that since she confided in him and showed him something she didn't want to, it's only right for him to reciprocate. As Moriarty offered his protection, Violetta felt compelled to reveal her deepest secret, beginning, "For me to show you something as well." Violetta responds with a simple, affirmative, yes, her voice carrying a hint of lingering surprise from their previous conversation. A sudden, unseen force strikes, Moriarty's cane flashing out in a blur of motion to deflect the attack with a sharp, metallic clang. The impact sends shockwaves through the air, as he expertly parries the assault, shielding Violetta behind him, a sharp kayak escaping his lips. Violetta's eyes widen in shock, as an arrow, smoking from its trajectory, embeds itself into the stone wall just inches from her face, a stark reminder of the danger. Turning to her, Moriarty asks, "Are you all right?" To which she replies, "Yes, thanks to you," her voice still trembling slightly. Gripping his cane, Moriarty's expression hardens as he muses. Anyway, an ambush? Just who? His thoughts trailing off as he surveys their surroundings. He continues, a thoughtful frown on his face. "It's not like I don't have any suspicions, but," hinting at a deeper understanding of the situation. Observing the shadowy figures approaching in the distance, he remarks, "I'm not sure if it's just one or two people," assessing the threat with calm precision. The name James Moriarty flashes across the scene, a testament to the mastermind at play. From the approaching group, a man with a whip steps forward, sneering, "An important figure like you, wandering around without any escort. You gave me an opportunity." Moriarty's gaze sharpens as he addresses the attackers. "Remaining Red Society members? Do you not know how your organization fell?" His voice laced with a chilling confidence. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he chuckles. "Kiki, I do know very well. That's why I prepared that much." He then inhales deeply, his expression shifting as he murmurs, "This smell is..." As the magical energy around them diffuses, a voice cautions Violetta against using her magic, noting the difficulty she would face in controlling it, before adding that she seems to understand such things quite well. Suddenly, a man with a wide, unsettling grin appears, his voice echoing, "Wait, this voice is... Good thing I was waiting." He continues, his expression one of smug satisfaction. To think I would take down two important figures at once. Violetta, her brow furrowed, finds the situation bothersome, muttering that using her body in combat is simply not her style. As the two stand together, Moriarty asks if she intends to fight, to which she sighs, acknowledging they are already trapped and cannot escape. He then turns to her, a challenging glint in his eye, inquiring, "Then, lady, do you know how to dance?" Violetta responds with a confident smirk, assuring him that she can dance well enough not to envy others. With that, Moriarty turns his back to her, facing the approaching group of armed figures, declaring his trust in her as he prepares for the fight. Violetta, now holding a slender, whip-like weapon, takes her stance, ready to engage the multiple attackers closing in around them. In a preview of the next chapter, Violetta looks shocked, exclaiming, "Are those guys?" as she and Moriarty face an unknown threat. The night hung heavy over the city, its quiet broken by the distant sounds of a struggle. Amidst the chaos, a figure in a dark coat moved with lethal precision, engaging multiple masked assailants as they swarmed through the narrow streets. His blade flashed, a streak of silver against the dark, cutting through the air with deadly intent. Even with their numbers and magic, the attackers found themselves overwhelmed, one of them shouting in frustration, "Damn it, we're no match even with magic. They're tired. Hold on a bit longer." A moment of respite allowed Ludger to catch his breath, a soft sigh escaping him as he admitted, "Phew, I'm getting tired already. I guess I'm out of shape." Beside him, Violetta looked up, her expression a mix of concern and determination, urging him, "You better increase your stamina once we're done with this." His gaze sharpened, scanning the shadows for a particular threat, as he realized, "I can't find the guy that shot that first arrow." The thought lingered, a silent question hanging in the air. Did he go into hiding after the ambush? Observing the remaining attackers, he noted the subtle signs of a skilled opponent, understanding that he's using a diffusion scent that's hard to get, and he can easily control his murderous energy. This insight led him to a grim conclusion, shared with Violetta. Seems like there's a pro amongst these guys. He then addressed her directly, "Violetta." With a sudden burst of speed, he moved, the sound of his swift action echoing through the night, ready to confront the hidden threat. Ludger Cherish curses the masked assailants, their numbers overwhelming, as he realizes they've exploited an opening in his defenses. One of the attackers, clad in dark blue and black, lunges forward with aggressive speed, their movements a blur of focused intent. Meanwhile, Violetta, her expression etched with alarm, cries out, questioning the attacker's actions and revealing the presence of a pro-assassin among them. Ludger, hearing her words, recoils in disbelief, realizing the unfairness of facing such a skilled opponent and confirming the terrifying truth: assassins are involved. The masked figures press their attack, blades flashing with deadly precision, their coordinated movements a testament to their training. But Ludger is not easily overwhelmed, striking back with force, sending one of the assailants reeling from his counterattack. As the skirmish continues, a new, more ominous presence emerges, a hooded figure, the pro-assassin, their gleaming knife held with chilling intent. With eyes glowing a fierce orange, the assassin descends from above, a silent, deadly predator launching a swift aerial assault. Amidst the chaos, Ludger demands answers, asking if anyone knows the identity of their relentless attackers. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Violetta, now held captive by an unknown man in a dark suit and blue hat, as she reveals that she's heard of an assassin group from beyond the southern desert, mercenaries who kill for hire. The captor, his expression sharp, reacts with surprise to the mention of Calsapa assassins from the southern desert, warning her to be careful with her words. A gloved hand lunges forward, its sudden appearance met with a startled cry as an attack begins. From the rooftops and shadows, more shadowy figures descend, their movements swift and silent, closing in on their unsuspecting prey. The assailants converge rapidly, their dark forms blurring against the night, as Violetta and Demulus find themselves surrounded. With a flurry of motion, daggers fly through the air, forcing them to react instantly, dodging the lethal projectiles. Violetta swiftly deploys her parasol, a shield of shimmering blue energy flaring to life, deflecting an incoming attack with a powerful impact. As the smoke clears, she stares at her damaged parasol, a look of disbelief on her face, wondering what could have been powerful enough to compromise her special defense. Demulus, observing the scene, identifies the substance as a special poison used by the Calsapa bastards, a potent concoction that most defenses cannot stop. Violetta, now understanding the gravity of their situation, asks for their next course of action, to which Demulus offers a stark choice. Either wait for the assassins to run out of daggers, or make a swift escape. Cornered and outnumbered, the two stand together, the shadowy figures of their pursuers looming in the background. Without hesitation, Demulus declares his preference, favoring the option of immediate retreat. With a firm resolve, he confirms their plan to escape. Grabbing Violetta, Demulus leaps away with incredible speed, leaving the pursuing assassins behind as they make their desperate escape. As the rain lashed down, a dark boot connected with something unseen, sending a sharp impact echoing through the night. While Demulus, still carrying Violetta over his shoulder, continued his desperate flight through the stormy streets. From the rooftops above, two hooded figures watched their escape, their silent presence a chilling promise of continued pursuit. As one of them launched himself into the air, a dark silhouette against the night sky, closing the distance with terrifying speed. The rhythmic patter of their footsteps echoed through the downpour. And a hooded pursuer, eyes narrowed, urged his companions to keep pace, calling out, "Wait up." But then, Violetta found herself standing alone on the bloodstained stone, her voice laced with disbelief and fury as she cried out, "You're just gonna leave me behind like this? I didn't think you were this kind of person, you coward." An assassin, dagger glinting in the dim light, observed her, a thought forming in his mind. The woman's alone? Did the man run away? No, there's something else. He dismissed the idea of abandonment, sensing a deeper ploy. No way he would have left her alone. It feels too much like a trap. This woman's probably just bait. The assassin's suspicions solidified, convinced that the man was merely concealed. The man's probably hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, Violetta stood her ground, her parasol held ready, as the glint of another dagger emerged from the shadows, signaling the imminent attack. With a sharp movement, an assassin pointed, his voice cutting through the rain. "Over there." A cloaked figure lunges forward, their attack manifesting as a sudden burst of energy, yet it seems to strike nothing but air. Before the assailant can even register the miss, a swift, unseen counterattack lands, drawing a spray of blood from their side. The cloaked figure stumbles back, gasping in pain, their mind reeling with disbelief at the impossible speed of their opponent. A confident smirk plays on Demulus' lips, his eyes glowing faintly as he dismisses the assassin's confusion as merely the kind of magic I have. He then elaborates, admitting to having utilized the unique properties of a diffusion scent to aid his deception. Without hesitation, Demulus presses his advantage, delivering another rapid, decisive strike to the reeling assassin. He continues his explanation, revealing that a trace of the diffusion scent's mana lingered in the air. Standing beside Violetta, he clarifies his full intent, explaining that he used that residual mana to carry sound, ensuring his words would reach her. Violetta's eyes widen in shock, her expression a mixture of surprise and dawning comprehension at his intricate plan. The revelation settles over her, her mind processing the layers of his cunning strategy. Meanwhile, Demulus delivers a final, powerful downward blow, his attack swift and absolute, leaving no room for escape. His sword, now stained with blood and attached to a chain, impales the assassin, securing his victory with a decisive, chilling finality. An assassin, cloaked in dark fabric, launched himself through the night, a silent blur of motion. But before the strike could land, Demulus, ever prepared, extended his arm, a small, glowing object manifesting in his grasp. The assassin, convinced of victory, lunged with a glinting knife, believing this to be the end, but his target merely watched, unperturbed. A sudden, sharp movement from Demulus, a swift shift of his stance, and the attack was deftly avoided. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, his confident assault turning into a moment of pure shock. A chilling realization dawned upon him. His target had been concealing another, more dangerous weapon. Before the assassin could react, Demulus moved with decisive force, delivering a swift, impactful blow that sent his attacker reeling. The cloaked figure crumpled to the ground, defeated, a pool of blood spreading beneath him as his last thought echoed, "It." Demulus looked down at the fallen foe, a quiet acknowledgement escaping his lips. "Good judgment." He turned his back to the corpse, his voice carrying a hint of disdain. "But you let your guard down at the most crucial moment." Nearby, Violetta reacted to the commotion. Hearing shouts of the noise came from there, and urgent commands to get them. "We're done for if we lose them." Her gaze fixed on Demulus, awaiting his next move. Demulus glanced at the glowing object still in his hand, then back at her, his voice calm as he stated, "The diffusion sense mostly faded. Can I leave the rest to you?" A minion, pickaxe in hand, charges through the dark streets, his voice echoing with triumph as he believes he has found his targets. But his triumph is short-lived, as his eyes widen in sudden terror, fixed on a massive, glowing blue orb materializing directly above him. A confused "huh" escapes him before a guttural scream of "Yuwa" is torn from his throat as the attack connects. The impact leaves behind a swirling vortex of dark, destructive energy, crackling with blue particles, as the force of the blast tears through the environment. Surveying the wreckage, Demulus casually drops the small, glowing object that unleashed such power, noting the absence of any remaining threats. He hadn't expected an ambush after the organization's demise. As he turns to Violetta, she looks at him with a questioning "huh," as their footsteps echo softly in the night. She presses him, asking who could have sent them, to which he calmly explains they were likely paid by the assassin, but it couldn't have been Belbot Rickson. Violetta flinches, her eyes widening in disbelief, as she asks if he truly killed Belbot Rickson, receiving a simple, "yeah" in confirmation. With a serious expression, Demulus reveals that Rickson had been involved in unsavory activities while secretly funding Dutry. He continues, stating his disdain for such individuals, and, since they're discussing Dutry, he decides to hand over the organization's new recruits to her. He grants her full authority, telling her she can do whatever she likes with them, but then tasks her with finding the true mastermind behind these events. Letting out a weary sigh, Violetta acknowledges the impending workload, realizing she also has to continue with the business he suggested. Still kneeling before Demulus, with the unconscious forms of her recent attackers sprawled nearby, she hears him question her capabilities. But a wry smile plays on her lips as she responds, acknowledging his attempt to provoke her ego, and confidently declares her intention to handle both tasks and exceed all expectations. Demulus, observing her unwavering resolve, offers a simple, approving reply. With that, he issues his final instruction, telling her to take care of the matter. As Demulus turns and walks away, his form receding into the misty distance, Violetta rises to her feet, watching him go, now fully burdened with the complex tasks ahead. A voice calls out, demanding an assistant hurry over, only to be met with an indignant retort questioning the very premise of the request. Ludger Cherish, looking quite put out, strides forward, muttering about the little one needing to come when called, a visible aura of annoyance emanating from him. The little one in question, Sheridan Tunford, dismisses his complaints with a sharp, "I get it. Now get your little rat teeth away from me," as Ludger Cherish ponders the source of the commotion, a faint glow hinting at the object of her attention. Suddenly, Sheridan lunges, grabbing Ludger Cherish by the collar with surprising force, her bright yellow eyes wide with an almost manic energy as she pulls him close, a clear introduction identifying her as a developer and colleague. Hyuk, witnessing the scene, reaches out a hand, pleading for her to stop, though a small smile plays on his lips, suggesting he finds the chaos somewhat amusing. Ignoring his plea, Sheridan has now pinned Ludger Cherish to the ground, sitting triumphantly on his chest, while Hyuk sits nearby, having apparently been knocked down as well, as she commands them to stop bullying Hans and look at her new project instead. Ludger Cherish, still trapped, exasperatedly points out that she pulled the wire while carrying another person, prompting Sheridan to eagerly demand to see the results. He laments that the device was only meant for one person, and now the clamp part is all loose, his frustration evident. Sheridan, however, remains unfazed, confidently stating that the repair should only take about 10 minutes. She turns back to her work, asking Ludger Cherish to wait just a bit longer as she busies herself with the task. Ludger Cherish, now standing beside Hyuk who rubs his head in resignation, can only sigh and wonder aloud why that little scoundrel is always so mean to him. He dismisses the notion of being weak, instead advising patience with her, acknowledging that she is still older than him. His companion, however, admits he initially thought she was just a small child. Ludger then inquires if he first encountered her in the mines of Dalika Kingdom. His companion confirms, revealing she was held captive as a slave there. A dark mine shaft entrance appears, as Hyuk ponders if her past status truly counts as being captive. The image shifts to a small, white-haired figure, Sheridan, huddled amidst rubble in a cavernous mine, a stark visual of her past plight. Two figures are seen in the dim light of the mine, their forms indistinct, as the conversation continues. Hyuk, now visibly concerned, asks Ludger if they would have all perished had those bombs exploded. He then recalls seeing some suspicious individuals heading towards Ludger, adding that an explosion of that magnitude, even a kilometer underground, would be fatal for a knight captain. Ludger, with a calm demeanor, assures him he has already dealt with them, identifying them as members of the Red Society. Hyuk, looking perplexed and scratching his head, suggests there must be someone orchestrating their actions and asks Ludger to investigate. A voice laments the exhaustive task of checking all the auction items, calling out to an assistant. Anticipating that the process will likely take an additional 10 minutes, or perhaps even 30. Meanwhile, Ludger decides to take a moment to rest, gazing out a window into the night. Suddenly, something catches his attention, prompting a soft exclamation, as he notices a group moving with unusual speed and coordination in the late hour. The hooded figures glide through the streets with such stealth that he cannot even discern their footsteps, their movements eerily silent. He wonders if this synchronized group, active at such an hour, might be connected to something more sinister. His eyes narrow, a faint purple glow emanating from them, as he focuses intently on the mysterious individuals. One of the hooded figures turns to another, asking what the captain has observed. Back at the window, Ludger dismisses the thought aloud, assuring himself that it was nothing significant. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he realizes the hooded captain did not detect his presence. The mysterious silver-haired figure, initially mistaken for a mere knight, is revealed to be Tarina Lionhowl, the Lord Protector of the Nightcrawler Knight Order. Her identity now clear, the name Tarina Lionhowl echoes with a certain authority. A newspaper clipping reveals her presence in Leatherbelk, where she was assigned to the murder case of Belbort Rickson, prompting questions about her involvement. The narrative ponders if she connected that case to the earlier incident, a thought that had crossed Ludger's mind as well. He, meanwhile, feels a sense of relief, having successfully disposed of incriminating evidence, and expresses a strong desire to avoid further entanglement with such monstrous individuals. His thoughts are interrupted as Sheridan bursts in, excitedly announcing that she has completely fixed the device, assuring him that all its components are now in perfect working order. Ludger observes the device, noting its new, more compact form, and prepares to test its capabilities. He extends his arm, activating the device, which emits a powerful burst of energy. The force of the blast cracks the floor, demonstrating its significantly increased power. Sheridan proudly explains that she made it twice as powerful, and it can now be used by one additional person. She then reveals a new feature, instructing him to close his hand into a fist and flex his wrist, piquing his curiosity. As Ludger processes this new information, his eyes glow with a faint blue light, indicating his heightened focus and readiness to explore the device's full potential. Sheridan proudly presents the newly upgraded device to Ludger, explaining that she crafted it based on something he had mentioned previously, assuring him that any initial discomfort would subside once he relaxed. He responds with a simple, intrigued, "Oh ho," as she points out a small, hidden hole on the left side of the device, revealing its new function, the ability to shoot paralyzing needles at an enemy. Taking the device in hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips, Ludger expresses his appreciation, stating that he likes it. Sheridan, beaming with pride, declares that he has good taste, recalling how some coward had dismissed the device as dangerous. As Ludger continues to examine the intricate device, a faint blue aura emanating from it, he muses that such ingenuity is precisely what one would expect from a professor at Thorn Academy. Sheridan, though acknowledging the truth of his words, dismisses the flattery with a casual whatever, before adding that he looks particularly good in such fancy clothes, remarking that one can tell at a glance he is a true gentleman. Standing tall and composed in his new formal attire, the device held casually in one hand, Ludger embodies the very image of an elegant scholar. Sheridan's thoughts echo, confirming that he truly looks like an aristocrat. With a subtle, knowing smile, Ludger thanks her for seeing him in such a light. He then assures her that he will make good use of the upgraded device. As he begins to walk away, Sheridan calls out, asking if he's leaving already, to which he simply replies that it's just an outing. However, before fully departing, a faint blue glow briefly surrounds him as he adds that he has one more thing to ask of her. Having arrived at the scene after hearing of a disturbance, he immediately recognized the telltale signs of arcane conflict, noting that the injuries were clearly inflicted by magic. Surveying the blood-soaked ground and the discarded weapon, one of his companions wondered if a gang fight had erupted here. But Ludger, observing the fallen figures, recognized one of them as a member of the Red Society, a revelation that surprised his subordinate, who believed the Red Society had been completely dismantled. As they continued their grim assessment, another voice announced the discovery of 2 more bodies nearby. Ludger knelt, his gloved hand carefully retrieving a bloodied dagger, its surface still glistening with the remnants of the struggle. A faint, acrid scent reached his senses as he examined the blade, identifying it as a specialized poison used by the Calsapa assassins. His companion, connecting the dots, inquired if this meant the assassins from the Fatima dynasty were involved, and if the scene represented a clash between the Calsapas and the Red Society, to which Ludger simply replied, no. He explained that the victims weren't killed by the poison, and were likely fighting on the same side. Examining another body, he noted that this individual, too, had been dispatched with a single, decisive blow. The pattern continued with a third victim, who appeared to have been stabbed directly through the heart. Ludger's thoughts raced, piecing together the grim tableau. An assassin had engaged in close-quarters combat, and the victims must have fatally underestimated their opponent, assuming they were a mage incapable of wielding a dagger effectively. Ultimately, their fatal mistake was a grave misjudgment. As he surveyed the grim scene, Ludger's thoughts turned to the assassin, a mage who was also adept with a blade, and the mysterious entity who had dealt with the Red Society. He pondered the Red Society's involvement, realizing that a disbanded organization would only go to the effort of hiring Calsapa if there was a significant grudge, a deep-seated hatred that could only lead to death. Recalling past events, he remembered Belboard's funds had gone to the Red Society once before. The pieces began to fall into place. Someone had killed Belboard and the Red Society members, leaving behind a burned-down factory, and the trail led to a Thorn professor who had once burned a werewolf. This professor was a key figure. The implications were profound, leading to death. Having gathered sufficient information, he declared, "We're done here. Let's go." One of his cloaked subordinates, surprised, asked if they were truly finished, but he confirmed, "Yeah, I got all that I need." Another subordinate inquired if their investigation was complete, to which he simply replied, "No, we're not." He explained that they hadn't yet reached a conclusion, and continuing like this wouldn't yield results. Instead, there was another place where a clue might still be found. The next day, under a clear sky, the grand architecture of the academy stood tall. Approaching the entrance, Professor Selina greeted him warmly. "Hello, Professor Rudiger. I heard you didn't come to work today." Having concluded his investigation, Ludger finds himself with an unexpected day off, musing that he has no classes today. However, his quiet morning is interrupted as Professor Selina approaches him, asking what brings him to this location. She explains that someone is looking for him, adding with a light-hearted chuckle that she was walking by anyway, so she just dropped in to deliver the message. The individual seeking him is identified as a knight from the National Security Bureau, his stern profile hinting at the gravity of his visit. Ludger simply acknowledges the message, stating he will be there. Moments later, in a quiet library, Ludger looks up as the knight from the National Security Bureau arrives, greeting him with a simple "ah." The knight, dressed in his formal uniform, offers a polite "hello." He then gets straight to the point, inquiring, "Are you Rudiger Chelsea?" Ludger confirms his identity, and then extends an invitation to sit, suggesting they discuss matters more comfortably. The knight accepts the offer, expressing his thanks. Seated, the knight formally introduces himself as Lloyd, a member of the National Security Bureau. Lloyd, having just arrived, is offered a cup of tea by his host, who politely asks. But he declines, stating that he doesn't partake during working hours. Observing the refusal, Ludger simply acknowledges it, then inquires about the purpose of the visit, asking if it concerns the werewolf incident that occurred on campus recently. A slight smile plays on Lloyd's lips as he confirms the matter, asking if there's a problem with his inquiry. Ludger clarifies that there isn't, merely wishing to hear the full account, and assures the knight that he can speak freely, as if confiding in a friend, to which Lloyd agrees. Internally, Ludger feels a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that the person Lloyd is investigating is not Tarina Lionhowl. His gaze sharpens slightly as he reflects on his prior expectations, having been prepared for her arrival. The thought echoes in his mind that this task will be considerably easier now that she is not involved. With a composed demeanor, Ludger declares his readiness to begin, inviting Lloyd to listen to the detailed account. Lloyd expresses his gratitude for Ludger's willingness to meet, thanking him for making time. As their hands meet in a firm handshake, Lloyd reiterates his respect, acknowledging Ludger as someone who serves the nation, and states that it was an honor for him to meet. With the meeting concluded, they exchange final pleasantries, Ludger echoing the sentiment that the honor was mutual as they part ways. A soft, almost imperceptible sound echoes through the quiet space. As Ludger, now with longer, flowing dark hair and dressed in an elegant suit, gazes thoughtfully into the distance, his expression unreadable, lost in a moment of deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in a lighter, more whimsical moment, a small, bespectacled figure gleefully declares, "Found a weak spot," only to be met with a frustrated "Ugh, stop," as a pen-wielding companion attempts to fend off the attack, narrowly missing its target. Outside a Grand Academy building, a voice confirms the arrival of a commanding figure, stating, "You're here, Captain." The captain, Tarina Lionhowl, turns to her subordinate, Lloyd, asking if he found any leads, to which he replies, "No, there was nothing." Tarina sighs, lamenting that they even secured a warrant to investigate, yet found nothing useful, before turning the question back to him, wondering, "How about you?" Her gaze falls to her pristine white boots as she asks, "Did you properly follow my orders?" Lloyd confirms, "Yes, I did exactly as you said." Tarina's purple eyes narrow, a thoughtful "so," escaping her lips as she considers if the person they were investigating was someone properly trained. Later, Tarina reflects on a past encounter, recalling that although the person was wearing gloves, when they shook hands, it felt. She stands in a dimly lit study, reaching for something on a desk, her thoughts consumed by the memory. Her purple eyes hold a hint of concern as she concludes, like the hand of an average mage who hadn't used a knife before. Still pondering the peculiar handshake, Tarina Lionhowl listens as Lloyd confirms his assessment, stating that the hand belonged to an average mage, a detail she finds hard to reconcile. This revelation leaves her in deep thought, admitting to herself that the situation is honestly outside her predictions. She had believed herself close to a breakthrough, only for the case to once again dissolve into an impenetrable mystery. With no new information to pursue, Tarina declares the investigation must halt, instructing her subordinate, Inya, to remain and report anything suspicious. Inya attempts to suggest a direct meeting, but Tarina firmly reminds her that such a meeting is impossible due to a pre-existing condition. The captain then questions the nature of this condition, her expression unreadable. As she walks through a courtyard, Tarina spots a familiar figure, Elisa Willow, approaching her with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Inya and another individual react with surprise, uttering the name, Chancellor Elisa Willow, in disbelief. Tarina, observing the interaction, ponders if the two individuals know each other. As they draw closer, Elisa playfully asks Tarina what brings her there, suggesting she could at least greet her friend. Tarina, however, responds with a sharp retort, accusing Elisa of being pointlessly considerate after blocking her meeting with Professor Rudiger. Elisa dismisses the accusation, playfully telling Tarina there's no need to bully their useful newbie. Tarina finds herself confronted by Elisa, who, with a knowing smile, questions her trust, asking how she could possibly rely on someone Elisa herself has taken a liking to. A moment of playful surprise hangs in the air, as Elisa feigns innocence, wondering aloud if her statement isn't true. Ignoring the playful jab, Tarina declares her departure, dismissing Elisa's offer to see her off. Elisa, however, insists, urging her to at least stay for tea. With a final, pleading call from Elisa, Tarina walks away, her footsteps echoing with resolve. Meanwhile, Ludger observes the Chancellor and her protector from a distance, a reflection in a window revealing Elisa and the student walking together, a silent testament to their unexpected alliance. He ponders their relationship, uncertain of its true nature, yet grateful for the unexpected intervention. Thanks to her presence, he was able to avoid a direct confrontation, a strategic advantage he hadn't anticipated. His thoughts drift to Lloyd, a man in front of whom he could never truly let his guard down, yet whose meticulous actions provided valuable clues, especially his habit of checking for dust first. This fastidiousness, combined with his impeccably clean appearance, suggests a deeper, almost obsessive need for order. Ludger concludes that Lloyd is likely a germaphobe, and if such a person were to request a handshake with bare hands, it would signify a deliberate intent. Such a gesture would imply a desire to check something through the contact, which is precisely why he had requested artificial skin from Sheridan, just in case. Pulling back his sleeve to reveal a subtle device on his forearm, Ludger feels a quiet satisfaction, knowing his foresight wasn't for nothing. Ludger Cherish reflects on the recent attempt against him, acknowledging it was a decent effort, but ultimately concluding he was simply better prepared. With that behind him, he considers if it's time to relax and prepare for the upcoming test. 1 week later, a noticeable shift has occurred. The other students have been acting with unusual caution, a change seemingly triggered by a protector's recent visit to Thorn, creating an undercurrent of unease. As he pens a document, Ludger asks for clarification on this careful behavior, learning that people are actively avoiding contact, and that private gatherings have been moved entirely outside of Thorn's jurisdiction, a clear sign of heightened tension. He then turns to Cienida, inquiring if there's anything else out of the ordinary she's observed. Cienida pauses, then recalls a significant detail. Just 2 days prior, 3 individuals of the Third Order were captured by the authorities, a piece of news that clearly weighs on her. His eyes widening slightly, Ludger questions the identity of this Third Order. Looking visibly distressed, Cienida explains that she hadn't reported it yet, emphasizing that even members of the Third Order are typically too cunning to be so easily apprehended by the police, implying something unusual about their capture. As Ludger hums thoughtfully, she reveals the shocking detail. Thorn's students were said to be involved in the incident. Her face contorts in anguish as she thinks of her classmates, a wave of despair washing over her. The captured students are identified as Aiden, Leo, and Tacy. Cienida confirms the information, her expression a mix of concern and surprise. She elaborates, wondering how those individuals managed to get outside the city, and speculates they must have been involved in some kind of commission. Explaining the concept of a commission, she clarifies that lower-class students often use a commission board to pay their tuition, especially since the 3 captured individuals weren't from wealthy households. Ludger listens, a thoughtful expression on his face, still finding it hard to believe that those 3 students were the ones who managed to capture the Third Order members. He admits to having kept an eye on them, but this outcome far exceeded his expectations. Cienida, still visibly concerned, asks how she should handle the students, her voice trailing off as she seeks guidance. Ludger's gaze hardens, and he dismisses the matter with a curt, "Leave it." His voice carries a cold finality, declaring he has no need for anyone who would lose to mere students. Cienida flinches, a gasp escaping her as she processes his harsh judgment, her face reflecting shock and dismay. Regaining her composure, she acknowledges his statement, then asks if there's anything else he needs. Ludger replies that there's nothing beyond an agreement for them to lay low for a bit, to which Cienida responds with a resigned, "Is that so? All right." With a final, decisive then, Ludger turns away, concluding their conversation and leaving Cienida to ponder his words. A firm voice confirms the readiness for the upcoming event, as the first test period is officially announced to begin. The announcement echoes through the Grand Hall, marking the start of the first test period, with an expectation that all students have diligently prepared. A digital display shows the time, as Ludger Cherish reiterates his promise, assuring that he will teach the formula of source code. However, this knowledge comes with a condition. It will only be imparted to the top 5 scoring students, urging everyone to work hard. Professor Selena then clarifies the teaching method, explaining that the formula will not be taught all at once, but divided into 4 frames, with 1 taught per test. Elisa Willow, with a serious demeanor, issues a stern warning, promising an equal price to pay if any cheating or unfair advantages are discovered. As the final instructions are given, a voice prompts everyone to check the designated end time for the examination. Ludger Cherish stands, a subtle purple aura emanating from him, his presence commanding attention as the test begins. With all preparations complete, the official announcement declares that the test will now commence. Time passes, marked by the intricate gears of a grand clock, its steady rhythm a testament to the duration of the examination. Finally, the tension breaks as a voice announces, the test is over, and everyone is commended for their hard work. Among the exhausted students, one laments the unexpected difficulty, realizing that despite being an open book exam, it was so challenging that consulting the book proved utterly pointless. A blonde student watches from the top of a grand staircase as another student, with silver hair, descends with soft footsteps. Further down the hall, the silver-haired student, Renee, is stopped by Ludger Cherish, who asks if she has a question regarding the test. He addresses her by name, his tone calm and inquiring. Renee holds out a book, explaining that she finished reading the one he gave her last time, believing it proper to return it to its previous owner. She reiterates her desire to return it, but Ludger dismisses the notion, stating there's no need. Renee looks surprised, as he explains she will need that book again in the future. He emphasizes that the specific edition he provided is even more relevant to her studies, making it an invaluable resource. As Ludger turns to walk away, his footsteps echoing softly, he instructs her not to return it, but to hold on to it instead. Renee looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and gratitude, as he explains his trust in her to take good care of the book. A moment later, the blonde student from earlier approaches Renee, her expression questioning, wondering about her sudden departure. She asks what's wrong, noting how quickly Renee ran off, her voice carrying a hint of concern. Renee quickly dismisses her concern, claiming it's nothing, before turning the conversation to the exam, asking how it went for her. With a bright smile, Renee declared that the exam wasn't as difficult as she had anticipated. Her classmate, a blonde student, could only stammer in disbelief, uttering a surprised, "Really?" Renee, seeing her friend's distress, quickly tried to reassure her, insisting that she must not have been in the best condition, and that such things happen. The blonde student, flustered, cleared her throat and admitted that she had a lot on her mind and couldn't study properly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hand held a document, the observer remarking that it was surprising no matter how many times they looked at it. The document was revealed to be an exam, prompting the thought, to think this is a question made by Professor Rudiger. Elisa Willow, holding the paper, mused that it required a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics, skillfully scaled with a trap, admitting she hadn't expected much from the usually stiff professor, but was genuinely surprised. Another professor, Chris Benamore, was then brought into the conversation, with someone asking, how is he compared to Professor Chris Benamore? Elisa continued, assuming that since both were manifestation professors, the test areas must have been similar. Chris Benamore, however, dismissed the comparison with a wave of his hand, declaring that comparing would be rude, and criticizing those who used expert terms in exams just to brag, before concluding that he was sure Professor Chris had seen this by now. As Ludger Cherish sat slumped at his desk, the speaker mused, I'm really curious as to what his face looks like right now. The weight of the exam results proved too much, as a hand, trembling with barely contained fury, began to tear through the offending papers. With each rip, a guttural cry of frustration escaped him, the sheer indignity of the situation boiling over. Meanwhile, in another location, Professor Chris Benamore pondered the unexpected visit of the Chancellor, wondering if it was merely to review Professor Rudiger's exam questions. His colleague, Elisa Willow, then addressed him directly, reminding him of his role in manifestation and offering him documents she believed would be useful for his next exam. Back with Ludger, his mind raced, a single thought echoing the depth of his humiliation. He couldn't fathom the idea that he would be compared to a mere ruined noble. Chris, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination, clenched his jaw, vowing to confront Rudiger Chelsea over this matter. His knuckles whitened as he slammed his fist onto the table, the silent impact conveying the depth of his resolve. Meanwhile, Rudiger's fury intensified, a chilling promise of retribution forming in his mind. Renee strolls through the academy grounds, confident in her academic performance, and looks forward to a peaceful lunch break. She recalls a past interaction, remembering how Tarina Lionhowl had been deeply affected by an exam, hoping her friend was feeling better now. Suddenly, her pleasant thoughts are interrupted as she stops, looking up at an unseen figure. A voice cuts through the air, questioning her presence with a dismissive tone. Aiden, flanked by his entourage including Enya, Lloyd, Cienida, and Professor Selena, stands before her, his expression one of arrogant disdain. He leans in, his smirk widening as he feigns not hearing her, deliberately trying to provoke a reaction. Renee, however, remains composed, directly asking if his current behavior stems from her previous rejection. His smirk falters slightly as she calls out his pettiness, remarking that such behavior is unbecoming of a noble. Aiden's face contorts in fury, his composure completely shattered by her words. Unable to tolerate her defiance any longer, he roughly grabs her wrist, demanding she follow him, leaving her startled and protesting. The force of the impact sent her sprawling, a sudden, violent end to her peaceful lunch. Her carefully prepared meal scattered across the grass, a stark visual of the disrespect she was being shown. Lying on the ground, she could only look up as her aggressor sneered, demanding to know why her eyes were still defiant in such a predicament. For him, this was merely a lesson in hierarchy, a demonstration of why commoners required constant education. Aiden's face twisted into a smug, self-satisfied expression, reveling in his perceived authority. He stood over her, flanked by his subordinates, demanding to know what she thought she was doing at that very moment. But before she could respond, a new voice cut through the tension, uttering a name that made her eyes widen in surprise. Proyden Woolberg? The man who had just arrived, Ludger Cherish, remained composed, his gaze steady and unyielding. Renee recognized the name, Proyden Woolberg, and the reputation that came with it, a man rumored to be merciless and disdainful of commoners, and she wondered why he was here now, of all times. Aiden, still standing over Renee, attempted to justify his actions, claiming he was merely educating a cocky commoner as a noble should. Ludger Cherish simply repeated the word, educate, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving Aiden to ponder the implication. Still reeling from the sudden appearance of Ludger Cherish, Aiden attempts to defend himself against the accusation of bullying a commoner, insisting it wasn't true and that the commoner had dared to disrespect a noble. But his words fall on deaf ears as Ludger Cherish, with a cold, unwavering gaze, sends him flying with a powerful burst of green energy, slamming him into the ground. His voice cutting through the air with disdain, he condemns Aiden as mere trash, a stain upon the name of nobility. The intensity in his eyes growing, He questions how much longer he must endure the sight of such deplorable individuals. Now sprawled on the ground, Aiden nervously denies any anger over the sudden turn of events, while Renee watches the scene unfold from a slight distance. Ludger Cherish then steps firmly onto Aiden's outstretched hand, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from the fallen noble. As the tension begins to dissipate, Renee approaches Ludger Cherish, offering her sincere thanks for his timely intervention. He turns to her, a hint of surprise in his expression as she seems to recognize something about him. Still on the ground, Renee quickly dismisses her momentary recognition, insisting it was nothing of importance. She then notices her lunch, now scattered and soiled, lamenting that she won't be able to eat it anymore, but quickly reassures him that it's fine and she can still salvage it after dusting off the dirt. Observing her pragmatic approach to the situation, Ludger Cherish considers the implications of her food touching the ground and offers to share his own meal with her if she's amenable. Meanwhile, a deeper thought crosses his mind, a growing confusion about his surroundings, as he realizes he's in a place he's never encountered during his entire time in Thorn. He settles onto a blanket beneath a tree, claiming this secluded spot as his personal space, a secret even from his bodyguards. As Renee kneels beside him, he offers her a proposition. If she keeps their meeting a secret from the other students, she's welcome to join him again, to which she eagerly agrees. The lunchbox he presents gleams with an appetizing array of perfectly prepared food, making Renee question if it could truly be his own creation. He casually admits that he simply got a bit carried away while making it, ending up with far too much. Renee, still surprised he cooked it himself, is then invited to try it, accepting with a grateful thank you. Taking a bite, her eyes widen in delight, exclaiming how incredibly good it is, much to his quiet satisfaction. As she continues to eat, Renee recalls the rumors that painted him as someone who hated commoners and was merciless, finding his current demeanor completely contradictory. Observing him, she concludes that perhaps one shouldn't put too much faith in rumors. The two of them share the meal in comfortable silence, the simple act of eating together deepening their unexpected bond. Later, the serene school grounds are bathed in sunlight, a stark contrast to the bustling activity of students and faculty. Professor Selena spots him and calls out, greeting him as Professor Rudiger with a surprised expression. She asks if his exams are over, and he replies, already walking away, that he is on his way to grade them now. Stepping into a serene garden, Professor Selena turns to him, asking if he's observing a practical exam this time, her expression hinting at a deeper meaning behind the question. He confirms that practical exercises are indeed more beneficial for spiritualism, then extends an invitation, wondering if she'd like to watch. With a slight nod, he replies, assuring her that he's fine. Professor Selena, however, seems to be pleading with him, her wide, hopeful eyes and clasped hands conveying an earnest request. He observes her with a knowing glance, realizing her nervousness stems from this being her first time administering exams, and decides to stay and watch. Overjoyed by his agreement, Professor Selena exclaims, inviting him to join them. Later, in a sun-dappled forest clearing, Professor Selena addresses a group of students, reminding them that the exam requires them to contract with spirits. With Ludger observing from the shade of a tree, she continues, instructing them to use their magic to communicate and befriend the spirits. As she speaks, a soft, ethereal glow emanates from her hands, shimmering with green and blue particles, announcing that she will provide a demonstration first. The magic intensifies, enveloping her in a vibrant aura of green light and golden sparks, as tiny, glowing spirits begin to swirl around her, drawn by her power. With a confident wink and a finger to her lips, she greets the newly manifested spirits, her expression playful and assured. The students watch in awe, one of them murmuring, acknowledging the immense power of a spiritualism professor. Professor Selena, her hands still glowing with residual magic, addresses the assembled students, asking if everyone witnessed her demonstration, assuring them it's not difficult to replicate her actions. With her encouragement, she then instructs them to begin their own attempts, and the students spread out across the training grounds, each concentrating to summon their own spirits, some already manifesting faint magical auras. Turning to Ludger Cherish, she playfully asks if Professor Rudiger would like to try, suggesting it's not hard, but he politely declines, admitting that he isn't someone spirits tend to favor. A wide, confident smile spreads across her face, her expression radiating satisfaction with the ongoing exam. As she observes the students, a thought crosses her mind. Spirits are truly kind creatures. She gazes down at her own hands, which are still faintly glowing with the ethereal light of summoned spirits, a soft, shimmering energy emanating from her palms. Even as she stands surrounded by the gentle, swirling forms of spirits, an unseen observer notes that even these other spirits aren't approaching Professor Rudiger, a curious anomaly in the spiritual energy of the clearing. Ludger Cherish, his expression thoughtful, recalls a previous conversation, a silent acknowledgement of a truth he already knew. A voice from his past echoes, proclaiming that he possesses the qualities of a shaman. Standing amidst swirling dark energy, Ludger Cherish muses that the spirits don't like him, a stark contrast to the gentle spirits surrounding Professor Selena. Another thought emerges, suggesting that divine spirits are protecting him, leaving him to wonder what exactly is happening. In the serene forest, he acknowledges that while there are cases where spirits aren't interested, to think they'd actually be frightened of him is another matter, concluding that he must be a special case. Professor Selena muses that only the lower-ranked spirits are wary of her, while the intermediate spirits remain calm during her demonstration. Still, she finds it unfortunate, wishing Ludger could also get close to spirits. Acknowledging the diversity of people in the world, she then questions if he's truly confident leaving the exam to his assistants while he's still administering it. With a sudden realization, she exclaims that she must be crazy and quickly departs. Meanwhile, Ludger internally expresses relief, thanking goodness his magic power is still sufficient. He considers that if the intermediate spirits had also reacted to him, Professor Selena would have grown suspicious. A faint presence registers behind him, and he muses on the irony that it's the weakest spirit that could sense his strange power. His eyes sharpen, sensing a distinct gaze upon him. Looking towards the forest, he perceives the spirits hiding themselves among the trees. He identifies the energy, recognizing it as a high-level fire spirit. He wonders why the others haven't sensed it. Even Professor Selena, who is highly sensitive to spirits, shows no reaction. A presence that a spiritual professor, capable of managing intermediate spirits, cannot feel. He concludes, this guy is truly something else. Ludger Cherish realizes the spirit he senses is not a natural phenomenon, but rather an entity artificially controlled by someone. And if they are watching him so explicitly, there can only be one logical conclusion. Another member of the First Order is hidden within Thorn, a chilling thought that sends a ripple of unease through him. He wonders why they chose to reveal themselves now, their timing feeling deliberately provocative. They are simply observing him, doing nothing, leading him to a terrifying question. Did they discover his true identity, that he is a fake? No, he quickly dismisses the thought, reasoning that if they knew, they wouldn't be passively observing. Instead, he considers if they are sending him a signal. A bead of sweat forms on his brow as he mutters, feeling the air grow noticeably warmer around him. Indeed, the temperature has risen dramatically, the shimmering air confirming that the spirits are reacting to his very words. With a determined stride, he walks away from the other students and professors, seeking a secluded spot where he can confront this unseen force without interference. His footsteps echo softly through the quiet forest, each one a deliberate choice to move deeper into the unknown. Having moved to a place devoid of other people, he challenges the unseen entity, asking what it will do now that they are truly alone. He resolves not to react, content that he has at least discovered the nature of what he is dealing with. And as much as this situation presents a clear danger, he recognizes it as an opportunity he cannot afford to miss. A faint, crackling sound echoes as Ludger Cherish observes the strange phenomenon before him. His gaze fixed on glowing red symbols that have materialized on the ground, prompting him to wonder aloud. Letters? Later that evening, after classes had concluded, he returns to the mystical forest, drawn back to the enigmatic glowing script. Standing once more at this very spot, he considers the implications, perhaps even imagining a comical scenario of quickly retrieving something important. Within a misty, ethereal forest, Ludger Cherish stands alone, his long dark coat blending with the shadows of the ancient trees. A sudden, dark energy ripples through the air, eliciting a surprised, almost amused, "Oh my," from him. He then questions the unseen presence, wondering, "You're here early?" A vibrant, crimson flame, crackling with raw power, manifests before him, its intense heat radiating through the cool forest air. Observing the floating inferno, he muses that the original body isn't present, though he had anticipated this outcome. With a direct gaze, Ludger cuts to the chase, asking, "Let's cut to the chase. What do you want?" He notes the other's usual coldness, then reveals he called for help. He explains his intention to sow chaos at Thorn, a role he believes is his destiny. The crimson flame flares once more as he continues, lamenting that those magicians have been putting out the fires I've been causing. He then repeats the other's implied question, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he asks, "And you want me to help you play with fire?" Ludger Cherish observes the unfolding chaos, noting that it seems like a terror attack is being planned, and he certainly doesn't want to be involved in something like that. However, his situation has changed dramatically after his subordinates, the Second Order, have mysteriously disappeared. He continues, explaining that unlike others in the First Order, this entity isn't working with anyone, and with its skills, masking its identity and helping him shouldn't be a problem. Standing formally amidst a circle of cloaked figures, Ludger presents his offer, a glowing red orb of dark energy pulsing in his hand. He promises that if the entity helps him, he'll be sure to compensate it for its actions. The entity, revealed to be a woman with long dark hair and sharp blue eyes, considers his words, asking for whom this contract and promise is truly intended. Ludger replies that it's a contract between John Doe and Esmeralda. The woman, Esmeralda, looks away, acknowledging the name, but noting that it's not her real name, but rather a code name like his own. Ludger, still holding the glowing orb, then asks directly if she is willing to accept his offer. Her answer is a firm, unequivocal refusal. Esmeralda explains that in her current situation, there's nothing she can do, leaving Ludger stunned and asking if she's truly doing this after he told her everything. He accuses her of making excuses, but she calmly replies that normally he'd be right. However, this time is different. The Chancellor's lingering suspicion weighs heavily on him, making any rash decisions impossible as a swirling vortex of dark, crimson energy pulses around him. Having heard enough, he prepares to depart, thinking, if that's all you had to say, then we're done here. I've gathered sufficient information, let's leave. But a voice cuts through the air, demanding, wait. As Ludger turns, a small, glowing red orb appears, and the voice continues, now that I think about it, I've heard some interesting information. A young woman with light hair and a school uniform manifests, her gaze sharp as she asks, I heard you have an underling. Crimson tendrils of energy writhe around her as she clarifies, not just anyone, but the great. The energy intensifies, her voice laced with revelation. John Doe, capable of doing anything, has an underling. On top of that, someone of the second order. A burst of vibrant red and black energy erupts around her, her eyes glowing with intensity as she challenges him. Don't you think something's wrong with that? Ludger's expression hardens, dark energy coiling around him as he retorts, don't tell me you're trying to scheme something behind their back. His gaze is sharp, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. As he questions her familiarity, you talk as if you know me. The dark energy around him flares again as he continues, his voice laced with accusation. For someone that came to me for help, not only do you jump to conclusions, but you even suspect me. Ludger's gaze sharpens, his thoughts betraying a deep-seated suspicion, as he considers the implications of Renee's words, believing her to be underestimating him. A faint red aura crackles around him, as he challenges her, demanding to know if she truly dares to look down on him. Renee, caught off guard by his intensity, recoils slightly, a dark, smoky aura swirling around her as she wonders what could have caused his sudden shift in demeanor. Ludger, however, remains unyielding, his expression stern as he recalls his initial reluctance to choose an assistant from within the organization, a decision he now questions. He concludes that further explanation is futile, a vibrant, fiery magic erupting around Renee, reflecting the turmoil of their exchange. The magical energy intensifies, swirling around Renee with an almost sentient fury, her profile illuminated by the crimson glow. Suddenly, Renee's demeanor shifts, the fiery aura around her momentarily dissipating as she attempts to lighten the mood, claiming her previous statements were merely a joke. Ludger, however, remains unconvinced, his expression still guarded as he acknowledges her words but makes it clear that his suspicion persists, though he will allow the matter to pass for now. He then issues a stern warning, his voice firm as he asserts his unwavering loyalty to the Zero Order, leaving no room for doubt. Renee's expression darkens once more, the fiery magic flaring around her as she delivers a chilling ultimatum. If their paths diverge, one of them will pay a heavy price. Recognizing the futility of further argument, Renee offers a reluctant apology, the magical flames around her flickering as she concedes. With nothing more to say, she announces her departure, the last vestiges of her fiery aura fading as she prepares to leave. Ludger Cherish stands amidst the dark, glowing particles of magic swirling around him, a fiery aura still lingering from the recent confrontation. He clutches his head, the memory of the attack still fresh, realizing just how close he came to disaster. A grim expression crosses his face as he considers the implications, grateful for the research he conducted on the mysterious John Doe. The sheer power of the attack echoes in his mind, a stark reminder that he could have died on the spot. He takes a moment to collect his thoughts, trying to get things straight, recalling that the voice beyond the flames belonged to a young woman. His mind races, connecting the dots. If it was a young woman, an elementalist capable of controlling flame spirits of such high degree, the suspects narrow considerably. A mental image forms of the most likely culprits, the elementalist professors being the first people to suspect. The pool of potential individuals shrinks further, now including students who can handle flame spirits, and he suddenly remembers the upcoming new professor welcome event at Leatherbelk. Since all the sponsors of Thorn are gathering, and all professors are required to attend, he deduces that if the elementalist is a professor, she will be at the welcome event. A determined glint enters his eyes, realizing this is his perfect opportunity to find her. With a renewed sense of purpose, he turns and walks away, his steps echoing with his resolve. As he walks through the Grand Academy halls, Ludger Cherish maintains a composed demeanor, his thoughts still lingering on the recent fiery incident. Meanwhile, from a shadowed window, a gloved hand clutches a flickering candle, as Esmeralda reflects on her previous encounter with him, having wondered if his intense focus on work meant something was amiss. Her glowing red eye narrows slightly as she recalls how he had shown no fear in the face of her flames, a realization that he might be far stronger than she had initially expected. All of her effort had been for nothing, her attempt to gauge his power proving fruitless. Back in the academy, Ludger continues his walk, a sudden thought striking him about the upcoming event, realizing it's the perfect opportunity to find his target. A faint smile plays on Esmeralda's lips beneath her hood, as she reassures herself that everything will be all right, despite the setback. A small ember glows, then dissipates into smoke, as she considers the implications of Ludger's strength. She muses that the task of dealing with him won't fall to her, but to someone else entirely. Later, Esmeralda observes another student, thinking she hadn't expected to have lunch with anyone today. The student, Renee, walks through a wooded path, and Esmeralda recognizes her as a sunbae, noting that she doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. This perception stems from a unique ability Esmeralda possesses, as she has been able to discern malice or ill intentions in others ever since she was a child. As he walks away from the bustling crowd, a profound realization settles over him. He considers the few individuals in his life, the only people in his proximity who harbor no ill intentions against him. Among them are Ariander Sunbae and Proyden Sunbae. His thoughts then drift to another, a figure whose presence is equally complex. He considers Professor Rudiger. Meanwhile, Renee, sensing the undercurrents around her, realizes that Professor Rudiger doesn't harbor goodwill towards her, but rather sorrow or guilt, leaving her to wonder why. A sudden voice breaks her thoughts, asking if she is Renee, a first-year student. A young man with a friendly smile introduces himself as Henry Presto, a friend of Proyden, and asks if she was just with Proyden. Renee simply acknowledges him, while Henry explains he has his ways of knowing things, and was also wondering what Proyden had been doing recently. As Renee looks at him, her eyes glowing faintly, she senses no malice from him. However, a deeper instinct warns her that he is innately dangerous, making her question if she had done something wrong. Henry, noticing her apprehension, reassures her that there is no need to keep her guard up like that. A sharp snap of fingers punctuates the air, drawing attention. Henry Presto offers, with a charming smile, to mend ties by presenting a beneficial opportunity, a part-time job that promises good pay and safety. Renee, however, questions his motives, pointing out their recent acquaintance, while he subtly reminds her that students from Thorn are typically commoners with limited funds. He then reveals his true interest, admitting his curiosity stemmed from seeing Proyden spend time with a commoner girl, like her, a revelation that leaves Renee silently processing his words. Despite his unsettling demeanor, she had simply believed Proyden to be a good person. A knowing, almost mocking smile plays on Henry's lips, as if he can read her very thoughts. He echoes her unspoken sentiment, questioning, a good person? Proyden. Taken aback by his reaction, Renee demands to know why he's laughing. Henry chuckles, confirming her initial thought with a sarcastic, yeah right, Proyden is a good person, before adding that it was a good laugh, and that he'd thought the same even after all their time together. He then shifts back to his offer, explaining his curiosity about her and Proyden's association, and inviting her to hear the details of the job before making a decision, leaving Renee with a look of deep consideration. With a final, expectant gaze, he asks for her thoughts. His hand gestures subtly, drawing attention to the intricate details of his attire, a silent display of his refined charm and perhaps his underlying intentions. A quiet moment passes, the air still and expectant, before the scene shifts to reveal a magnificent, brightly lit academy building under the night sky, its grand architecture hinting at the prestige within. Inside, a lavish party is in full swing, with elegantly dressed guests mingling beneath sparkling chandeliers, their hushed conversations filling the opulent hall. Among them, Professor Selena observes the crowd, remarking that it seems all the main characters of the party are present, while Chris Benamor adds that he'd heard all the new professors were highly skilled. Suddenly, a foot clad in a polished black shoe steps into view, drawing a collective gasp from the onlookers. Whispers ripple through the crowd, a sense of awe and curiosity spreading, as someone murmurs, huh, oh, he must be. The focus shifts to Ludger Cherish, standing composed with a drink in hand, as the realization dawns, the man of the rumors. His identity is then explicitly revealed, as the name Rudiger Chelsea appears. He stands tall and elegant, his gaze sharp and confident, a figure of undeniable presence. At a lavish gathering, a woman with blonde hair remarks to Chris Benamor, Count Chris Benamor, you truly are as charming as the rumors suggest, her voice carrying a playful lilt, to which he responds with a polite laugh, acknowledging her words. Meanwhile, across the opulent hall, Congressman Charles introduces himself to Professor Marilda, who stands beside Esmeralda, as the elegant gathering continues around them. Ludger Cherish, holding a delicate glass, observes the bustling hall, noting that everyone seems preoccupied with their own conversations, and decides to take a moment to assess the situation before seeking out Esmeralda. Suddenly, an older gentleman with a prominent mustache approaches him, asking if he is Professor Rudiger, then introduces himself as Count Deckers. Ludger's eyes narrow slightly, a subtle shift in his demeanor as he offers a curt apology, making it clear he is not in the mood for conversation. The Count, understanding the dismissal, quickly retracts, apologizing for taking up his time, which Ludger internally notes will keep other bothersome individuals away for a while. He raises his glass, the liquid shimmering, as he reaffirms his intention to use this opportunity to find Esmeralda. A faint sound catches his attention, and he murmurs an apology, admitting he's not very good with unfamiliar voices, as a sudden realization dawns on him. Elsewhere in the hall, Aiden questions Professor Selena about her attempt to back out of something, to which she nervously responds. As Chris Benamor reached out towards Professor Selena, a firm voice cut through the air, demanding he stop. Ludger Cherish, standing protectively beside her, asserted that Professor Selena already had plans with him. His intervention left Chris Benamor looking utterly bewildered and annoyed, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Ludger, however, remained unfazed, internally dismissing the idea that a mere new professor could possibly understand his true identity or influence. Suddenly, a new figure stepped forward, a man introducing himself as Evan Luke, the director of the Luke Company, confidently demanding Ludger move aside, assuming his company's reputation would command respect. But Ludger's response was swift and decisive, his eyes flaring with an intense blue glow as he seized Evan Luke's arm in a powerful grip. Maintaining his hold, he calmly reiterated that he already had plans, his tone unwavering. Evan Luke, now visibly agitated by the unexpected resistance, demanded to know if Ludger was joking, scoffing at the idea that a mere Thorn professor would dare defy him. The grip on his arm remained firm, a silent testament to Ludger's resolve. Ludger's internal thoughts hardened, deciding that since Evan Luke had chosen such a disrespectful tone, he would respond in kind. He scoffed at the notion that he would simply back down, his power simmering beneath the surface. With his eyes glowing a fierce blue, Ludger dismissed Evan Luke's bluster about being the director of the Luke Company as utterly meaningless. Still held firmly by Ludger, Evan Luke struggles, demanding to be released, his voice laced with indignation as he warns of the consequences of defying him. A subtle, ethereal glow emanates from Ludger's hand as he calmly challenges Evan, daring him to try and break free from his hold. As the tension mounts, a brown-haired man in a black suit steps forward, attempting to mediate, pleading for the confrontation to cease before others are harmed. Evan Luke, still trapped, glares with unbridled fury, cursing Ludger as a ruined noble for his insolence. The sounds of Evan's desperate struggle echo through the hall, while a hushed voice from the background advises a young master to exercise caution, as many eyes are watching. Evan Luke, momentarily shifting his focus, snaps at his subordinate, demanding to be addressed by his proper title, director, to which the man immediately offers a contrite apology. Turning his attention back to Ludger, Evan Luke questions the expectation that he should simply hold back after being subjected to such blatant disrespect. Unfazed, Ludger dismisses Evan's threats entirely, declaring that he will ensure Evan is fired, regardless of his name or position, noting that events are unfolding more unusually than anticipated. With Professor Selena looking on in distress, Ludger reflects on his initial desire to leave quietly, using her as a convenient excuse, but asserts his unwavering commitment to his word. A distinct clicking sound announces the arrival of a new figure, Esmeralda, who observes the scene with a curious smile, wondering if something fun has transpired. Addressing Esmeralda as Chancellor, Evan Luke is caught off guard by her timely appearance, as she pointedly questions his methods of training the professors at Thorn. Esmeralda then issues a stark ultimatum to Evan Luke, threatening to revoke the Luke Company's sponsorship if he doesn't immediately fire Ludger, revealing her knowledge of his identity as the son of Chairman Luke. The Chancellor's voice rings out, challenging the very foundation of Evan Luke's claims, asking if all the terms were truly discussed with his father. Evan recoils, utterly stunned, as the Chancellor's words cut deep, reminding everyone that the true power of the Luke Company lies with Chairman Theodore, not a mere director throwing around empty words. She presses further, her tone unwavering as she reiterates her question about the proper discussion of terms with his father. Evan, desperate to regain some footing, asserts that his father would be on his side, only for the Chancellor to respond with a dismissive, almost mocking, "Oh my, is that so?" Even Professor Selena, standing by Evan's side, questions if the chairman truly shares his son's perspective, the weight of the Chancellor's words visibly crushing Evan. Just then, Chairman Theodore, Evan's father, steps forward, offering a formal apology to Chancellor Esmeralda for his son's independent actions, to which she responds with a surprisingly lighthearted, "It's all right. It actually felt a bit refreshing." The chairman, visibly sweating, can only offer a strained, "Thank you for putting it that way," as Ludger observes the unfolding drama with keen interest. With a playful, almost mischievous glint in her eye, Esmeralda suggests a new approach, finding the current situation a bit iffy to look over. Chairman Theodore ponders her words, wondering what Chancellor Esmeralda's true intentions might be. Addressing the entire assembly, Esmeralda stands poised, ready to deliver her final, decisive proposal. She declares with authority, "You two can have a clean duel." A flicker of concern crosses Esmeralda's face, her thoughts betraying a slight unease despite the seemingly resolved situation. Chairman Theodore, however, remains unconvinced, his gaze reflecting a deeper understanding of the potential fallout, while Evan Luke stands by, listening intently. He muses that perhaps this outcome is for the best, believing the other party would never have accepted a peaceful resolution. Meanwhile, Ludger, ever composed, agrees to the duel, seeing it as the only way to prevent further complications. He believes a direct confrontation will settle matters definitively. Esmeralda then turns to Evan, offering him a way out of direct combat, suggesting he can have someone battle in his place, given his lack of magical ability. Evan Luke, a smirk spreading across his face, readily accepts the offer, seeing it as a perfect opportunity and immediately calling upon his aide to redeem himself. His confidence unwavering, Evan boasts of his aide's capabilities, proclaiming him a highly skilled mage. However, the duel quickly concludes, leaving Evan Luke utterly stunned, his face contorted in disbelief as the outcome is revealed. The announcement rings out, declaring the victor, Rudiger Chelsea. Evan's aide lies defeated on the ground, while Ludger Cherish stands tall and composed, his cane resting casually in his hand, as the assembled students and professors look on in various states of surprise and awe. Evan Luke lets out a choked cry of disbelief, the defeat of his bodyguard from the Luke Company proving to be a significant upset, as the onlookers murmur, realizing this was no easy opponent. Professor Selena, among the observers, expresses her astonishment, wondering if the rumors of Ludger's unique magic formulas are true and questioning if all Thorn professors possess such monstrous power. Chairman Theodore, with a knowing smile, reassures Esmeralda, explaining that it's not that all professors are so powerful, but rather that Professor Rudiger is simply a unique individual. As the dust settled from the unexpected duel, Chairman Theodore, his hands clasped, addressed the situation, inquiring if there were any complaints with the outcome. He mused that his expression must have betrayed his thoughts, acknowledging his age, but ultimately accepting the duel's fairness. Evan Luke, his back to the onlookers, assured the chairman not to worry about his stupid son, promising to handle the matter, a sentiment the chairman found agreeable, noting their shared understanding. Meanwhile, Chancellor Esmeralda approached the chairman with a request, but he cut her off sharply, denying her before she could even voice it. Renee, anticipating Esmeralda's intention to introduce her to Professor Ludger, spoke up, only for the Chancellor to apologize and firmly request that she refrain from approaching their professors. Faced with such a direct refusal, Renee could only concede. Evan Luke, walking away from the scene, let out a sigh of relief that the ordeal was finally over, now able to refocus on his original objective. As Ludger Cherish walked away, Professor Selena called out to him, her voice echoing across the courtyard. She inquired if he was all right, to which he replied that he had received a personal apology from the chairman of the Luke Company, and thanked her for her earlier assistance. She then asked where he was headed, but he admitted he had no particular plans. He then revealed he was on his way to meet the animism professors, extending an invitation for her to join him. As the conversation concluded, a new thought emerged, recognizing this as a significant opportunity. Ludger Cherish stands observing a gathering of professors and guests, who are seated around a lavish outdoor table, their conversation drifting through the evening air. Among them, Professor Susluna exclaims, her voice carrying across the space, "Professor Selena. The one with you." Selena, with a calm smile, clarifies, "It's Professor Rudiger." The elf-like professor beside her adds, "I heard that you got assigned for the second years even as a new professor." Ludger, however, notes internally, "No one has any special reaction to seeing me." He continues his internal assessment, thinking, "Someone like me doesn't deserve to attend to the second years." Professor Susluna, overhearing his self-deprecating remark, chuckles, "Haha, so humble." Ludger's expression darkens slightly as he processes the interaction, a single thought echoing in his mind, "Damn." He concludes his observation, "I gain nothing from this." I observe the three professors closely. He muses, his gaze sharp. Yet, to his disappointment, but none of them had any special reaction. His thoughts then shift to a mysterious hooded figure, surrounded by a faint purple aura, as he considers, she isn't someone to maintain her composure in a situation like this. He ponders further. Then, is she not among the professors? No. Since I lack information, I must consider all possibilities. Returning to the present, Ludger sighs, feeling a touch of weariness. Phew, I'm a bit thirsty. A nearby voice then asks, "Professor Rudiger?" He turns, his long dark hair swaying slightly, to face the source of the inquiry. As Ludger stands amidst the bustling professors, a familiar voice calls out, asking why Renee is there. Caught off guard, Renee stammers, trying to explain her presence. She reveals that a senior student recommended her for a part-time job here, adding that some of her classmates are also working at the event. Ludger takes a sip from his glass, a thoughtful escaping him as he processes the information. He advises Renee not to overdo herself and to head home before it gets too late, to which she gratefully agrees, promising to be on her way. Just then, Professor Selena approaches, greeting Ludger by his alias, Professor Rudiger, and then notices Renee, asking if it isn't that child. Ludger, surprised, asks if Professor Selena knows Renee. Professor Selena confirms she knew her from before, finding it interesting that their assistant was also working here. Ludger turns to her, inquiring if she's referring to her assistant. A sudden realization dawns on him, as he exclaims, "It's that child." Professor Selena explains that Joanna is a new student, but one who is already well-versed in animism. The focus shifts to the young woman serving drinks, revealing her identity as Joanna Lovett. Reflecting on these encounters, Ludger muses that he hasn't focused much on students lately. He observes the young woman, a high-level animist, thinking she should surely be a professor by now, as his gaze follows her through the opulent hall, wondering where she could possibly be headed. His own glowing glasses reflect the grand ballroom, as he stands amidst other attendees, including Professor Selena and Count Deckers, still focused on Joanna Lovett. A question hangs in the air, wondering about the destination of a mysterious figure. Within the opulent hall, a maid moves with a subtle glow, drawing the attention of Ludger Cherish, who stands in the foreground, while in the background, Evan Luke and Professor Susluna engage in a hushed conversation. their voices barely audible amidst the clinking of glasses and soft murmurs of the gathering. The maid's hands carefully place a tray onto a nearby surface, her movements precise and practiced. Joanna Lovett, the maid, pauses, a thought crossing her mind as she wonders if her brief departure was merely to set down the tray, or if there was a deeper reason for her sudden movement. Ludger Cherish, observing the scene, muses that at this pace, he might miss something he would normally be able to catch, a subtle shift in the intricate social dance unfolding before him. His gaze sharpens, a hint of calculation in his eyes as he considers the implications of the maid's actions, his mind already piecing together the unspoken narrative. Meanwhile, Evan Luke and Professor Susluna continue their conversation, with Evan remarking on the bulk purchase of fabric, suggesting an entry into the clothing industry, and wondering if those individuals wanted to start a business or something, while Susluna dismissively questions the thoughts of the lower class. Ludger's thoughts turn to Violetta, noting her movements are faster than he anticipated, a surprising agility for someone in her position. Evan Luke continues, expressing outrage at commoners conducting deals within the imperial household, while Professor Susluna, though acknowledging Violetta's desperate hope despite her attempts to hide it, advises him not to get too angry, assuring him that their ventures will inevitably collapse soon. As the formal gathering continued, Ludger Cherish watched the unfolding events with a subtle smirk, amused by the spectacle and content to simply observe with a glass of wine, dismissing the participants as mere idiots. Meanwhile, Professor Susluna, with a knowing gaze, reflected on the implications of the current actions, predicting that their efforts would soon escalate into a significant movement, fundamentally altering the established order. Back with Ludger, his expression remained one of detached amusement, certain that everyone involved would soon grasp the true nature of their situation. He considered not just the immediate players, but also the unseen forces and individuals who would inevitably be drawn into the coming upheaval. Suddenly, a flicker of unease crossed Ludger's face, his grip tightening on the wine glass, as if an unseen pressure began to weigh upon him. The tension became too much, and with a sharp crack, the wine glass shattered in his hand, fragments scattering across the floor. Violetta, noticing his distress, quickly moved to his side, offering support as he clutched his head, though he tried to dismiss it, claiming the floor was merely slippery. Still visibly shaken, Ludger excused himself from the gathering, seeking a moment of fresh air to compose himself, leaving a concerned Violetta behind. He walked away from the opulent hall, his steps heavy with an unspoken burden, as Violetta watched him go, her expression etched with worry. Alone, the internal struggle intensified, voices echoing in his mind, demanding that he take us and surrender to their power. His eyes flared with a vibrant, otherworldly glow as he fought back, desperately trying to silence the intrusive thoughts, shouting for them to shut up. The struggle left him drained, and he stood by a window, gazing out into the night, his face still etched with the lingering torment of his internal battle. He stands on the balcony, his thoughts a silent murmur, as the internal turmoil continues to brew within him. The strain of his recent actions weighs heavily, as he acknowledges that a quick duel had consumed too much of his magic power, leaving him sloppy and vulnerable in this state. Meanwhile, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound echoes from within the grand hall, suggesting someone's approach. Professor Chris Benamore, hearing the commotion, pauses, his gaze sharp as he considers the possibility of needing medicine. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupts, cutting through the darkness with intense vertical streaks. Ludger is suddenly struck by an unseen force, recoiling sharply and crying out, as if something has been violently thrust upon him. Still reeling from the impact, he hears a desperate voice cut through the chaos, urging him to flee. Ludger looks down, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioning the impossible sight before him. Below him, a figure is engulfed in a violent explosion of orange and yellow flames, the sheer heat and force radiating outwards. As the flames momentarily part, the figure of Esmeralda is revealed, her name echoing through the chaotic scene. From the heart of the chaos, a monstrous entity, wreathed in jagged, burning flames, manifests with terrifying intensity. Its form coalesces, a massive, clawed limb extending from the inferno, radiating an oppressive heat. With a guttural roar, the creature unleashes a devastating fiery blast, tearing through the surroundings. The destructive energy spreads rapidly, engulfing the area in a maelstrom of orange and red. Amidst the chaos, a fleeing figure is struck down by the monster's fiery claw, the impact sending them sprawling. A man in a sharp suit, brandishing a sword, demands to know the origin of the sudden threat, before quickly shifting his focus to the safety of the people, urging everyone to prioritize evacuation. Another woman, her voice cutting through the panic, directs the terrified crowd, guiding them away from the encroaching flames. As the monster continues its rampage, a powerful surge of blue magical energy erupts, impacting the fiery beast and sending shockwaves through the air, causing nearby onlookers to recoil in alarm. The source of this sudden defense is Angela Anderson, a professor of animism, who stands firm, channeling intricate blue magical constructs to combat the threat. Nearby, another professor, Viorano Dentes, observes the unfolding disaster with a grim expression, his presence a beacon of calm amidst the chaos. Responding to a desperate call, multiple individuals launch a coordinated assault, their combined magical attacks converging on the fiery monster. Yet, the monster remains unfazed, its fiery form absorbing the blows without visible effect, as a voice cries out in frustration that their attacks are useless, warning of something falling from above. As the monstrous entity continued its fiery rampage, a blonde-haired figure lunged forward, his sword arcing with a brilliant glow, striking the creature with a powerful blow. The impact sent a shockwave of heat and light through the air, but the beast merely absorbed the force, its form rippling with destructive energy. It let out a deafening roar, a primal sound that echoed through the collapsing structure, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Amidst the chaos of falling debris and scorching flames, a man in a dark suit urgently warned those nearby, his voice cutting through the din, to avoid the black flames at all costs, for anything they touched must be immediately abandoned. Observing the inferno with a keen eye, a man with long, dark hair noted that the fire was unlike any he had encountered before, its properties far exceeding those of regular flames. He mused that its destructive power was closer to magma, realizing this was no mere high-level spirit. The monster's defiant roar confirmed his suspicions, revealing it to be the highest-level spirit, one that rivaled even the formidable 6th rank. A new question arose in his mind. Why was such a powerful spirit manifesting in a humanoid form? He knew spirits typically appeared as natural phenomena, like animals or plants, making this manifestation highly unusual. Meanwhile, another observer, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, sensed that something was profoundly amiss with the situation. The fiery entity, upon closer inspection, lacked a proper bottom half, leading to the chilling thought that it might have incarnated using a medium. The man with long, dark hair connected the pieces, understanding that the greatest advantage of summoning a spirit through a medium was often the ability to bypass its natural limitations. He considers the possibility that the summoner's identity might be concealed. Considering the precise location where the spirit manifested, the medium that seems most suspicious is the silver tray, placed conspicuously in the center of the table. It is exactly as he suspected. The truth is revealed. Joanna Lovett is Esmeralda. Pursuing her immediately is out of the question, but having discovered a way to break through the current predicament, Ludger resolves to handle the situation himself. Chris Bennemore's eyes narrow, his gaze sharp and focused. Amidst the chaos and falling debris, Renee collapses to the ground, a pained gasp escaping her lips. As the dust begins to settle, she struggles to comprehend what has just happened. Before she can fully recover, the monstrous spirit looms over her, unleashing another barrage of searing energy. She desperately thinks she must escape, but her legs refuse to obey, trapped by the intense heat radiating from the ground. With a terrifying roar, the monster unleashes a devastating wave of pure, unadulterated flame. The force of the explosion sends Renee flying backward, her body slamming into the shattered remnants of the environment. A sharp gasp escapes her lips, her body racked with pain as she lies helpless on the ground. Suddenly, a figure appears, his voice cutting through the chaos, calling out her name with urgency. He sweeps her into his arms, his gaze intent, asking if she is all right. Dazed and disoriented, Renee looks up at her rescuer, a flicker of recognition in her eyes as she murmurs, "Professor Rudiger?" Ludger kneels beside her, gently examining her leg, assuring her the wound is not deep and he will apply medicine, while Renee, still confused, wonders aloud when they might have met. He rummages through his belongings, his expression thoughtful. A strange sensation washes over him, a profound sense of familiarity, as if he has witnessed this exact scene somewhere before. He glances down, his thoughts momentarily elsewhere. Renee, still seeking answers, asks what is happening, then directly questions if they have met before. Her blue eyes wide with innocent inquiry, she fixes her gaze upon him. Ludger turns his head slightly, his voice calm as he asks what she is talking about. His expression unreadable, he firmly states that she must be mistaken. Still on the floor, Renee looks up at him, while Ludger, having finished treating her wound, insists she leave quickly, warning her of the danger. She questions his own safety, but he simply states that he has a job to do as an instructor. Reluctantly, she accepts his decision, thanking him for saving her. As Renee walks away, her figure shrinking into the distance, Ludger remains, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Suddenly, a monstrous, fiery creature with glowing eyes lunges forward, its roar echoing through the chaotic, burning environment. Ludger's eyes glow with an intense electric blue as dark energy swirls around him, a transformation into Aether Nocturnus now complete. He moves with incredible speed, leaving streaks of dark energy in his wake. Another powerful strike lands, the force of his attack visible through the swirling dark aura. The fiery monster recoils from the impact, as Ludger stands firm, enveloped in his dark power. His expression is resolute, his glowing eyes reflecting the fiery battle around him. The ceremony ends here.